actually have 8 more minutes to go, or 7 more minutes. So I'm early, and I know people are going to be mad, but it's not. I promise you, it's not like I have a video that I wanted to play in its entirety on normal speed, and it's going to be 12 minutes itself. So by that time, people will come in. It will be 11 o'clock. So I not 11, 6 o'clock. So kind of ignore this if you want, but I really appreciate this video and I wanted to share it with you without having to speed it up. So I'm coming in earlier to play this video in its entirety. It's 12 minutes and then I'll come in after. So here we go.
Holler at y'all for a quick second. I have a run to make. I got someplace to go. So I said I will record a video. And we don't have anything to talk about. But as I was walking to my car, I was like, I do want to talk about the brand ambassador to Mucinex, Ari Spears. That's who I want to talk about. I want to talk about the nigga who looked like he lotion with Black and Miles. That's who I want to talk about. That's who I want to talk about. I want to talk about the nigga who looked like his heart is about to explode in his fucking chest. That's who I want to talk about. I want to talk about these niggas really believing that they are the prize. And didn't I tell you that? Didn't I tell you the other day when I was talking about Ray J that as long as these niggas is funny, they know that they got you on a hook. And Ari Spears can walk around looking like the fucking Hamburglar who ain't got no sleep in 14 years, had the nerve. It gives these niggas like that the nerve, the black ass audacity. If one thing these niggas with dry skin under their fucking eyes, bitch, if one thing they don't fucking have is they got audacity. They got audacity. They ain't got shit else but audacity. Ari Spears. Ari seems to think, I don't know why. I said, I don't know why. But at the same time, I was listening to the things that he was saying after he got called out for saying and talking about Lizzo. Saying that Lizzo looks like the shit emoji. Saying that Lizzo looks like a plate of mashed potatoes. And saying that with his chest and his stomach hanging over his motherfucking belt. He's saying this. Lizzo don't do nothing but mind her fucking business. And this man, let me tell you something. That was a alley-oop. That man asked about Lizzo on purpose. Don't think he was innocent in this shit. Because they do that all the time. He asked, oh, Lizzo's music. Yeah, you know, Lizzo, her face. Look at your motherfucking face, nigga. Look at your face, my nigga. Look at your face. And you have the nerve. What do the people say? The unmitigated gall to say something. You look like, girl. The other day I was cussing his ass out. I was like, let me not record a video because I'm gonna really be hollering at him. Because it be the ugliest niggas. Ugly. I don't give a damn what you say. You ugly. You're ugly. And if you didn't have the access and the microphone that you have, no woman, unless you was paying her, would fuck with you, nigga. And you know it. Let me make sure this motherfucking thing is on. Hello? Shit. Because we need to give the brand ambassador to Mucinex. We got to give his old... You look like... This nigga, look... How you look like that, my nigga? How do you look like you eat Black and Miles, my nigga? How do you look like that? And you have the nerve to talk about Lizzo and her body. I know I'm big too. You goddamn right. That's why you need to shut the fuck up. But you know you live in a society where women, a man with his ugly ass, can sit up on Beyonce's fucking internet and disparage a woman and be like, girl, and look like that. And look, I don't want to put his picture on the screen because some of y'all might be eating. And I don't want to ruin anyone's appetite. But I could tell you what he looked like. He looked like, you know, the little babies in the cartoons with the diapers on and have the real raspy voices. You know, the ones that sound like old man. He looked like a grown-up version of that motherfucking baby. You look like baby Huey. You look like you wear diapers. You look like that. You look like you eat everything you see. You look like your sugar is high as fuck. You look like you on medication. If you not, baby, you need to go get a checkup because I can bet you bottom dollar your biometric screening is going to come back fucked up, my nigga. You look like you sleep with a CPAP. Come on. You have a lot of nerve. And let me tell you something. As fat as Lizzo is, I bet you couldn't get your ugly ass on a stage and twerk and play the flute at the same time. I bet your motherfucking lungs would collapse. Raggedy ass niggas. Always talking shit about somebody. That's how I know these niggas think they're the prize. Because they sit their ugly asses on the internet and talk shit about women. Nothing is wrong with Lizzo. Nothing is wrong with her. She doesn't bother anybody. How the fuck would you, how come you just couldn't stop at, yeah, she has really good music, or I haven't really listened to her music like that. No, you're going to have to attack her physical appearance that has nothing to do with her talent, to your point. Because you got your fat ass on the, and I wouldn't lay back. I wouldn't be on my back for too long. You might choke, nigga. I wouldn't lay on my back for too long because you could choke when your stomach moves this way and them titties move this way underneath your neck. Yeah, rotten ass nigga. You got a lot. That shit pissed me off. I said, you ugly. Like, no, it's always those dudes. It is always those. Look at you, bro. Look at you. I know I'm ugly. All I need to do is make a bitch laugh. That's all you need to do. Yeah, you women. Y'all sitting up there, yes, queen, yes, queen. Why? Because nobody's bigging up the way your fat ass looks on the internet. No one's pouring into you because you don't ate up everything. Shit. You look like that, have the nerve to talk. Girl, Ari Spears and Lizzo not bothering nobody. Not saying anything, not even in the news to the point where you could, like, somebody wants to make a comment about something she's saying. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, Lizzo was in the news the other day for blah, blah, blah. What do you think about what she did? And then you go off on your opinion about what she did and then start talking shit. Yeah, her music is okay, but that body, girl, you look like... You're an ugly bastard. You're an ugly bastard. And if you didn't have the microphone and the money, no woman without full pay up front. Ain't no half and half at the beginning and half at the end. No, I want all my money up front if I'm going to lay down with this scab of a man who looks like if I move the wrong way, his fucking lungs will collapse. Just like the swollen finger Samuels over there, the high sodium man over there, talking shit about fat women, and your ass over there with your heart exploding in your chest. You got some fucking nerve. You have some goddamn nerves. And it's always you, nigga. When was the last time you went to the doctor? And looking at your grill, when was the last time you went to the fucking dentist, let alone your health? I could tell by your face there are some deficiencies there. I could tell by looking at you. I can tell by looking at you, you are deficient or have too much of something. Sugar, cholesterol, whatever. You look like you got all the things that black folks have been plagued with. All the things they say black people get. All the fucking medical issues that black people got. Aries got them. Ask him about it. He got it. He could tell you the goddamn symptoms for it. Ask Aries. I bet you his fucking ankles are swollen. I bet you his toes are swollen. I bet you that motherfucker's balls stank. You the one that gotta take an extra shower. You gotta take a shower when you leave, take a shower when you come back. Sheets be wet in the morning. I already know it. I know it. Raggedy ass. That's all I really had to say. That's all I wanted to say about Aries. I don't have nothing else to say. But the one thing that you niggas do have is audacity. The audacity to sit up there and look the way you do. And have something to say about a woman who has, like, for no reason. Like, no reason at all. What was the reason? Oh, I knew it was going to come. Looking like that, you better had known. I'm sure. Is your vision okay? Because you know they say it fucks with your vision, too. Because like I said, the way you looks like something is lacking. That CMOS ain't going to help. Goddamn baby Huey looking. I don't have nothing else to say about him. But it's always you niggas. Always. I gotta go. That's enough of talking about Aries. That's been 14 minutes. Good. This has been brought to you by Mucinex. Bitch ass nigga. Mucinex, Black and Miles, and diabetes. That's who it's been brought to you by. Take care of each other and protect your energy.
Not take care of you all and take care of your energy after that. Wait. Erica, come to the front of the class. Absolutely not. You're not about to do this. You are in timeout. Come to the front of the class. How are you going to do all of that and then talk about protect your energy at the end? Protect what energy? You just you literally dragged all the energy out of any human being living on this planet and shoved it at this man and then talk about protect your energy. There is no energy left. There is no... What energy? Who gonna protect what? What energy? Who? Let me say, on Beyonce's internet, I thought I found myself trying to have a problem with you because you called out Beyonce, and I'm gonna be here standing for my queen, but I would never want you to drag. Look, I like a good drag. If someone is dragging me, I love a good drag of myself. I don't drag people. I'm too nice for that. I feel like a good drag includes some cursing, and I don't have it in me to curse. And by the way, the views expressed in that video is the views of the creator and not myself. I just wanted to bring it forward so you guys can decide if she is correct or not. But I'm upset that she ends the dragging of all dragging with the statement, protect your energy. I am big mad. She after you drag everyone, you then go, oh yeah, by the way, protect protect did he deserve that drag? Yes. I'm glad people did it. Now, if I were to award whose response was the best, I don't know. So there was Erica De Niro, Cynthia G, and then for Harriet, Kimberly. I watched a bunch of other reaction and responses, but those three responses, I have watched them maybe 10 times each. I wish I could play all of them, but the time is of the essence. So that's that on that. I did say the views expressed were not my own because people have been reaching out saying I'm using this and doing that. I don't use profanity online. I don't use profanity in my real life. I've been practicing the Jamaican curse words because I think they're beautiful. I think the Jamaican curse words are beautiful, and you're not going to convince me that they're bad. You're not going to convince me they're bad. So Just want to come support since I won't be able to watch the whole thing. Team Teamus. Thank you, Sinji. I'm glad for your support. If you're here when we open up the panel, let me know because we're about to get into some mess. Get into it, yep. Not the no, y'all can be sending super chat like this because then I have to read it. I'm not sorry, not sorry. Thank you so much. I feel like, how do I give Erica all these super chat in the beginning? Because those were definitely not mine. These do not belong. These do not belong. If the views expressed are of the creators, I co-sign, period. Thank you. Is it giving? Is my skin giving today? I've been trying to take care of my skin and myself. Classic Erica Dinero, this will never get right. The way I want to clip it and put it on all my social media. Someone said play the end. Wait, wait, did I miss something? Let's do it.
Peace. Girl, I wasn't finished. At the end of
How did I miss this? This is literally, I've watched this 10 times, and as soon as she said she's done, I move on. I restarted. So I've actually never seen. Wait, did Erica leave? Did she did she stop and then like leave and come back for the Wait, sorry, I have to go off camera. Let's watch it. I can't be on camera doing this.
Peace. Girl, I wasn't finished. At the end of one of his videos, he had the nerve to solicit sex and ask if anybody wants to come over so some nigga can lay on top of her breathing like you like this girl? That's what you fucking sound like on a bitch. And your dick probably is shriveled up. It's probably soggy as fuck. You probably got to drink.
Erica, no, absolutely not. Erica, you're in timeout. You're in timeout for the rest of the year. Absolutely, you're in time. God protected me from watching the full video. It was only God because. Yeah, well, Erica, I mean, if there is a dragging competition on ranking, I think you were at the top. No one even came close then. I mean, woo! So she goes, protect your energy, and then went right back into the drag. I can't. I don't know what to do with myself right now. Like, Wait, let me get some water. Cause that's, oh my God, Erica. You need to come to the front of the class and explain yourself, because absolutely not. Oh. I'm not sure how I didn't get dragged for this. So someone asked me, why don't I like sorrel? I like sorrel, but I see that in a video I did, I said sorrel tea. I meant Cersei. I also have a Cersei tea right now. It was Cersei. It was not sorrel that I was drinking. I actually do like, I do like sorrel. And I do like Cersei. I just don't like the taste. But anywho. Themis, you really like water. Yeah, no, my dermatologist a couple years ago told me that I need to continue drinking water because I had nice skin. So I was like, period. So I've been very much into it. It's purely aesthetics. All right. I feel like we should get into the video, but before we do, we're still in the pre-show. Yeah, someone said Thursday is good for you. Yeah, that's what I heard. All right. So I got a voice note from a subscriber. They deleted the voice note, and I wouldn't have said your name, so you don't have to delete your voice notes when you send them to me. If it's personal, let's say personal, and to the extent I talk about it, I'll not put your information out there. But she was concerned because she thought that I would be upset, and someone did reach out to me about her. And the fact that she was a moderator on multiple Manosphere channels. She was a moderator for multiple Manosphere people, and she's over here and she's talking to me and all of that. And she felt bad and she wanted to know my opinion. I don't know why you want to know my opinion. I am not one of those people who are like, you have to be with me, and once you're here, you have to stay. No, go where you want. And I'm gonna go where you want. Look, sorry, I'm laughing, and I know you were serious. You retracted the message. I understand that you feel horrible and all of that. Like, look, I don't know how much more I can say. I don't see my role as telling people what to do. To the extent you find truth here, that's good. But don't look to me for truth, right? Challenge me. I hope that the platform that we're building is one where we're communicating, where I can be wrong, where I can do something that is wrong, and you guys come and hold me accountable, right? I don't think I should shackle you to the channel. I don't think I need to make you choose between my channel and the manners. Like, no, that I was going to say that's abusive, but I'm not going to go that far. I think you can consume whatever media you want, and to the extent that you appreciate something that I produce, then appreciate it. That's fine. Please don't think that you have to apologize to me because you're over there with the manosphere and then over here. What you will have to apologize for is if you come on and you can't defend what you're saying. If you're only using talking points, no, please enjoy YouTube, enjoy your life. Don't look to me as some kind of lead. I am not that. Like, no, I'm not that. I'm not that. Like, enjoy YouTube, free reign, do what you must. People talking about me and you want to go look. If you want to fight on my behalf, don't do that. But if you want to go look and chop it up with people, do that. Like, life is too short. I don't have time. Oh, thank you, Prince Petty. Thank you. Life is too short. And no, you're a grown person. Absolutely not. No, I'm not about to do that. No. All right. Funny story, and then we continue. Also, Sober Bobo, congratulations on, what is it, 26 years sober. I saw you put in the chat. That is amazing. Congratulations. That is a job well done. Everyone, say congrats to Sober Bobo. I'm actually very proud of you. I'm very proud of you, so I appreciate that. Sorry, Themis, you cannot opt out of leadership. LOL. We look up to you. No, not look up to me. I need to figure out how to I need to reach out to Erica after this. Yay, congratulations. Yeah, Sober Bobo is doing the thing. That is amazing. So a couple weeks ago, I learned the phrase chop it up. And I've been like in private getting comfortable with the phrase, right? Like chop it up. So today on a video call with like four of my friends and myself. So 5 of us were on, is it? I don't remember. Some of us were on a video call. And I kept saying chop it up. So I was like, oh, I'm glad that we are all here together so we can chop it up. And they ignored me because every time I'm like using a new sort of phrase or idiom or whatever, they like my friends sort of just kind of ignore me at this point. So I was like, yeah, I'm glad we can all come together so we can chop it up together. They ignore me. Somewhere in the conversation again, I was like, yeah, it's really nice that we're chopping it. I kept, I kept, I kept saying it. I kept saying it and repeating it. So they're all mad at me. Look, they. When I said them people got mad and hung up the phone on me, they got mad and hung up the phone on me. So I mean, at this point, at this point, y'all can't be teaching me anything at all, because I feel like y'all are disrupting my friend, and they don't like the fact that I'm using that I'm using new words and phrases. So I know you're annoying in person. Yeah, I'm very annoying, very much annoying, and you're gonna be. My friends are gonna be annoyed. All right, let's get into this video because we do have some stuff to get through. How is everyone doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's see. I need to find a person. There's one more person that I need to find. Good evening to Themis, as well as the dedicated twerk team in the chat. Good evening, Prince Petty. I am looking for, let me tell you who I'm looking for in the chat so they can comment. I am looking for Tori. So Tori, can you comment in the chat while I play the intro? All right. All right. I don't see you, Tori, but I'm going to assume that I will see you when I see you. And we can continue. All right. So I made a video on Tuesday, and I said we were going to come on today to kind of review the video. Period. New vocabulary. Reuse. 30-minute in, and now we get into the intro. Period. You know how we do. All right. Oh, there's Tori. All right. Cool. Please remember to like the video. What is it? Like, I don't know what you say. I think like, comment. Well, you guys are coming. I don't know. I'm not good at this. Next time, say, I'm glad we are out here kicking and ha-haing. No. No, I feel like you're setting me up. No, I feel like y'all are I feel like y'all are just trying to set me up at this point. Wait, is it kick? Look, no. I feel like y'all are setting me up. Like, comment, and subscribe. No, I say that for the videos, but what do you say for the live stream? You say like the stream. Do you say share the stream? Look, listen. Listen. All right. So I did a video on Tuesday. That video that I did on Tuesday, This Is Live is supposed to be a follow-up. I've added an extra element to this live stream, and I thought I did this before. I literally thought I did this. So in 2019, I think, is it in 2018 or 2019, Harvard and the census, well, Harvard went to the census data, and a bunch of people at Harvard University, in connection with the US Census, right? And there were other people involved. So let's get into it. We did a research. I don't know why I said we, as if I was a part of it. The National Bureau of Economic Research, that's what it is. They released a report on the state of the sort of Black community in relation to Asian, Native American, and they separated Hispanic into Black Hispanic, non-Black Hispanic, and white Hispanic, essentially, and then white people. And it was a study, longitudinal. Well, the one from Stanford was. The one from Harvard was looking at income, specifically income. And that changed my entire perspective on the way I would have conversation about the Black community. I've always, ever since uni, ever since I became conscious of race, ever since I became aware of communities and ideas around communities, I have been deeply concerned about how I should approach the conversation. Should we focus on the individual or the system? If you've been here for any period of time, you know that I have outwardly struggled with where we should focus. That study, and I will post it in the chat, that study had a tremendous impact on the way that I decided in my private life and now in my, I guess, semi-public life, talk about these things. Now, I'm going to get to that study. I had to stay up. I had 3 hours of sleep last night. So the fact that y'all think my face looks good is great. But I had 3 hours of sleep last night because I fell asleep on top of my computer, taking notes and writing all over a PDF file of the study that I want us to get into today. It took around 8 hours after my long, like 14 hours workday, to actually get through the study. And today we're going to talk about it. I think we have to, because I actually thought this video was already done. I literally thought I'd done this video before, and hopefully it will change people's mind about my intent, specifically men who thinks I hate Black men. I don't know why you think that, but hopefully this will shed some light on why the conversation needs to be had, and it needs to be had now. All right. Weirdly enough, I'm not yet tired, so we'll see how this goes. All right. But first, let's do the religious part of the conversation. I threw some Bible verses out there Tuesday, and a lot of people had a lot to say. A lot of people said there was a lot of missing context, that I didn't provide enough context, that I was bastardizing the Bible and the way that I use the Bible in that video. And look, I am here for a good correction. I am here for a good correction. This part of the live stream should not go on forever. I am going to drop the link. The only people who should call in are people who have a problem with the way that I use the Bible verse. Now, I will qualify this conversation by saying it is not lost on me. Look, there's no one else will come on right now. We'll get to opening the panel again at a different time. But it's not lost on me that I have been using my platform to deal with my own issues with my religious belief. I've been questioning my own faith, and I actually do think that maybe it is inappropriate for me to have religious conversation so openly. I now think that because every faith, for a lot of people, questioning your faith means that you are going to look and find answers that might not be in sync with that which you believe, and that can be very uncomfortable for a lot of people. It's not uncomfortable for me, right, at all. But I also don't want to come off as arrogant. I don't want it to seem like I think I know it all. So I won't be taking the position of cross-examining you when you come up. But I will have very simple question. It won't be a big pushback. I just want you to feel like you have the space to speak, but don't go on forever, because like literally no one has time. I mean, we do, but like, we don't. I mean, because there are some flaws, I think, in the way that it's being perceived. And so I want to understand from your perspective what I'm getting wrong. And I will tell you one of the critique. One of the critique is that when I say women should submit to men in the Bible, that I'm ignoring that men should also submit to women. Now I don't know who thinks they believe that, but all right, I want to hear it. I want to hear it. So the panel is open, and we should. I only want people who disagree with me on this, and I promise you won't be hostile. I mean, if you're hostile, then yes, it will be hostile. But I am not. I have no hate or hostility in my heart. Actually, today is a very pleasant day. I worked a lot, had 2 to 3 hours of sleep last night, but I'm here and I'm happy and I'm excited and I'm willing to learn. So come teach me. All right. Now, while we do that, I mean, while we wait, let's go to we always have to have our commercial break. So let's go to a commercial break until people come on, because everyone had a lot to say in these comments, but when it's time, no one is coming up, and that's kind of frustrating. So there's a new commercial, and let's watch the new commercial together.
A popular guy on Twitter, and people would tell me about him, like he was always like tweeting about these profound thoughts and this, that, and the third. And he said, yo, this dude online is a lion, but in person, he's a mouse. I never forgot that. Because reality is, for me, I feel like online I'm a mouse. But in person, this is where I live. The stage, the lights, the human beings in the room. This is where I come to life, man. So I pray to God that I'm able to give you guys as much value times 10 what you guys invested in, because that's the standard.
How do two people submit to each other? There is only one, but look, thank you, Natalie. I am waiting for the people who disagree with me to come up, and I'll give you part of this video, because we're not watching 37 minutes. I have a lot more to do, but I do want to wait. I do want to wait and give you guys time to think, right? And it's unfortunate because I told these people that I would have space for them to come on. They all said they would come on to show me where I'm wrong. I don't particularly like people telling me you're wrong, and I ask, where am I wrong? And then you disappear. I don't like that. So you can say, I didn't give you space. I don't like that. I hate that. Even when people go over to their channel and they're mad at me for like not letting them speak, it doesn't make any sense, because I do afford you the opportunity to speak. You just don't have anything to say.
Guarantee that we have. Whatever you put in, we want to 10x that. If a guy said I spent $4.99 for a suit, I have to find a way to give him $4,999. So for those that spend $47 for your ticket, I have to, at the minimum, give you $477 for value. And I know that I'll be doing so. Let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father God, thank you so much for today. Thank you so much for the opportunity to stand before these men, to be able to teach, to be able to encourage, to be able to help. God, allow your spirit to speak through me. Do not allow today to be about me. God, use me to be able to help and transform the life of just one single man.
Look, I'm going to end it here. No one is coming up. If I were in that room, I would stop the prior. What do you mean, let me help at least one man in the room? You just told us you're going to 10x everyone's investment in there. You literally... See, this is why my pastor and I couldn't get along. Because you would say one thing, and halfway through the sermon, you're pretending like you didn't say something else the previous day. Like, no, I'm going to sit there. you said, Hafiz, that you are going to 10x the investment they made in the seminar. What do you mean now that you're praying that you want the ability to change at least one? No, if there are 50 people, you need to 10x all 50. Look, I'm not about to do this with y'all. I'm not. If I was there and that prayer was going on, I promise you, I would have stopped the prayer. I would have had an objection. Yeah, objection. No, you can't do it. No, objection. You need to pray to 10x everyone, not ask for the power to only help one person because you just promised that that's what you want to do. No, absolutely not. I would have had a problem. Hey, truth teller.
Hello.
How are you?
I am well, thanks. How are you?
Doing well. So you had, I'm not going to assume, you had a problem with something that I did in the video.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I noted it in the video in terms of the various passages that you brought up to support a particular view of, I mean, the implication is that the Bible has a sort of like, has a view of like women that, I don't know that if you fully believe this, that is somewhat like misogynistic or what have you, or at least it comes off in that way.
I don't want to use the word misogynistic because it might be too harsh.
Okay.
But patriarchal would be the word I use.
Okay. Yeah. So, and then patriarchal meaning that men are expected to be the leaders.
Yeah. I believe the Bible puts men at the head de facto.
Okay.
Yeah. Is that wrong?
No, that's not wrong.
Wait,
that's true.
So what was the
well, because the thing is that there is like this underpinning, this undertone of, you know, men, because it's not fully in context. Men are not simply put as the head just by virtue only of their gender. There's also an inbred expectation of the way in which they ought to comport themselves in order for them to be a true leader as biblically defined by God. So it's not just any old lazy dirty man is going to be able to just be a leader and the woman is expected to follow him, because
so let's use marriage then. If the man is not, what are the reasons for divorce biblically? And if you don't know fully, it's fine. But what are the reasons for divorce?
I don't know fully. I think one of it is cheating, or what have you, like adultery, is the one that they expressly claim and note in the Bible in the New Testament. I do know that the principle, according to God, is that it says in the Bible, God hates divorce, just as a general matter. He would prefer for people to be able to be together forever, whom God joins together, let no man put asunder.
All right. So when does a woman stop following the leadership of a man?
When does woman stop following the leadership of a man?
Because you're saying God made sort of covenants, right?
Yep.
And part of the ways in which when men become leader is when they're following God, and then women can follow them.
Yes.
So when they stop following in the right way, should a woman get a divorce because her husband stopped following God or stopped following him? Yeah.
No, not necessarily. That's not what the Bible teaches in regard to that. I mean, it depends on the severity of the situation. I mean, if it's just that the man has, you know, let's say, stopped doing what he ought to do in terms of what's expected of him by God, she is meant to continue on acting in a manner, because she's not doing it simply for him, but more so for God. Right? Like that is the understanding. I think we have to wait. No, let me dial it back like a little bit first, because we're starting from a different frame
No. Yeah.
Yeah, no, but that's very integral. It's very integral because no, you will not get it, and nor will anybody on this live stream.
No, wait. We can figure it out together, and I will let you let us try. But my issue is, if you're saying the man has to be this, and that, and God ordained this for the man, so before you follow him, he needs to be this way.
Right.
But then you following him and him not being that way, you don't leave. Feels very odd to me. Like it doesn't feel
because
like...
the thing is that it does not say, and again, it all comes down within the context of this man being also a believer and the expectation that he will be striving towards the mark of acting and living his life in a manner that is pleasing before God, because he must first submit to God before you then submit to him. And so because we live in a fallen world and we understand that we're wrestling against the flesh and the spirit, it is unrealistic to think that either of them will not make mistake at some point within the marriage that will disappoint each other, or whatever it is, whatever animus that may arise in the marriage. And so the thing is that the hope is that if you're in Christ and, you know, the man falls away or falls apart or what have you, and is taking actions that are not consistent with whom he's called to be, that the wife, through in the way in which she continues to, you know, act holy, because she's not going to allow what the man is doing to pull her away from God. Do you understand what I'm saying? And she would be able to have the freedom to call this to his attention as well. And so, you know, they have resources as well in terms of in the church and counseling or whatnot to get back on track. Because the assumption here is that the man is just going to fall away and then the woman is just left.
Let's simplify. Let's come out of the context of marriage and let me attempt to simplify. Maybe it shouldn't be, so you can correct me. Aren't men supposed to be leaders generally and women followers, period, in the Bible?
I don't know that it expressly says that. It's more so within the context of marriage.
Okay, no, if you don't know if it says that, there is, I don't want to be start quoting, but someone just pointed Corinthians, and I'm remembering I did post one of them where it says men weren't created for women, but women were created for men. And so when I hear something like that, it's very difficult to not understand.
Right, but this is why, like I said, we have, because I pulled some scriptures myself as well, and there are several of them, and I've prayed on this. And what God needs to be communicated here is the fact that there's a different paradigm within the Bible than that of the world, and the world will not get it. Because when
wait. So the paradigm in the Bible does have the man leading and the woman.
Yes, it does. It does have the man leading and the woman submitting, but only so that you know, the man, when it says that like God created man and it took a part of the man's rib to create the woman, right? I need to go back and find that particular quote, because this is where the whole thing hinges upon. It says, the Lord God has made the woman from the rib. He had taken it out of the man, and he brought her to the man. The man said, this is now bone of my bones, flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman, for she was taken out of man. That is why man leaves his father and mother and is united to his wife, and they become one flesh. And so then you go to Ephesians, which you only partly quoted, Ephesians 5:25, that was taken from Genesis 2:22 to 24. It says, husbands, love your wives as Christ loved the church and gave himself up for her. Husbands should love their wives as their own bodies, which is again mirroring what happened in Genesis there, as their own bodies, for no one hated his own flesh, but nourishes it and cherishes it, just as Christ does the church. And then Ephesians 5:21 says, submitting one to another for reverence for God. That is the
process. Are you saying the Bible says man should submit to women?
It says submit one to another.
Wait, answer that directly.
Yes,
are you saying the Bible?
Yes, Ephesians 5.
So in your mind, women can lead men. and men
It's
can
not
submit to
about
women.
that. It's not about, like, you are framing it in such a manner, like as if leadership is dominance, or as if leadership means that somehow the woman, because the woman was made second, she's somehow less than.
No. Let me rephrase. Because I
Because
think
that is the
no. Wait. I think you misunderstand me. There is no implication there. I am saying that directly.
You're
I
saying
am
what directly?
saying that women are considered less than men in the Bible. That's what
Okay,
I'm
so
saying.
okay, good. I'm glad that you outrightly say that, because then I vehemently disagree.
All right.
100%.
So women can lead men.
They can submit one to another.
Can women lead men biblically? Should women lead men biblically?
I can't say whether or not they should lead men biblically. I say I affirm whatever it is that the Bible says.
Can men lead women biblically?
Yes, it says men can lead women biblically.
All right. Can women lead men biblically?
Then no, women cannot lead men, but women can have influence over men.
Why can't women lead men? Do you think, even if you don't know specifically, do you understand why?
Why women cannot lead men?
Mm-hmm. I don't know.
Because
I know the Bible
because that is not their role. Women have a different role than men do. Right? Like, you're thinking of it in the context of the world.
No. I'm trying to. The role is secondary to the man. When you say women were made for man and for the purpose of man, it feels very
It's not
clear,
saying
but
that
I'm
women were
missing
made
something.
for men for the purpose. Like, it clearly states it here.
Yeah, the purpose is man. The women were made for the purpose of man biblically.
For the purpose of men, meaning what? Because again, there's an undertone of as if women are meant to. No. I must stick at this because it is misrepresenting it. Because why don't you notice? Because it says before, how God came to make came to make Eve was after God made Adam and the animals, right? Adam looked around and realized that there wasn't one similar to him to have companionship with. And so God said, it's not good for man to be alone. It is not good for man to be alone. And so then he made Eve to be a companion for him, right? Not a servant of him, or what have you. So to be his companion. And
wait.
So why don't you? So why
wait.
Do you wait a minute? Because you're assuming the negative on the women's side, but why can't you assume that Adam wasn't like whatever enough to be able to like cut it on his own, that he needed a woman in order to bring a certain level of joy and peace and like whatever into his life? Like, why is it perceived in a negative connotation?
Because you were made to fill a void in someone's life, meaning you are not you are an object in this creation. At least that's how I'm understanding it, and I could be wrong. And that's what I need you to.
Well, and that's what I'm saying is that
a man exists. Do you think when God took the rib from Adam, as the biblical story expressed of Genesis, do you think when he created woman, he created the man's equal?
Yes, because they're equal in worth. Like, the woman is no less than the man in the eyes of God. Just because they have different roles does not mean that they have any less worth, because the picture of the husband and wife and the children is supposed to mirror that of the Holy Trinity, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. They have different roles, but they're equal in value, and none is desiring to usurp the other or to you know what I mean? Like,
if your role is to lead me, how then are you equal to, in terms of your position, to the leader? And I mean, there is an argument, I think, here that people make that gets dismissed a lot, but I don't. All right, explain that to me. The man is the head. The man is, you are essentially, so you don't believe in the creation of woman that it was somehow less than the man.
I do not. No, I
and
don't.
Your pastors don't believe that.
Not to my knowledge, no, not my pastor.
Have you ever asked?
Yeah, I know that for a fact. My pastor, at least, does not think that. Some may.
So when the Bible says for woman was made for the man and not the man for the woman, how do you interpret that to mean? How do you interpret that?
I interpret that to mean that the woman is made for the man and not the man for the woman. I interpret that to mean that the man is there to protect the woman, or what have you. Because the woman is seen, as it's stated in the Bible, as the weaker vessel, because we are empirically not as strong physically as men. And women need men to protect them from other men, or what have you. And, you know, the dynamics has changed now in terms of it. Nowadays, women have more liberty and ability to provide for themselves. And I would even say back then, you know, not all men were necessarily rich and able to provide so much for their wives, because there's always been poor people. But again, it's my understanding of the text is viewing it through the biblical lens, through the eyes of God, not the eyes of man. And so
wait, no.
No, it's absolutely.
We're not going to go back. That's fine.
No, we were going to go back, because that is where my thing.
Wait, stop.
Yeah.
Because I can't do that. If you're saying you're looking at it through
it is because I'm a Christian. Because I'm a Christian and I am charged.
I muted you because you're interrupting. I promise you will get to speak. The issue I'm having is when you do something like that, and that's fine, it is dismissing my approach. I'm admitting that I too want to have a religious approach. I want to have that spiritual approach. Whatever it is, maybe I don't have it, and that's fine. But if you're going to meet me where I am, you cannot do it by saying I don't understand it because I don't have a spiritual lens. Then let me go get the spiritual lens and then come back to the conversation, because the conversation is going to be absolutely useless. It is dismissive when you say, oh, I just have this spiritual eye, so you just don't have it. And maybe that's it. Like, that could be the answer, but that's very useless to me now in attempting to understand it. Sorry, I didn't mean to mute you.
No, that's fine. But I'm not saying the spiritual lens in terms of trying to big myself up or anything like that. But understanding that, again, for someone that purports themselves to be a Christian, the first thing that the Word of God says is that we must live in the world, but not of the world. And then when we are being called as Christians to be holy, and the word holy means to be set apart. And that is the whole crux of the issue, is that the way, the framework that the Bible sets up for the way in which we ought to order our lives is distinct from that of the way in which the world does it. And
all right, that's fine. Like, so
let me ask you this question. Can I ask you a question? Did you look in the Bible to find verses that supports how God values women? Have you done that? Have you searched the Bible?
Yes, I've looked for ways in which the funny thing is, in my understanding of the Bible, I usually go against what I believe. And I can say that I have not found a verse in the Bible that feels like women were ever elevated above men. But I can open the Bible and find many for which men are above women. And so it feels a bit disingenuous. Like, I spoke to Vanessa, and she probably won't like this, but it's true. And she was like, look, I don't care what you have to say, Themis. It is what it is. It is hypocrisy. I don't believe men are above me. I recognize the Bible say, but
that's the thing, though. I genuinely do not see it as hypocrisy, because I don't feel like, when you're saying, this is what I'm trying to get at, and I'm trying to grasp for the word to use to articulate it, but I don't see it as men being above a woman, because I just understand it differently, and I can't explain it to you other than the way in which I've explained it to you as to why, because I genuinely do not feel, just like Vanessa, as less than a woman, but I will not call God's word hypocritical because I don't believe it to be so. I do not.
No, she was saying maybe she's hypocritical.
Oh, okay. Because again, in understanding it from the lens of
no.
No. I mean, like from the Bible, from the words of the Bible, from Genesis, being
let me read
his
these.
bone, flesh of his flesh, right? So
let
it
me
means
read
that,
the super chat first, and then we can continue. It's women are confidence with love. I didn't read yours out loud. I apologize. Women are only barred from leading spiritually. Example, no lead pastor of a church. They can lead in all other aspects. A leader is not superior. Leadership is a role. That is the argument that people will make. And if truth teller adhere to this argument, then we can move on, because there is pushback. There's a pushback against it. Hello, please drop the link. She is right, though. The New Testament has nothing to do with Old Testament. Jesus is a God to the other nations, not the Israelites. It's a Greco-Roman construction religion. Melinda, thank you. All right, go ahead. Make your argument now. Not your argument, because we're not fighting. I actually am trying to understand.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Absolutely. You know what I mean? Like, because leadership doesn't only come with power, it also comes with a great deal of responsibility. You know, on the last live that you had, I was in the chat or what have you, and I think, what's the guy's name who's studying to be an architect or something? I forgot his name. The guy that sort of stutters a bit. The all men's panel. He's been on several times. Anyways, he's like, he made a comment about, you know, Jesus, the example of him being a servant leader. I feel like that is the context of leadership that God has established between men and women. It's not an autocratic, totalitarian, I am better than you, I was made first, therefore I'm greater than you. That's kind of like silly, because it's like, I'm the oldest of my siblings, but I do not ever would assume that I'm thereby better simply because I was born first. It's kind of idiotic.
All right, good. So this people are also saying difference in kind. Timothy, you do not even believe women should fight in war. No, who said? Wait, did y'all actually misunderstanding me when I say I don't? Women can fight in war. Under my rule, if I had power over the world, if women wanted to be in war, they could go. I said I wouldn't draft. I feel like I'm going insane. I feel like this was I thought I explained this very clearly.
You did.
All right. So, separate.
To me, anyway.
All right. Separate it isn't inherently unequal. All right. It's not. So now we are at the distinction, right? Mm-hmm. To the extent. Yeah. All right. To the extent we're talking about this, right? You're saying there can be a difference in terms of their role without a difference in terms of value, right? Mm-hmm. But is there a difference in terms of the kinds of power that a woman versus a man can hold in the society, biblically?
In the society?
Should men be over women?
Again, you're going back to like ascribing like something to men in terms of like
when the Bible say for man is made in God's image, and then woman is made in the man's image, isn't that a hierarchy?
God is made in the man. I don't know that it says that women, like, where does it specifically says that the woman is made in the man's image? I know it says that the woman was taken from the man, but I don't think it expressly says that women were made in the image of man. So we have to have that distinction. I
didn't say in the image of man. Let's pull it.
You just said the image of man. I think you just said the image of man.
All right. So you don't. Wives, submit yourself. When we look at Corinthians, right? Mm-hmm. Wait, let me find this. All right. So when it says, for a man ought not to have his head covered, since he is the image and glory of God, but woman is the glory of man. What does that mean? That is, and if you want to find the Bible verse, it is 1 Corinthians 11, verse 7.
The woman is I don't think it means what you said it means. I can't expressly like say what it, no, I don't believe that it says what it means, because it says that it's God's breath in our lungs, not Adam's breath in Eve's lungs. It's God's breath. It says that we were made in the Imago Dei, not only man. The fact that he took.
Oh, wait. So when we have 1 Corinthians 11, verse 7, for a man ought not to have his head cover, but women should cover their head, since he is the image and glory of God, but woman is the glory of man. Are you telling me that that is not a hierarchy?
Whatever answer I give to you will not be satisfactory.
No, it's not about my satisfaction.
Well, it is, because I've given you my answer, and it's that for me, I do not interpret it in that manner, because I'm not thinking in the manner of hierarchy. That's what I'm telling you. I do not look at these things and think, oh, the man is greater than me and the man is above me and I'm below the man. I do not think that at all at any area in the fiber of any fiber of my being. I'm telling you that. So I fundamentally have
but does that mean you are wrong in terms of the way you look at the Bible? Because to be fair, I have never ever heard a pastor at all pretend or even suggest that men and women are equal. I've never. I'm not saying they don't, but I've never heard it. So I thought this was a foregone conclusion. I thought that this debate wouldn't even happen, because it's like I just thought it was known. So the fact that we're actually like,
but when you say equal, I've never heard like a pastor saying like men or women are not equal in terms of value, because that's the thing, like equal in. Actually, sorry, I shouldn't say that.
You are not equal to a man. Know your place, woman. I've heard that. I've heard pastors say that.
Wow. Well, I don't know. Well, that's their interpretation of it, but I do.
So you've never heard "know your place, woman"?
I've heard people say that, but I haven't heard directly a pastor say "know your place, woman." That's very condescending. That's a very condescending. That's very condescending. And that's what I'm trying to say, is that when I read the Bible, I do not see, and these texts or what have you, where God is condescending towards women. Because again, the man ought to love the women as he loves himself. And the idea here is just as we are to love one another as we love ourselves, because God understands and knows that we are first and foremost self-interested. We're very self-interested people. Right. And then
I'm just confused a little bit about why you're rejecting that biblically there is a hierarchy that has women below men.
Because I'm rejecting it because of like the underpinning to it of like sort of like devaluing women.
Your voice is devalued.
Women's voice is devalued. I like fundamentally no. I don't accept it, because that is not, from what I've read in the Bible and in full context of the Bible, who God is. You know what I mean? The Bible also says God is not a respecter of persons.
I mean, I can appreciate you struggling with it because I'm struggling with it.
You know what I mean? Well, and that's the thing. Like, I don't purport to be like an expert in this, but I am convicted in it to say that for me, when I read the Bible and from what I have seen, and again, looking at it through the lens of who God is, what his character is, what he expects from us, to me, it is not something where the woman is expected to be subservient in a manner to where, you know, she has less value than the man. And I feel like that is like the animus that is here, that is underlying this whole thing. It's like this.
Wait. I mean, one could say that the Bible having been reinterpreted and rewritten is the problem and not like God himself. But like when you're saying the man is in the image of God and are for God's pride or whatever, and then women is for the man. There is a hierarchy. Like I feel like there's like an obvious hierarchy there, and I feel like it's not like I'm stuck there because it's like.
So what exactly are you trying to get to? If I say there's a hierarchy, therefore what? Then therefore what? What is the ultimate? That's the logical conclusion.
No, but then why is there a pushback on the video when I use the scriptures to point out the fact that this might be why men think they are above women?
Because the thing is that it's not considering the other half of the argument. It's not that men are not just allowed to be above women simply by virtue of their genitals. You understand what I'm saying?
It seems.
No, because there's an expectation for them to act in a right manner. It's not simply that you were born a man and therefore you automatically are above.
So Christian men who follow the Bible are above women.
Ought to lead in their marriages, yes.
Period. There's someone else back there. It says clearly in the Bible that husband obey God and their wife obey their husband. I feel like I'm going crazy. Wait, before we go, let me add one more. All right, the architect, go ahead.
Hi.
Wait, sorry. Oh my God, so sorry. Before you go, below man, no. Why are you adding qualification difference degree to the relationship of men? And AAE, please. I know you always send super chats, and I know you're always here. So you know how I run this, and you know that you are welcome to come on. Please, please, please come up because this is for you guys to educate me. I've read the Bible back to front, but I've been a Sunday school teacher, but I only taught people how to read. It wasn't like the Bible lessons or whatever. I was just teaching people how to read and reading comprehension. So to that extent, I don't think of myself as someone who knows the Bible, like who can quote from every single scripture. Like I don't. I have gone through a process of being agnostic, being Christian, being agnostic. Even on YouTube, I was mostly agnostic until recently. I'm like back into like going back to church and all of that. But as I'm hearing pastors preach and changing churches, I'm getting very annoyed because it's like I'm reminded of why I did not. I stepped away, and I don't want to step away because of the fear of hell.
Yeah, but that's the thing, though. So you're saying of pastors, and that's where we are different, and that's why for me, in my own journey in Christianity, when I decided to embark upon, reading the script, because I only really became saved when I was 33. I'm now 38.
Wait, before you go, before you continue, this is not up and down, Themis. There is no up and down in zero gravity too. Why are you adding something that Christians are not saying? Christians are saying, what do you mean?
No, some are. No, you are. Like some of them, but this is what I'm saying though, is that when if I could just continue, I was searching for God and who he is and what it is that his words say, like how does he characterize himself? And then reading through, because it says that, we look at culture through the lens of the Bible, not the Bible through the lens of culture. And so I think that is something that you may want to grapple with there, because it's like, you know what I mean? Like with socio-political considerations, it's going to be like diametrically opposed to what is written in the Bible. It's completely different. They're divergent on purpose. They're purposely divergent. And so when I was reading through it, or what have you, I'm like, okay, who is it that God says that he is? And how does he show me who he is through these various stories? And by the way, speaking of whether or not women in terms of outside of the marriage can rule, there's a story of Deborah in the Bible that she was a judge. She was a leader, the supremacy leader over all of Israel. And she led them to win a very critical battle. Or what have you. So there is examples in the Bible of the way in which women were treated by the prophets and by Jesus himself in the New Testament that shows you the inherent value that women have. It's just that in certain contexts, such as in the church or what have you, they're expected to have a certain role, and it's not so much.
Wait. No. Deborah was in the Old Testament, and I remember that story because my mom pointed it out.
Yeah. It was an Old Testament. Yeah, it was an Old Testament.
Yeah, I thought God. Wait, all right. I'm not gonna.
You thought what?
I thought we were using the New Testament, but even if we're using the Old Testament, can I quote things from the Old Testament regarding women? Because I was
but
not
here's
about
the
to
thing.
do that.
Can you quote things about how women have always been an actor, even in the Old as well as in the New Testament?
But the way the Old Testament, I promise you, the way the Old Testament treats women,
the way they treat women in terms of, again, prescription versus description.
Oh, it was prescribing. It was describing. Right. It was describing and prescribing, even down to how your body operates and why your body operates the way it does. I promise you. Well, let me not. All right. Truth teller, I will come back to you, but let's the next person was the architect. You were on. Go ahead.
Hi there. So I was just
before you do, I am reframing because it feels like there's the way that I'm asking question. I promise you I'm not trying to attack. I'm not on the defense. I really am not. It just, like, for me in my head, it makes so much sense. But when God went to speak to some of the people in the temple, and the devil was in them and trying to like trick God, and it didn't work. I am not trying to be right. Let's be clear. I don't want to be right. I actually would prefer y'all to be right so I can get rid of this issue that I'm having mentally when it comes to the Bible. So I am pushing back only because this is how I am feeling about the issue in the Bible, and I have a problem with it. So please go from that perspective, and you can be gentle. All right, the architect, go ahead.
Yeah, so why am I getting the feedback?
You're fine. I'm not hearing
okay.
it.
So I actually wanted to just make a quick suggestion, and then I'll just let you know what I disagree with. So just the Bible, what I'm hearing a lot of interpreting on your own instead of like to interpret the Bible using the Bible, because it does have definitions within the Bible of everything.
Architect, I promise I don't know what that means. I promise you.
Okay, so basically, with the discussion about the Bible being patriarchal and the hierarchy, there are the definitions of all that stuff is in the Bible. So what you do, even if you have like a concordance, you can like check your concordance and find the scriptures that are related to the other one, so it can like define it or clearly describe what it is that it means to you. So instead of like to have all this misinterpretation, and for example, I'll just give you an example of what I mean. Like to say that the Bible elevates women and keep them equal to men is false, because the Bible does have some good stories about women, but the Bible does not elevate women to be equal to or above men.
Yeah, well, yeah.
That's just a fact. But as well, the thing that I do, and I'm just saying like that, those kind of information you can actually find just by like looking back and forth, because it does say
no, the architect, the reason I'm going to stop you is that I think you agree with me, and I don't want to be reaffirmed. I actually want my mind changed. So this goes to everyone on the stage. If you agree with me, please, this is not the moment.
I actually disagree with you with one thing.
All right.
You had said that the Bible is patriarchal, not misogynistic, and I do not agree. I believe that the Bible is patriarchal and misogynistic.
Oh, no. I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying for the discussion I'm having with Truth Teller, I'm going with patriarchal as opposed to misogynistic. I would also agree, but I'm not about to have that battle right now.
Okay, sure. But yeah, so that was it. That was my one disagreement. And then it's just it just a little feedback though from listening. It gets frustrating when with with the opposing interpretation, not using the Bible to interpret. Is it looks like it's just like, okay, this is what I go for, this is what I like because it works with my life, and that's what I'm gonna just go with. It just doesn't seem legit, like it's
Yeah.
being honest. So that's, I don't know, that's just a feedback from the
Thank
audience,
you.
but I'm gonna drop down. Thank you.
Thank you. Themis,
Can I
please
respond?
wait. Please, Themis, please dead the Bible discussion. Dahlia, I really appreciate you, but that's not going to happen. As a Christian, I say categorically that's not true. I mean, and I don't want to have another conversation. The thing is, you don't have to have a conversation about this. Like, you don't have to. That's fine. I'm tired of defending my religion. Pick a different one. No, you can't just tell someone. You can't just tell someone to pick a different religion. That someone has concerns isn't. Dahlia, I think this was a very disrespectful message. I'm just going to leave it there. I'm not going to respond to it further, but I think this is kind of disrespectful. Stella, you can respond to it quickly, and then we can.
Yeah. So I disagree. I'm not just picking and choosing things. I specifically went through the Bible and because you already presented scriptures that aligned with your position in terms of the Bible being patriarchal and misogynistic as you believe it to be. And I went through to get scriptures, and some of which were finishing what you had also presented from Ephesians and even Corinthians, that rounds out the context of what is written in the Bible. And I referred from Genesis, which you had quoted, and then matched that up into Ephesians as well. So I don't think that I am, not doing anything different from what you had done or what have you. So I really did not like that comment. I'm just simply saying that from my point of view, from the way in which I see the Bible is set up or what have you, that women have intrinsic value and it's not less than a man. And again, like someone else said, there's a difference in roles, but the value is the same. And so, but I do have a question for you though. Since you're so stuck with this and it's such a problem for you or what have you, is this going to be the hill that you die on, that you are unable to fully commit to your faith? Because there is a conception in the Bible that states that, because there's nothing wrong with you questioning, right? Because Israel means struggle with God. There's nothing wrong with you struggling or what have you. God makes allowances for that. However, it's two parts. There's a part of like faith and knowing that there's things that we may not fully understand because maybe we're not meant to fully understand it. And then there's things that you can actually work out based on studying the scriptures.
Wait. I do say I'm Christian.
You do say
I'm not saying I'm saying I am not Christian because of this. It's people call it someone. Sinji said a la carte Christian. I'm saying I'm a la carte Christian because I'm not about to believe that.
Okay. I don't know if you, according to the Bible, get to be a la carte.
Well, according to the Bible, I need to think that I'm above women because I'm a man.
Okay. Yeah.
Marvin, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I was on mute. Hi, everyone. Just wanted to note that for my last paper for last semester, I went over that punishment live and formulated my paper off of that and got a great score. So we should definitely continue doing intellectual lives like that. But I just wanted to I agree with Truth Teller in the point where she said that that it must be seen through a spiritual lens. That does sound dismissive. I really will admit that. To a lot of people who are in a place where they're seeking and they haven't found, or they haven't found a revelation, and it's truly a tough spot to be in. But I genuinely believe, as the Bible also says, that things have to be seen spiritually. It's really just the way it is. The Bible can be read by anyone, and it has been read, and it has been intellectually sliced and diced very surgically, and there are so many different interpretations, and I really do believe it must be seen through a spiritual lens. But I do acknowledge that the Bible is rooted in patriarchy. There's no denying that. Um, However, I
Well,
don't.
wait. You said there's no denying that. I think our Truth Teller disagrees with that.
No, I said that the Bible is patriarchal, but I don't think that it's misogynistic in that it puts men to be a leader. But what I'm saying is that the current interpretation of patriarchy in the current culture is one that is largely negative, and I understand why, in the way in which men have applied their role as leader. But what I've been arguing this whole time is that leadership in the context of the Bible is not one of a totalitarian, autocratic, top down, I'm better than you, he-man, woman hating type of leadership, but a servant leader.
But you have a benevolent dictator doesn't change the fact that it's a dictator. Like, if women
So
cannot
that's why
lead,
we fundamentally famous. I don't think that we are at an impasse, because I do not see God as what's the definition of dictator? Just mean like a sole leader? Like, what does dictatorship mean? Like, let's get define the terms.
Really?
Yeah, no, really, because it's like when I look at God, I don't feel as if I'm. You understand what I'm saying? Like,
So I don't disagree that the Bible is rooted in patriarchy, and I'm saying that confidently because patriarchy has a definition, and I don't subscribe to the current the current definition of patriarchy that we use in our in this generation with the negative stigma. I just take the word for what it is. So I definitely don't disagree that the Bible is rooted in patriarchy, but I don't view male leadership as something that is negative. I do believe that. Well, not only do I believe that the Bible says that we all created with the same value. We all with the same worth. It says that in Genesis, I think 1:27, that God created men, both men and women, in His own image. And if you are to create men and women in His own image, that tells me that we both are of equal value. I don't subscribe to the idea that being a leader by de facto means that you you have more worth or value. Like, I have equal value as my boss. It just so happens that my boss is my boss.
But you don't have
Sometimes
equal value to the organization as your boss.
that
And
I
you're
think that's
not
debatable.
and you're not paid and rewarded even if you do contribute more to the organization than your boss.
I don't disagree with that statement. I believe that in order to run an organization, there are to be different functions similar to a body. Like, I don't believe that
And so,
like, for
I mean,
example.
but wouldn't if we're using the metaphor of running an organization, because I do like restructuring and things like that. I actually love this. But you wouldn't want to be the person who is like stuck in a position, never able to move up.
Correct.
but
And so by
So
virtue of being a woman, you can't move up to the managerial role in this metaphor.
can you repeat that one more time?
By virtue of being woman,
Hmm.
you cannot move up to leadership in this organization. I mean, you already agreed that you think it's patriarchal. So, I mean, this is not a debate with you, though.
So for me personally, there are forms of leadership that women can participate in. For example, when you read the book of Timothy, it lays out places where women can be leaders. And I think the another reason why I said that it sounds dismissive, but I really do subscribe to the fact that it really needs to be viewed through a spiritual lens, is because there are things that is just that, like, for example, if you really a Bible believing Christian, you understand the fact that not because you have riches means that you are favored by God. So some people are, sometimes you can have cancer and that's just your lot. Sometimes you can have I don't know, a brain aneurysm and that's just your lot. Sometimes you can be rich like Jeff Bezos and that's just your lot. Like there is to be strive through this life, because the primary goal is really at the end is for the glory of God, and it's really not for the life we live here. And
Well, I mean,
so
you said for the glory of God, but women
correct.
is for the glory of man.
No, but the Bible also says in and lower down that's what I said to you in Ephesians. It says because all of it ultimately
Wait,
is for the
no,
glory of
no,
God.
no, no, no,
Yes, because
no,
that's what
no.
Ephesians says.
No, I'm reading First Corinthians, which
And that's
says,
what Corinthians says as well. 1 Corinthians 11, verse 12, King James Version. For as the woman is of the man, even so is a man also by the woman, but all things of God.
nope, for man ought to not have his head covered, since he is the image and glory of God, but the woman is the glory of man.
I
So,
just read you another passage that
well,
fully
it sounds like a
And
contextualizes.
so
contradiction. It sounds like a
It
contradiction
is
to
not.
me
so
then.
It
see
is not.
hold on, truth teller, both of these are correct. Both of these are correct. And that's why context is important also, because when we say that woman is the glory of man, well, that is also correct when you read in Genesis, when God created the woman for the man, when he saw that the man was lonely.
Period. Stick a
But
pin
as in
there.
this,
Wait, I'm going to stop you. Even in creating a woman for the man, there's an ownership element that we're just like brushing over. Like
It's not an ownership, though, because it says the earth is the Lord's and the fullness
it's
thereof.
not, hold on, truth teller.
No,
Hold
stop.
on.
I'm
Hold
not doing
on.
this. The reason I can't do this is because it doesn't make sense that, like, if there is an argument to be made, make the argument.
I am making it, but you're
No,
just confusing it.
wait. If I have to go read and get a spiritual lens, then I need to figure that out and figure out how to do that. But it doesn't make sense that we are having a conversation and it's conflicting in my mind. You're
Okay.
saying it's not.
Okay.
I think I don't know what spiritual lens is being used, but from a logical perspective, there is a hierarchy being explained here. Like,
Okay.
that it makes sense. There is a hierarchy which puts God first, man second, and then woman third.
Okay.
And I don't know why we are like pretending that's not
Why
a
is
thing.
it hierarchy? Why can it not just be protection? Why is
Wait,
it?
who is that now?
Why are you arguing hierarchy? That's what I.
Wait, is that AAE?
Yes, it is, sir.
All right.
I'm not.
Before you go, wait. I want you to re-ask that question. The Bible is not misogynistic. The most important commandment Jesus gave us is to love. Love is the opposite of misogyny. Rock on, truth teller. All right.
If I may say one thing,
No. Wait, no.
I don't want to know.
No, AA is going to speak. Go ahead, AA. Ask me your question.
Well, I have a number of questions for you, but just first, you stated, I believe a minute ago, this hierarchy, hierarchy. What I'm not, I guess from my perspective, I'm not fully understanding where you're seeing this necessarily as hierarchy, but
all right, let me explain then. When you say God is the man is for the glory of God, is there not a high, are man and God on the same level?
No, not at all.
So when you do that, isn't there a hierarchy there?
Man is made in the image and likeness of God. He's a simulacra of God.
All right. So when you say man is the glory of God, as a projection of God, as a thing that exists to represent God,
Yes.
is there a hierarchy there?
Inherently, as a representation.
Yeah, in the Bible verse that I'm reading just now.
There's a separation.
There is a separation, and there is no. It's not just a separation.
They're
It's
not
not just a separation. It's a separation with a hierarchy. The separation has meaning.
I agree with that.
Separation is, like I said, separation inherently means unequal, and like I just said, as simulacra, man is a simulacra of God. That's not the same.
That's fine. So in this separation that exists, man obviously is less than God.
Absolutely. Yes.
In this separation. So when the follow-up sentence is that woman is for the glory of man, are you going to sit here and tell me that there is a hierarchy happening when they compare man to God, but not when they compare woman to man?
So can you repeat what you said?
You are telling me in the same verse where there is.
What verse are you referring to? If you may put that, what verse are you referring to? What book?
1 Corinthians 11, verse 7.
Okay.
I agree that there's a hierarchy.
Okay. As you were saying, Themis, you were concluding your argument.
Prioritizing and listening to men is why women are in the current position we're in. Men think they run women, including our bodies. Body part doesn't make them a leader or knowledgeable. And I agree fully with that.
I agree with that.
The curse of woman was to have affection for her husband. Genesis 3. I actually didn't know that. That's actually funny. Do
you believe in the Trinity?
I was right about to get to that.
I actually don't know if I don't believe in I believe in the Trinity to the extent that they exist, if they exist, but not that they are one and the same.
Themis, this is a synergy. And you can look at the definition. It's really the best way to understand.
No. We're not getting into the Trinity discussion.
No, I'm not getting into
No. Here's why. I have sat down and watched scholars. I've watched scholars debated this and not come to a conclusion. Biblical scholars on whether or not the Trinity is one and the same. I am not about to do it. I know when I'm out of my limit, and that would be me way out of my limit.
What is your hypothesis?
Not doing it.
What is the question you're trying to ask? What is just your complete argument?
My argument is, it's not even an argument. My concern is that what I interpret from the Bible is that women are less than men. That's what I did. That's what I have understood from the Bible. The Bible teaches, from my perspective, that men are above women and women are less than men.
Okay, so if I may respond to this comment. First and foremost, and I've kind of mentioned to you in previous lives, city of God and city of man. Throughout the Bible, you hear phrases, I am not of this world. There is comments, there is that back and forth between moving in the trajectory of God and moving the trajectory of man. We live in this sinful world, and one aspect of living in a sinful world is the sin that is just imparted that we do to each other. Just the level of evil and demonic activity, which makes sense because we are made in the image and likeness of God. In every respect that human beings create, we destroy. I say all that as a premise because when we're looking at this relationship between man and woman and their union, part of that is protection. There is protection. Essentially, Themis, a woman is no different. A bunny, when we're talking security, a bunny rabbit, a deer, a woman does not have security, physical security at all. No matter how much we try to make this argument, at the fundamentals, there is total and complete lack of security for women, particularly Black women. And Crystalline has mentioned that herself. I think it was on your live. There is total and complete lack of security. Your man, your husband, he is here to die. As Christ died for you.
Wait. Before you continue, the only and most important thing in the Bible is that believe the gospel, who Jesus Christ is, and all the interpretation and argument are moot. I don't fully agree with that, but yeah. Themis, you didn't read my super chat. Usually I wouldn't care, but I think there's something. Where is your super chat? All right, so this is something that I'm going to say, and Phoebe said the Bible is interpreted by flawed people and was written by flawed people. If people pit the issue they have of it against the character of Jesus, they will find the answer. It's your relationship with him matters more than traditions. I don't fully disagree with you. I'm trying to find your thing again. All right, let me say this about the super chats. Please stop sending them. I'm just going to do a blanket statement. Erica, please teach me how to remove super chat as a feature. And the reason is, I do understand how frustrating it is, because that's like a $19 super chat. So like, I know you don't care, by the way, but I think a lot of people are upset when I can't read their super chat. And I've gotten a ton of messages on Instagram saying, I sent a super chat and I've Venmo'd and Cash App people their super chat back because like, I'm not about to deal with this. So I don't like the idea that because you send a super chat, I have to read it. I've made an effort to read them. I've made an effort to put them on the screen, but it's not very natural in conversation, honestly, to like read super chats. Like I don't know. Like in my head, whatever. So I'll figure this out, but I just don't know how to do that well. Anywho. Themis, it's money. Stop it. Take that money, man. No, I mean, I think it's weird because, like, I think people send super chat to hear it and to engage on a bigger scale, and it's hard to like have a conversation and read a super chat. It's very distracting. All right, sorry, AA, you were saying.
What I was saying is when we're looking
Can you speak up a little bit? I can't hear.
Is this better?
Yeah.
As I was saying, the union between man and woman. We're here on earth, and Themis, I'm just even speaking personally, it is so unsafe, Themis. It is so incredibly unsafe. And I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying when you're discussing hierarchy, but when when the union, man and woman to become one, and that one, the union, which is something completely and utterly new, their marriage. And you can even apply that definition, synergy. You come together and you are even greater than the sum of your parts. Whatever this end result may be, that union is greater and more. It's back and forth. It's not higher.
Do you think there is a problem then? Because I think maybe the interpretation is wrong. All right, even if we say you are right and the Bible doesn't put man above woman and y'all should come together. Do you see how this can be a problem? Because most people I know, everyone I know, every single person I know, every single pastor I've ever met, every single pastor I've ever seen online, down to Ruslan, when he came on here, people are like, go get expert. I did try. Ruslan came on and he agreed that, yeah, the Bible is patriarchal, right? And so if your belief about the Bible is that men and women are equal,
well,
then wait, not you, but just generally, if someone believes that the men and women are equal and you go into the world, most men don't believe that. Most Christian men do not believe y'all are equal.
Exactly. And why is that, Themis? Why
That's error.
And why? Let me ask if I because
I don't think Ruslan, Themis, I think you're misinterpreted. Sorry.
Respectfully, if I may just please respond to Themis, respectfully, truth teller. Christian men saying that men and women are not equal. We live in a sinful world where the level of abuse, the total and complete lack of security Yes, we're not equal because a 10-year-old boy can literally kill a woman with his bare hands. We live in a demonic, sick world. It's not equal. And then we have women who use this ability to manipulate to further hurt and give these girls to men. I mean, I don't even need to go in that rabbit hole, but it's not equal. It's not equal. I don't know. I'm not saying, and it's not hierarchy. That's not the argument. It's just when we're in this world, when it's sinful, it's not safe. There's no security. The police, the Supreme Court.
Yeah, no, but I feel like that's besides the point. Like, I would agree with everything you just said, but that's besides the
In
point.
response to what you said in regards to Christian men. It's right, in regards to Christian men, because it's not I cannot, the security, I'm not physically secure. I'm not physically secure at all. I'm literally struggling with that. In a $500,000 house, the total lack complete security. There's no security. I had to pay for attorneys to get security. If I had a husband, I'll be living in a very different world, a very, very different reality. And that's one thing that women just don't really want to accept, is that we live in a reality where you have no security and the government's not going to give you security. You literally have to find it. And yes, and
I feel like the idea that a man is needed for your security in the contemporary world where you can actually own a gun, I feel like that's odd.
Okay,
I'm not
a gun. Okay, that's your response. Okay, sure.
No, I'm not saying you shouldn't feel unsafe. I am saying that having
it's just like, even to have that argument, like to even state that I had to have a gun, but the other side, he's can literally just.
Wait, are you saying it's safer to have a man?
Huh?
Like, I'm confused. Is it safer to have a man?
I don't want to have a gun, Themis. Some people do. I don't. I just don't want to have a gun. Some people.
And no, and that's fine. I'm not promoting gun ownership.
But I mean, the fact that it even has to be brought up proves my point. There's a serious security issue.
But I don't think a man. I don't think having a man eliminates the security issue.
Dog. I'm telling you is that you want to discuss hierarchy. We live this world. I'm not totally understanding.
Can I
Wait. Annalisa has been on for a while. There is a hierarchy. I don't know why Christians deny me either. Go ahead, Annalisa.
I'm so sorry, Themis. I know you only want people who disagree. And I know you don't need help, but I, like you, am very analytical, and I have a proclivity to intellectualize things. But even when I'm listening to the conversation, it's two separate conversations. But I want this to be understood. And I think that when the words spiritual lens are, it keeps being brought up. I keep hearing it, and I've heard it in my real life in real time. And I think what the spiritual lens is, at least within the context of this conversation, I think the spiritual lens is predicated on lead by faith. The lead by faith argument. So just close your eyes, Themis, believe, okay? Be quiet and believe. And I think that that's a problem if you're trying to really have a discussion about the Bible. Like it's incongruent. You can't have that argument because one's predicated on on belief, on a feeling, and the other is predicated on a more analytical and esoteric and intellectual lens, I guess. So you're not having one conversation. You're having two conversations, and for me, there's no overlap. They don't. Do you understand? They're diametrically opposed.
Yeah, so, that's what I'm saying. That's kind of why, like, maybe
I said.
May I say something really quickly?
Wait. I don't think Annalisa was finished.
Okay. No, I'm so sorry. I wasn't done. I'm almost done, though. What I wanted to say is, if that is what they're saying, if their argument is predicated on lead by faith, just believe, then there's no argument. And this is not to. I don't want to dismiss, and I don't want to diminish what you're trying to do, because you're trying to truly understand. But the way in which you need to understand, which sometimes, some people, we need to analyze things. And if we're talking about a book that was written 3,000 years ago, yeah, maybe we need to analyze it a little bit more closely. It's like that's important, right? Like the time's different. Everything is going to be different. So you have to analyze the book. That's the only point of reference that you have, right? So I think that the lead by faith argument, that's not an argument. That's a subjective lens, and subjectivity has no place in this type of discourse. That's what I'm trying to say.
And to the extent we're being subjective, we have to, the level of objectivity required is like at least a reasonable person, right? Like there has to be some, I don't know. I think Desi just came on. I'm with you, Annalicia, obviously, because, yeah. Is it Desi or Desi, Dessi?
It's Desi.
Go ahead. Sorry, Desi.
Hi. So I just wanted to bring up how you brought up Corinthians 11. I just want to. I know we're going back and forth with what does it mean or whatever. I just want to say that First Corinthians 11, because I've read the Bible probably 20 times. I've been reading the Bible since I was like 3. First Corinthians verse 11 is about, I want to say, Paul. It wasn't God who said that. It was Paul who said that.
I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this.
It was not for society. It was for his church.
Where in the Bible what did God say in the Bible? That, like, I don't understand this argument. I promise I don't understand this argument.
Because it was a teaching of Paul's church. It wasn't a teaching of just society.
So we should ignore Corinthians then.
Huh?
Should we ignore Corinthians? It doesn't.
No, absolutely not. Because Paul.
How do we know? How do we know what in Corinthians we should follow?
We should follow Corinthians, but it wasn't a society type of thing. It was for Paul's church. He does not, in his church, if you read the whole thing, because it's not just, because you guys are stopping at like verse 8 and 9, 10. It's 34 verses. If you read the whole thing, he is talking about the teachings in his church, not in society. That's my point. I understand how people sometimes just stay stuck at 8, 9, 10, 11. Read the whole thing. Read the whole thing. He's not talking about specifically how society should be, even though I do agree there is a hierarchy in society. But Paul is not saying that specifically in that verse, because he's talking about a church. He's talking about teachings in a church that he owned.
May I say something really quickly and then I'll drop?
All right.
I just want to, it's not lost on me that this is a really tough conversation to have. And this conversation, I agree that it cannot be intellectualized. And I agree with you. I agree with Annalicia. And I just want to read this really quickly and then I'll drop off. But I just want to say that I agree that this conversation, there's no point in having it. I agree with you guys, actually. And this comes from 1 Corinthians chapter 2, and I'll start from verse 10. It says, the Spirit searches all things, even the deep things of God, for who knows a person's thoughts except their own spirit within them? In the way no one knows the thoughts of God except the Spirit of God. What we received is not the spirit of the world, but the Spirit who is from God, so that we may understand what God has freely given us. This is what we speak, not in words taught us by human wisdom, but in words taught by Spirit, explaining spiritual realities with Spirit taught words. The person without the Spirit does not accept the things that come from the Spirit, but of God, but considers them foolishness and cannot understand them because they are discerned only through the Spirit. The person with the Spirit makes judgments about all things, but such a person is not subject to merely human judgments, for who has known the mind of God so as to instruct him. So I just want to just confirm that this conversation is difficult to have because it cannot be intellectualized. I agree with Annalicia, I think her name is, and I agree with you as well. And if you permit me, I don't know if that's something you want to do on your channel, but I would like to pray with everyone who is here. If
No,
that's
we can, you can, no. We can pray privately. I don't think everyone here is Christian, but you and I, we can go on Instagram live and pray.
okay.
Not video chat and pray.
Okay, awesome.
But I think that, I feel like this is high level emotional manipulation.
Thank you.
Because see, the thing is,
Wait.
it's not just have faith and nothing comes. God actually speaks, and God speaks in so many different ways. But when you actually have that spiritual encounter, it will be
Yeah.
undeniable. It will be undeniable that this is actually the voice of God speaking. And I really yearn, like, it's really my heart's desire that people who are actually seeking, actually
Wait,
God
no,
actually.
see, this, no, I'm sorry. Like,
Can I-
I'm stopping because, like, this, I don't need guidance towards God outside of explaining to me the issues that I have. Now, if my issues are so big that I need to go pray it away and figure it out on my own, that's fine. But the other things, we're praying about our souls and this and that. If that's what I need, then I'll go do that alone. Fine, that's fine. Like, I'll take that L. I will go take the L and say, I don't have the spirit and I need to go find the spirit and then figure it out.
If I may say,
Wait,
Hold on,
no,
truth teller.
wait.
Well, I just want to. What I'm saying is that nothing can be done outside, and I keep bringing it back to that because it really is. It's different. It's a really I am here with you because I was there before, and because I've been there before, I really empathize, I don't usually come on platforms, but I came because I really have a testimony that I was there, where I was seeking and I was reading, and I was just reading words off of a page, and it just did not translate to me. And then it only translated when I actually like it just really laid down my intellect, or what I thought I knew, or
All right,
how I thought I would.
I actually have a question. So I'm assuming truth teller has the spirit, right? Yes or no, truth teller? Yes or no?
oh, I don't like how you put it that way. I don't like
But
the
don't you have this feel the spirit of God?
I do.
All right, and Marvin, you have the spirit too.
All
I
those who are saying has it.
Yeah, yes.
All right. So Marvin, you think the Bible promotes patriarchy, right?
Yes.
Truth teller, you said no.
No, I said yes, but not in the way that it's being demonized in society today. That's what I said.
Wait, what do you mean? I don't care about society. I'm saying,
yeah, in terms of that men should lead. Yes, the Bible says that men should
absolutely.
lead.
Wait, what are we doing here then?
No, well, because I said that I don't agree that it was misogynistic, and that there's this undertone of patriarchy doesn't mean that the woman is less than.
What did you have a problem with about my video then?
I had a problem with you stating that the woman is less than a man, not that the man is meant to lead. Because leadership, and that's why I said servant leadership, is the archetype.
All right, Marvin, do you think the Bible promotes that women are less than men?
I don't believe that we are lesser in value. We are equal in value, but different in role. And role and leadership as a role, correct. We are different in role,
and that's
but
what I've been
equal
saying.
in value.
All right. So when Marvin, when we say you are, you don't think there's a hierarchy that puts God first, men second, and then women third?
In role, correct.
That's a hierarchy. What do you mean?
I never disagreed with hierarchy. That's why when D.
All right, great. No, that's what I'm. So, truth teller, that hierarchy, do you believe it? God, man, then woman.
In role, but not value.
No.
Yes, in role, in terms of just like father, mother, and child.
Wait. Truth. I don't actually care about value or whatever, all of that.
But I do care about it. That's what I'm saying.
No. All right, fine, that's fine. But in terms of hierarchy, it's God, man, and woman. You agree with that?
Yes.
But you connecting value to
I'm
role.
done. I feel like we agree.
He's not. He's
connecting
actually not
value.
connecting value. He's not connecting
He
value.
is, because he
Here, hold
explicitly said it.
on. Wait a minute. Because here's another problem. Themis just asked you if you believe that that in the Bible, biblically speaking, men are above women. Men, and you said no. You said but to be more specific, you said I don't believe that men are more important than women or men are higher than women. You said you don't believe that.
In
but
value.
Is that what the Bible
Right,
says?
in value, which is very, very important.
But
I cannot do this. I'm going to have to drop off this live because I feel as if you guys are misconstruing what it is that I'm saying. It is integral.
Truth teller, it's okay.
Please let me finish, guys. Please let me finish. Because Themis, throughout this, I feel like you have dismissed something. You had quoted Corinthians 11, verse 7, and I quoted Corinthians 11, verse 12, which talks about the woman being from the man and that man come from women as well, because women give birth to the man. And so in this way, it's to the glory of God. Ultimately, everything that we do, because then it says from the beginning, the earth is the Lord and the fullness thereof. Men, women, children, animals, the sun, the moon, the stars, everything goes back to God. This is a thing that you're failing to understand. And I've said from the beginning,
no,
the value,
no, because you can't then put animals and stuff in there and then say God, and then pretend like men aren't supposed to rule over the animals.
You're obscuring what I'm trying to say. Fundamentally speaking, it all goes back to God.
It's all go back to God, but as we exist, men rule over the animals. Are we? No, like
it all goes back to God in what order? Because there's an order, right? Why are we I can't do this. This is you know what the difference is? I don't think that it's spiritual discernment. I think it's cognitive dissonance. I'm not comfortable with that level of psychological discomfort, so I have to bow out. So good luck.
It's not. No, it's not. That is your interpretation of it, but no, it's not.
In the Trinity,
at the end of the day,
Jesus prays to the Father. He prays to Jesus literally prays to the Father. But in the same Bible, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit they have different roles, but they are one. There's none is greater than the other, but they have different roles.
Marvin, I'm very confused because it feels like you're trying to hold two very different positions.
I'm not, and that's why I read 1 Corinthians chapter 2, verse 10 down.
All right, so to that extent, then your position is that I can't understand it because I don't have the Spirit.
I am not, and when I say that, I really
wait. By the way, I don't take offense to that.
Okay. I really okay. Good. Because I really did not want, because this conversation, it has to be had, from two sides that are willing to really sit and understand with empathy, with no hubris, because it's a very touchy topic, and that's why I always bring it back to 1 Corinthians, because I was there before, and when the Bible speaks about faith, I just want to just make it clear that God speaks. And
wait, we're 2 hours into the video and we haven't even touched the video talk, like the meaning.
Hello.
Yeah.
Period.
So
I don't have anywhere to go tonight.
I just really want everybody to know on that who's looking at this live right now, that if you are genuinely seeking, that it's not just a matter of just shut up and obey. God speaks. You can question. Wait,
I have to do a quick shout out. I'm shouting out Annalicia because for 2 seconds I thought I was going crazy. I actually thought I was going crazy for 2 seconds. So I know I said no one who agrees with me should have came up, but there's a part of me that's very happy that she did. Please don't take this as an invitation though. There's a part of me that's excited she did, because I actually thought I was like losing my mind momentarily. Because I think Marvin, am I pronouncing your name correctly?
Yeah, yes.
So the way that you've been expressing yourself, I don't disagree with you, but to the extent that you're on the opposite side where you're saying, like, all I need is the acknowledgement that it's God, man, then woman biblically. Now, is that going to be bastardized? yes, it's going to be bastardized. Because what that means is you want benevolent patriarchy. It doesn't mean you're going to get it. But if you have God, men should follow God, and then women should follow men, it seems like a recipe for a problem to me in terms of what we now have. But that could be a bastardizing of the Bible. That's fine. That's great. You can keep that, but don't pretend there isn't a hierarchy. That's my problem. Call it value, call it whatever. My fundamental argument is that there is a hierarchy in the Bible that puts women second to men.
And with you, with the hierarchy point, that's why I have never disagreed with that point. When it comes to in the context of marriage, in Christianity, in Christendom, there is a hierarchy. Now there are women in the Bible who are business women, who are entrepreneurs, who are judges, who are leaders. They're examples. So you can be a leader, you can be a CEO, you can be a businesswoman. I don't want any woman on this chat to get it misconstrued that you can't. I am a leader myself. I am a business owner myself. I own an LLC. But they are just.
But
Mhm.
that is true and that's beautiful. But biblically speaking, if a man is saying your education doesn't matter or your job doesn't matter, if they are looking for a wife and they're approaching this from a biblical perspective, it makes sense that they don't want a woman who is above them.
That's error
Academically,
though.
I
That's
mean,
error because
no, and
the
so
way they.
I mean, the argument from a Christian woman's perspective should be probably then be better. But if they don't want to be better, then hopefully you don't date them. There
Well,
is an argument
period.
there, but the issue is if men are saying this from a biblical perspective, it makes sense to me. I don't understand how it doesn't make sense to anyone else. Like if you are a religious man and you're trying to follow the Bible and you believe there is a hierarchy based on God's plan, then it makes sense that you should not be beneath the woman, probably in any capacity.
It doesn't, because there's even the example in the Bible of Aquila and Priscilla, where they both were in business together. And they were working with I believe it was Paul, and they were in business together. So it's only if from the frame of, okay, in my household, now when we in a household, in the confines of Christianity, in our marriage, in our family, then that's where we start to see these roles take form. But when we're speaking of just generally, we're out here in this world, I have to be submissive to any man that's just that finds me walking off the street. That's just error. And I don't subscribe to that. And it's error that a man would just, from a biblical perspective, feel like they it's wrong to have a woman that's educated, that is business minded.
No, it's not
That's
wrong.
just idiotic.
I mean, even biblically, that may be not wrong, but if you're above your man in terms of your intellect, in terms of all these things, if you're supposed to be second to your man, then that seems like a problem biblically.
That it's not, because the Bible gives examples.
Wait, aren't you out of order? If you're above your man, aren't you out of order biblically?
Above your man in what way? Because when we're speaking about being submissive, like Truth Teller said, when being submissive doesn't have anything to do with I am a slave and then you are the leader and I am shackled and I have to
We didn't say
obey.
slave. We don't have to use that sort of metaphor. But let's move on. I think Michelle.
Hello. Hi. Hello.
Hey.
Oh my God.
Go ahead.
Okay. I have so many thoughts. Oh my goodness. This is a very heated discussion because a lot of people take their religion very seriously. I myself am born and raised Catholic, and for me, it's one of those things that's just hard to reconcile once you read a few passages of the Bible and you hear that women are meant to serve a man. That just really gets me, especially now in today's day and age. Like, we also have to remember that the Bible was written in a time and a context that is so different from now, like to today, that it's just it's so hard because yes, there are fallen men and there are fallen people who will use the Bible and twist it to fit their own needs. But at the same time, I feel that the fact that the Bible can be interpreted so many ways and twisted and misconstrued is like one of the biggest flaws of the Bible. Just personally, a little off topic, but I've been reading Bell Hooks, and she's very specific. She's very concrete with her points and her statements, and she gets to the point and the facts of like time periods and what she's saying, and you can't really misconstrue what she says because she's so specific. And I'm the kind of person who likes specificity. I like when something, not that it has to be spelled out, but I like when something can't be misinterpreted. I like you telling me one thing, like if it's nighttime, you know what I mean? If you're telling me this 2 + 2 = 4, I like that. But the fact that the Bible can be misinterpreted and twisted in so many ways is such a big problem. And the fact that there are...
It's interesting because even the people up here, like it's such a weird thing because they will rank men above women, and I don't know what the issue is. Y'all are ranking men above women. I don't know why we're pretending like this is difficult. Like they like we don't understand what's happening. Like,
well, I think the hardest part is like, especially if you're a Christian woman or a Catholic woman, I think it's like the hardest thing is to kind of deal with the fact that the Bible is pretty patriarchal in many senses, and like I feel like that's the hardest part to grapple with, just because like if you're a woman and you believe, and it's one of those things, because no one wants to be like valued less or seen as less, or no one wants to be subservient to anyone really. And I know not everyone can be on top, of course, but it's just, if it's stated in plain language that you, because of your gender, are like less than in some way, shape, or form, like that is such a hard thing to grapple with, especially when you entangle like God into it, because it's like, what, firstly, I don't want firstly, I wouldn't want to just, be a servant to anyone. And it's just one of those things that's so hard to grapple with. And it kind of, if you're a Christian woman, it kind of makes you start to question and think like, wait, can I lead? Can I, step out and do these certain things that may be seen as like traditional masculine things, and believe in God or be feminist? And now you have terms of like progressive Christians and all this, and it's just, it gets so confusing because it's so vague. And when there are terms that are spelt out like, no, because of who you are on a lesser rung, it just gets really hard and complicated. And
wait. I someone said we need a commercial break. Do y'all want a commercial break?
Commercial break?
Yeah, I think we need a commercial break.
Oh my God.
I'm with you. But I think we're getting intense, and this is an intense topic, but I don't want us to, because I don't want us to have bad taste in our mouth because we disagree on some things. The issue is, oh God, I probably shouldn't. I'm gonna say it. Look, I do it for the men, so I'm gonna do it for the women. I don't understand fully how I can have such intelligent people, like super intelligent people, who will discuss politics and culture in logical ways, and then when it comes to religion, it feels like a sort of pushing away of logic and reasoning. But I think, because Marvin, when you read, I forgot what scripture you read, it feels like embedded in the book itself, in the Christian book, in the Bible, embedded in it is actually the defense for itself, where it says, look, this might seem contradictory, this might not make sense, it might sound this way, but the reason you don't understand it is because of your spiritual lens, right? The lack of spiritual lens. And so the defense is in the book itself. So it makes sense when I go to my pastor and I say, hey, I don't get this. They come back to me like, oh, go pray about it. Okay, I prayed about it. I still don't get it. Well, you don't have the Spirit. How do I get the Spirit? You will know it when you get it. Okay, well, I don't. Bye. Like that. That's how. By the way, that's how I left the church in the beginning.
But
All right, let's go to a
because I
break.
think that's
Oh, go ahead, Todd. You finish and then I'll
no.
go.
I think that's why it's so complicated and why like there are literally hundreds of different denominations of Christianity. Like no two Christians are even the same. Like we're all split up, and I think that's one of the hard things because it's like science can't really, prove a God and all this, but there are like you have to. I feel it's one of those things where it's like you can't be that full of ourselves as humans to think like we're the only like intelligent species on the earth. I think there is a higher power that personally I believe because I personally with things that I've dealt with and seen and heard and all this, I do definitely believe in a God. But the thing is, science like hasn't proven, and I feel like for some people who are very like they like facts, they like knowing the truth, they like seeing it cold cut like in front of them. It can be hard for some people to be like, oh, there is a God. But I truly believe like there are some things that just can't be explained by science, and I think that's why it gets so complicated because it's like you have this book that was written by human beings, but at the same time, these human beings were called by God and were sent to, write these passages in this one book, and it's like interpreted, and it can be interpreted hundreds of different ways, and it was written by many different men through time, through different periods, and it gets so complicated. It's such a gray.
Wait. SJ, the theme is they come from your realm. You go let them talk.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
Go
One
ahead.
question?
Go ahead. Truth teller, go ahead.
I have a child. I'm a mother. Let's say I'm a mother. I have a child. Does my child have less value than me?
Yeah, depending on how you're defining value.
Ooh, that's
okay. No. Wait.
Let me get to you.
You have, if we're in a relationship and we have a child, yes, my child has less value to me than you do.
Your child has less value.
My child has less value to me. They add less value to my household. Yes.
Oh my.
Oh, did I forget to tell you that I call children parasites?
Yeah, and that's completely contradictory from what God calls children. So
I mean that's fine. I
if I may say this as well in terms of Marbet and what she was saying in quoting Corinthians. When I see people like
no,
I just wanted to this is not going to be like a whatever. It's us trying to bring it back to God is really what it comes down to, because God says that his ways are not like our ways. And you're right. The Bible does provide a defense for itself, and it does say that. It provides a defense for itself. And so the thing of it is that, it also says that we're to be like Bereans and to search the scripture. So God is not offended that you are struggling with like certain things or what have you, but it does come to a point where it's either going to be his will or your own, his understanding or your own. And you may not, and I hate to say it this way, because it's not that like I'm some sort of like super spiritual or whatever type person, but genuinely speaking, I do not read that and see that, the man is the leader of the woman and think, oh, that means I'm less.
If you think the man, the woman, and the child are equally valuable in the household, then period. That makes sense. To me, they're not.
No, valuable meaning that their lives are valuable. Like they're all equal.
No.
Valuable to society?
Sorry.
You can be valuable. You can be.
Yeah, because so then why have children then? Why have children then?
This is the person who advocates for drop the kids off.
No, stop. To keep the population going. I don't understand. What do you mean, why have children?
Because you're saying that like, if you're like, and this is the thing, I think maybe this is where the rubber hits the road with us. I'm looking at the totality of the thing. And you're looking at like it like compartmentally, because it's like, for me, like, so let's use the paradigm of like the child and the parent. Obviously, the child is helpless. Or what have you, and up to a certain point in their life, they're going to need you to be a steward over them.
I'm going to stop this right now, because no one is saying you can die and we don't care. No one is saying that. Like literally everyone's life is equally valuable in my mind. like your life, like you should not die.
Okay,
But,
right.
but the
Define
value
what is
have,
valuable.
Define what do you consider like a
Are you
valuable
trying to say
thing?
contribution to the world? Are you trying to say that
as truth teller, whose contribution is seen as more important? That's essentially the question I was asking.
who as more important?
Yep.
I don't think that
Ooh.
God is looking at it as like the man's, because ultimately it's not them, it's God.
All right.
Like,
Well,
it's not a matter of
It's not because we all
the
can go
man
to
can do
hell and we
more and the
all can
woman
go to
can do
heaven.
less.
We're
Because
not
women
gonna
can
go anywhere with this conversation. I
Wait,
just,
wait, can I add
I
one
just
thing?
want to add that again.
we're at an
Oh,
impasse. We're at an impasse.
we're not an impasse. Let me just tell you what y'all are doing. Y'all are up here trying to filibuster, and that's fine. You can do it all
We're
day.
not.
No, you are.
No.
You all are.
No.
All right. You refuse. No, let me tell you why. Y'all refuse to answer any question directly. Y'all talk about everything else except for what we ask about. Y'all are trying to redefine value. You all are.
No, you're redefining value.
Oh.
I'm speaking of value as it is written in the Bible. And by the way, you did not
Define value based on the Bible, please.
You did not. Value is that we have the breath of God in us, and so our value is based that we're made in the image of God.
Don't the animals have the breath of God?
It does not. No, because it says it breathes life into man, not into the animals.
So when
wait, where in the Bible does it say that?
It says it in Genesis. I just recently read.
Let me just finish my question first, please. Where does it say specifically that our value as human beings, as creations of God, lies in the fact that He breathed into us? I've seen some explanations of how God sees us as valuable, but I have not yet seen it being connected to like we're valuable because of His breath.
Because we're made in His image. And
no, I'm not really asking for the reasoning, because what you're saying, it sounds good. I'm just asking, where is that?
Wait, can we stop? Y'all are in the chat and you're not about to sit there and gaslight me. There is no part of value that includes the word right to life. Y'all are not going to sit there and do that. Y'all will not sit there and pretend like I am the one up here redefining anything. I have not redefined any. If anyone up here is redefining value, it's not me. I promise you that much.
Yeah, no, the whole thing about value started when Truth Teller asked if your child would be more like who has more value, a child or a parent. That was the gateway into this discussion about value. Before that, we weren't even we weren't even trying to rethink or check what value means.
The conversation is done. Y'all can see that the point, and you can continue talking. So thank you, by the way, not you, but y'all can continue talking and debating it. But the reality is, y'all have already agreed that there is a hierarchy that puts women below men. That is it. That's all I was trying to say. And the fact that the society extrapolate from that and do with that what they want, that's fine. But that's why y'all already admitted my point. So this conversation, as far as I'm concerned, is moot. But continue.
Could I add one thing? I personally believe that like every person has value, like because they exist. Like that's what I personally believe. Like the fact that we're on this earth breathing and relatively healthy or whatnot, I feel like that gives every human being and every living thing on this earth like inherent value.
Nope, because value. If you're saying by living you're worthy of life, I would say Hitler wasn't.
Oh.
But that's.
And we're not God. We're humans, right? So we don't have to have like this perfect understanding or value of life. But I understand that this conversation is pretty much almost over, but I just wanted to comment on something interesting that you brought up, Themis, when you read, I can't remember which verse it was, but it was from Corinthians. And you use that as an example of the hierarchy that's evident there when it talks about how God is the glory of, or man is the glory of God and woman is the glory of man. Is that correct?
Yeah.
I just got curious to understand like what glory actually means. And it seems like glory is is attributed to, from like the scholars' perspectives, it's attributed to worth, it's attributed to value, and it's attributed to heaviness or weight, more specifically in Hebrew. And I think that was so interesting because is it that the hierarchy that God and the Bible has set could be misunderstood by humans?
Oh yeah, no, definitely.
So like meaning, because like with that definition of glory, that basically means that, well, men see value in women and God sees value in men.
No,
And still that I don't
no, that's great, except no. Except no. In this context, I am sure, and the scholars agree on this, the way glory is defined is distinguished quality or asset. It is
Gotcha.
It's a kind of ownership.
Gotcha.
So
okay, so it's like God owns man and men own women.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello.
Their honor.
No.
All right.
I mean,
the
reason why I'm accepting this from Thamist right now is because I've already done a little bit of research for it, and I found a number of things, and that was in there. Like it does indicate wealth and treasure I'm seeing. So
Yeah.
I mean that's not too far-fetched what Thamist is saying.
I mean, people can say, no, I'm not just saying this. I have spoken to scholars, professors in theology. I've spoken to my pastor. I am not just coming online saying, oh my God, what is happening? No, I've actually done some work behind the scenes. So it's weird to me.
There's never been a better time to get away.
Wait,
With a great deal of...
Yeah, but I think where we kind of go off a really weird path, just as humans understanding this, is that even though that there's like a hierarchy, that God has obviously set, why are we automatically perceiving that or applying it in a way that demeans, that is demeaning?
Okay, perfect. And this right here is the conversation that should happen. We need to first accept the other parts, and then we thought, does this mean it's demeaning? And that's the argument. That's the argument I can't have. That's the point of, because for me, it is, even if we're talking about it, it should be benevolent. And so there is a bastardizing of the scriptures when you are first not adhering to it and then demanding that women be this way and that way. And I think from a religious woman's perspective, you can have this kind of attack on the demand that you adhere to submission and you're subservient and all of that. You can require the rest. I think that would be a great approach if you want to both be Christian and demand respect. But what I don't like is you pretending like there's not a hierarchy. That's what I don't like.
I never denied that. I've admitted that from minute one.
You did, but then argued around what the hierarchy mean. But it's neither here nor there.
I was arguing around value because I think we're just going to have to agree to disagree. That we are equal in value but different in role. But I do agree that there is a hierarchy, and if you are somebody who is practicing Christianity,
when you say there's a different hierarchy, what do you mean?
Can you repeat that again? Sorry.
When you say there's a difference in hierarchy, what do you mean?
A difference in role.
No. When you say there's a hierarchy,
yes,
what do you mean?
The hierarchy that God set, meaning
but what is
the husband being the covering and the lead?
What places the man above the woman?
What place God places the man's leadership above the woman?
But why?
Because they are stronger.
Hold on. I mentioned that in the last religious live you had. I came up, and a point that I made in that live was that there are just things that we do not. God just does what God does.
Would you agree that the men are women's betters?
That better? You said better?
Betters. Men are your betters.
I do not believe that men.
Okay, what is the hierarchy?
The hierarchy is just simply that leadership is placed on men, and it's a
Why?
greater responsibility because that's
Why?
what God chose. Because it's just simply what God chose, and it
That you are bigger than me does not make you a good leader. It is not just physical. If you are being put above me, it is not just about your physical strength. Why is it that men are above women in your mind?
I don't
What-
Can I
know
answer
if there's a place in the Bible that clearly explains the reasoning behind that assignment.
And I don't think that
No,
every
no, no. All right,
woman,
so that's fine if you don't know why.
I
But
can
what does
answer
it
that.
mean to be above? No, what does it mean to be above?
I just think leadership, like you don't have to be following and just every man who say they are a leader just by sheer fact that they are
No,
a
that's
man
not
de
the question.
facto.
That is not the question. When you say someone is above you in a hierarchy, what do you mean?
Leadership as defined by God. That's what I mean.
Yeah, but
We're going in
what does it
circles.
mean? What does it say about who you are? Does it have any implication? So they just pluck men and put them above you because of no reason?
This is what, and that's why I said it's kind of like a mute a conversation, because yes, that God chose for men to be leaders. Now why, we can debate strength, but there are women who are stronger than men.
So
Intellect,
that's
we
not
can't
why
debate
then. So
that.
that's
Yeah,
not
no,
why.
no, it's not definitive
We
really.
are the weaker vessel.
Yeah, wait, let
Like
me
I
just,
said, the
well, wait,
Bible
no,
doesn't.
wait,
Okay.
no, that is
Can,
precisely what was said, that women are the weaker vessel. So I'm very confused as to what we're what's the
can,
mistake here?
okay, can I jump in for a minute, guys?
Generally speaking, if you statistically speaking, there are most men are physically stronger
So
than
if you
women.
are a bodybuilder woman and you date a skinny man, you should lead him because you're bigger than him.
Wait, why are we going off of physicality? Are we talking about a spiritual text? Like, I would even go so far as to use another point as far as making a point about how women and men are different.
Natalie doesn't even believe there's a hierarchy. Natalie, in my church, pastor said we all were on the same level as God because we were made in his image. That's what makes us holy. There is no hierarchy. All right.
Well, yeah, like that was very remnant of how the Bible started off. It wasn't clear. Well, it's clearly said that both man and woman
Well,
are
if
made
your
in.
Bible doesn't start in Genesis, mine started in Genesis and they weren't equal there. They were not equal there.
I mean, it says that man and woman were made in our image.
Yes.
And
It
it
does
says
say
in
that.
Christ we are one.
I think we're going around in circles, to be
Okay,
honest.
yeah, but
I don't
you
think we're going
can't
to
be
go any.
one. You can't be
I
one
mean, y'all
if
are going
one
around in
is
circles.
okay. Like if one is meant to serve another. You aren't one if you're serving someone else.
Well, Genesis actually assigns roles to Adam and to Eve, and I don't really remember any of them mentioning any kind of subservience.
Yeah.
But my personal opinion is that
Actually, they do. She was supposed to pine for her husband. Wasn't that the whole thing? Like she was going to spend her whole life pining for her husband, and he was going to go toil.
After the fall.
In his creation
the
of
fall.
Eve, he said, "Now, Adam, you won't be lonely." So, women in that scripture, as far as I'm concerned, was made to make men not be lonely. So, I mean, period.
Yeah, you
Go
could
ahead.
perceive it that way.
Hello. Can I jump in?
Men was created to do all kinds of things. Name the animals, tend to blah blah blah. Yeah, whatever. But then women were created, and the sort of the instruction was.
Okay,
A
hello.
hierarchy is very
Hi,
dangerous
Says
under
yeah.
like the
Hi,
wrong hand.
can I jump in for a minute, guys?
Go ahead. Go ahead. I mean, at this point, the live, I'm going to just probably do a weekend live where I do the rest of this. So whatever.
Okay, so this is coming from a perspective where both my parents are reverends. They're in their 80s. And we actually just had this discussion with my father and my mother. And we would agree, so does my father, that there is a hierarchy when it comes to the Bible. There are
Wait, let me
brothers
pause
and
you
sisters.
there. I feel like the people with spirits and God should go figure out whether or not there is a hierarchy and then come back on one accord. Because
So
like
There's
some
clearly a
people are saying there isn't
hierarchy.
a hierarchy.
okay,
Some
so
people are saying there is a hierarchy, and I don't have the spiritual lens to figure
so
that
okay,
out.
so here's the thing, right? With even from our discussion, right? My father being a male, my mother being a female. Even though I hate that indication, but you know what I mean by that, right? The fact that one, I think people forget that there are literally gospels, right? The Bible is a multiple books of stories, right? Don't get offended because I call it stories, right? But there are, right? There's different people speaking their piece, right? Then we also have the commandments, right? Which what we was known by Moses was, I think, the basic for everybody to follow, right? Don't kill, right? Don't lie, don't cover thy neighbor, straightforward, right? Even if we did not read anything else in the Bible, right? Nothing else, right? Anything else we could throw away, right? Even if we live by those supposed 10 commandments, we would probably be okay. But there is, and we have to forget there are books missing, right? Particularly missing when it comes to Mary, right? Anything to do with females, right? The Jews left out a whole aspect because they had a problem with things being said. So we're here arguing a stories that are over 2,000 years old. Also, translation matters. The language, right? It has been translated multiple times, even when it was translated the first time, right? As I know, I speak multiple language. There sometimes are not words, right? To for exact meaning of a word. So we use other words in conjunction for that words to kind of come close, not meaning the same thing. Another thing, men has touched. Anything men has touched, it has been changed, it has been manipulated. And yes,
Wait,
if we
wait, wait.
do,
I'm gonna
I'm sorry,
try
go
to
ahead.
jump to the end. So the Bible we shouldn't be looking too much into the Bible. Just take the parts we
Like
understand.
that's the my and
Um,
this is coming from my father who's a reverend. He said, listen, if you really believe, right, in the sense of a higher power in God, right, he gave us a brain, right, to learn, right, expecting that there will be change, right, in the world, right, a level of science and understanding, right? So why then we should be so naive, right? Yes, we could read the Bible, yes, we could pick up understanding and stuff because everybody do. We learn from also other people' experience. So there's nothing wrong with the different gospels and Paul's, right? And picking up understanding from these things. But to drive the sense that we are having a 4-hour argument over how there are disparities, there are hypocrisies in the Bible. It has been touched
Let me
by
explain
men.
why. Let me tell you why we're having this, and they're gonna be mad, and it's fine. Don't unsubscribe, but it's fine if you do. Not you, but people. I think there's an uncomfortable truth about woman's place in the Bible. Truth, as in from the Bible, not mine. I don't believe this. About woman's place, and if you are a Christian and you don't want to be quote unquote the helpmate, if you don't think that is your role as a Christian, you run into a big conflict because biblically that is your role. Um, and unless you're willing to say, look, even if I'm Christian and I'm a woman, I'm not about to do that. I am about to be my own leader, and then find a partner who we can partner together. We can be co-CEO of this company that is our family and run it together because I'm not about to take the backseat to anyone. If you say that, you are out of order in terms of the Bible. And if you are out of order in the Bible on that, then there is a hierarchy, and y'all are not gonna like you're sitting here trying to pretend like there is a hierarchy. Accept it. You can then extrapolate from that and say, yeah, well, they're bastardizing the hierarchy, blah 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 blah. Whatever you want to do after that, you do after that. But don't pretend there isn't a clear hierarchy. Like don't do that. Like that's weird to me. That's
You know
weird.
what? I don't mean to cut you off, Tim. You know what I think it is too, as a Christian woman, right? Or just Christian people in general, right? It's so careful of not defaming, right? Not disrespecting, right? And having that understanding and love for something and being very careful, right, in our thought and our process when it comes to these things. But as me and my mother, my father spoke about, the truth is the truth. And they said, even spiritually, right? You lead by example and you lead by action.
unfortunately, my father agreed. He's 80 something years old. He come from old school, right? Men are not leading by examples. Their actions are not showing anything that is worthy, right? Spiritually or financially or emotionally, right? They are lacking. So in this case, right, the fact that men should lead, it's probably not the case, because even my church, listen, my father would agree, women run the church. I'm sorry. At the end of the day, my dad would say women are the leaders of the church. At the end of the day, in most majority of our churches,
Your
we
dad
could
is
be
out of
honest.
line.
You
Your dad is
understand?
out of line. No, biblically, your dad is out of line. Absolutely not. You're not
Well,
running
listen,
the church.
my dad believes in the truth, and he said, God told you not to lie. And this, for him, that's, you understand, it's true. At the end of the day, in most of our churches, when we go, the majority of who does everything, right? The majority of churchgoers are women, right? Who are active are women, who spend their money, who dedicate themselves are women, right? And even it's proven, men are less happy when they're not married. Women actually become unhappy when they're married, right? So at the end of the day, also, we give it life, right? If the fact that he could give us, right, the option to breathe life, right? No, not breathe life, but you know what I mean, give life onto this earth, right? And he did not give it to men. What does that say? And the reason why
No,
I would
wait,
only
wait. No. I think we are extrapolating a lot from there, and I am trying to stay precisely
okay,
at
sorry. So
leadership and ranking. But I think we all
basically,
agree. We all
Wait,
agree that there's a
Demon,
hierarchy.
I didn't get a chance to chat.
Oh, go ahead, concern.
Thank you. Because, I mean, I guess to your point, I think we all agree that there's a hierarchy. I'd like to challenge, like, this group. Do we need a Bible for God to be divine and do we need the Bible to be true for God to be true? And I think that that's one of the things that we're struggling with, because we all have these personal experiences that make God valid and true, and we're trying to make that faith that we're seeing right here and now fit in the word, because they said that God is the word or whatever. But I think that the part that is difficult that I'm seeing is that, what can we admit that maybe the Bible itself might not be God? Like, maybe and I know that might seem blasphemous, but if you let the Bible not be God, you're able to then have the relationship you have with a God that loves you as a child and not as an underling.
You're right. I think people do worship the Bible and the church, exactly what he in the sense of the higher power told us not to do, right? It's supposed to be an understanding. It's supposed to be knowledge-based experience,
Wait,
right?
yeah,
And like I said, if we
I
follow
mean,
the commandments, go ahead,
Yeah,
Tina.
but we
Sorry.
do that
let
because
me
it says
let me ask. Is homosexuality a sin?
no.
No.
It's none of my business, and I
No,
don't think it's a sin.
no. Truth teller and Marvin.
According to the Bible, yes.
All
Nope.
right.
Yeah, it does.
Marvin.
So, okay. Oh, please don't kill me. Please.
Stop. I'm gonna stop
I
y'all.
thought that verse was
Let me
talking
stop
about
y'all all
grown
there.
men and
Wait, whoa.
Please don't kill me on this,
I
guys.
am
So here,
not gonna sit here and hear y'all tell me no. That's what I'm not gonna. Because
I'm going to listen. Okay,
y'all better be
sorry.
up here being some a la carte Christian.
The reverend's daughter, right? I'm going to say no. Here is the understanding, right? When we spoke,
All right,
when
we're done. The conversation about the Bible is done.
Okay.
Because what's happening is y'all are picking and choosing what y'all want, and that's not great for
I'm
me.
not picking and choosing. I'm quoting exactly
Can I
from
really hear
Sodom
a
and Gomorrah.
No,
justification?
you guys are like let's
She's
just
not
stop
picking
this
and
now.
choosing. I promise you, Themis. In the Bible, it does not say that homosexuality is a sin. People take it out of context and they
Correct.
say that. But I'm not a reverend's daughter, so I'm gonna let her explain.
Wait.
So
I feel like y'all are playing in my face at this
no,
point. Wait,
no,
just to be
okay.
clear,
So
wait,
she's correct.
wait,
So go ahead, Themis. Go ahead,
wait.
baby.
Just to be clear, I thought my old pastor was I got you. Now, I thought you were agreeing. because the Bible is clearly patriarchal, and I was afraid to ask out loud my doubts. But my pastor decided to cut it off the knee and just say we are. Oh, gotcha. No, that makes sense. That's what. Yeah. Thank you. I'm glad you clarified.
Pastors and reverends love to bring up Sodom and Gomorrah, but I think here's the problem with
No, we're not doing this. No, stop.
Okay.
We're
Well,
not,
no, you asked the question, and I'm telling you why. Right? It's
He's not ready
open.
for this conversation right now.
Can I
stop? The only reason I asked was to get a yes or no answer. That is it. Like it's okay. You don't have to explain it. I just so I don't have the spirit.
I just wanted to make a note about the Word of God and whether or not we should be following the Bible, picking up of what Concern said, or what have you, because people are saying this is the issue and how people interpret it. Matthew 4, verse 4, when Jesus was led to be tempted by the devil, Jesus answered him and said, when he was hungry or what have you, and say, you're the Son of God. Why don't you turn the stone into bread and eat? Because you're obviously hungry, being in the desert for 40 days and 40 nights. And Jesus responded, answering, but he answered, it is written, man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that comes from the mouth of God. Hebrews 4, verse 12. For the word of God is living and active, sharper than any two-edged sword, piercing to the division of soul and of spirit, of joints and of marrow, and discerning the thoughts and intentions of the heart.
With all due respect, I believe all of that. I don't think that the word is the Bible. With all due respect, I hear that that's your intention, that that to you that means that the word is the Bible, that the words that are written down for it, that this is. I believe that that when God and I commune, that it is exactly that, and I did not need a Bible verse to make that happen.
So let me just say this. I think y'all came up here to play in my face, and so we're going to move on now. Thank you all for being here. You guys will be able to stay up for the commercial break. This is going to be a long night, so I'm just going to continue with the live stream.
Demas, nobody came up here to play. Stop playing. I love you. I've been trying to get on here forever. Stop it. Stop it. Don't play with me.
Right. We love this channel.
We love you.
No, you've been trying to get on here to play in my face. That's what y'all have been trying
You
to
don't
do.
stop this, Demas. You don't stop disrespecting me.
No, y'all don't stop disrespecting me. Because I feel like y'all came up here to play in my face mostly. At least Truth Teller said, no, homosexuality is a sin. And she was like, yeah, this is based on the Bible. Some of you said, no, it's not. And I think I won't drag anyone on any of this because I didn't allow y'all to explain. So I'm going to leave that there. But when we're talking about the Bible and being patriarchal, y'all are not going to convince me that it's not. So
I said it is.
I said it is.
Yeah,
Haven't
it's
you heard of progressive Christians?
Wait, what?
Haven't you heard of progressive Christians?
No, y'all don't get to pick and choose. Absolutely not. I've never heard of that. I mean, I've heard of it, but I don't recognize it.
They do exist.
I know, I do, but you don't get to pick and choose. If you're going to if you're going to be a progressive Christian, you should say the fundamentalists are wrong.
They are.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Then you can exist. You can say, oh, they're right, but I'm choosing to go this way. I'm just going to ignore this part of the Bible.
Demas, my 84-year-old father is agreeing with you, and he's a reverend. So you're not wrong. Yes, it is patriotic. You are correct.
Period. Thank you. All right, come through. All right. Some people in the chat. All right. I mean, I don't know how, because I'm pretty sure everyone was upset. I got a ton of messages telling me to move on or they're going to leave. As if I promise you, the way to get me to move on is not to threaten to leave. That's not it.
No, but I understand why people may. This was very contentious debate, and
I mean, it turned into a debate, but I promise you that I came in good faith.
Doesn't feel like that, to be honest.
Huh?
We can have a conversation about that later. It didn't really feel that way, to be honest.
Oh, I know it didn't feel that way to you specifically, because I was feeling a lot of animosity.
Yeah,
dragging. and I'm here for a good drag. But I promise you that if I'm upset, you will know. As a general matter, I don't lash out. On here, I get disappointed, and the only time I raise my voice is disappointment. But I don't like anger is not the thing.
So it's a question.
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. It's a question for the panel. Do you guys feel that since since he brought this up, do you guys feel like you think he's questioning his faith? Because here's the thing. I think what he's asking is a very truthful and straightforward question, and I think it doesn't take
Wouldn't
away
that be a
anything from
question
him.
for him? If you want to know if
No. I mean, as the fact that he brought this up for not for everybody, but for whoever wants to answer, the fact that he brought this up and he feels this particular way. Do you guys feel like his faith is not maybe as strong?
I'm not gonna answer that because that's not an opinion that someone else has.
Okay, no. You don't have to
answer that. I can
okay,
answer that. I can answer that. I will say that what I will say is that
I don't like this.
I don't. But I believe that there are aspects of his faith that he's questioning. There are things that Christians are still debating. For example, cessationist and continue like people who believe that the Holy Spirit. There are certain things that people debate in the faith that is inconsequential to salvation. But if you're debating whether Jesus is, the Trinity, that's a different thing. So I don't believe that he's like debating something that's crucial to his salvation, but I do believe that he's debating a certain aspect of his faith.
All right.
I think these are reasonable questions.
Yeah, with that, we're going to a commercial break.
In this room today. Thank you for your grace and your mercy, Jesus, and we pray.
Why? Oh no! Come on.
Can everyone go on mute, please?
Raise your hand if you have trouble focusing at times. All right, it's gonna be everybody. Okay, hands down, hands down. Raise your hand if you have trouble being motivated at times. Okay, about so many guys in the room. Okay. I know Jose was not going to raise his hand because that is not his problem. Raise your hand if you have trouble at times doing something consistently for a long period of time. Most guys as well. So what's really interesting is, in regards to that first question, raise your hand if you have trouble focusing. So many guys share how they have issues focusing. Like, man, focusing is hard for me. It's hard for me to focus on a task. Do you know what's kind of interesting is that I've never heard somebody say that about the strip club. I've never heard guys say, man, that naked girl's in front of me. I just can't focus, man. My mind is just everywhere. I can't just pay attention to the chicks. I can't do it. Maybe I haven't been, but maybe some of you guys have trouble focusing there. When it comes to motivation, I find so many men don't have issues being motivated to play 2K, to play Call of Duty, to play that new Madden, to play that World of Warcraft, whatever that game is. I don't see lack of motivation. Boys today struggle with motivation. Boy, you let it be Christmas morning. You got that brand new, you guys remember that day, Christmas morning, got that brand new Xbox, that brand new PS2 when it came out with that Final Fantasy. Some of you guys know what I'm talking about. That PSP when it came out. I think you weren't motivated to wake up and get started with your day. I don't really find guys have issues with motivation when it comes to video games. So the question becomes, if so many guys consistently struggle with focus, motivation, and doing something consistently, but they can do it in other areas, why is that the case? Prologue to the book. Let's get to the introduction. When I was younger, I had a moral conundrum because I knew I had to love God, but I hated going to church. I hated it.
All right. So how is by the suit? How is that a moral conundrum? It is not a moral conundrum because you can You don't have to go to church to love God. Actually, let's continue. There's more, I know. The irony of the panel being saturated by women, that churches are run by and demographically overwhelmingly women, that man was created in God's image and yet they are absent in the debate. That is the right. They're usually absent in meaningful discussion.
I hate having to wake up in the morning. I hate to have to put on the suits, having to sit down and sing the songs, to sit down and listen to that guy. I don't even know what the priest is saying. My guy Stephen knows. We were both in the same church in St. Paul's. I was like, man, it's so hard for me to go to this place. But to love God, I have to go there. So, man, I kind of struggled with that. And then I realized that was also the case in school. It's like I was a teacher, but I hated school. I hated being there. And I was like, man, I know I'm supposed to love learning and knowledge is power, but I hate going to school. So I was wondering, I said, yo, what is going on with me? And I started realizing a lot of men deal with this as well. And I was like, but why? Why? Figured it out. Let's go back to the church part. So in modern Western religious circles, primarily the way men are taught to worship God is by things what I call passive activity, aka passive worship. So passive activity basically usually involves you sitting down and doing something. Sit down and read your Bible. Sit down and have your quiet time. Sit down and listen to this message. Sit down and sing this song where your arms are crossed. You don't want to be there. Sit down. You go ahead, sit down. So a lot of men struggle with this, but know who doesn't struggle with this at times? The women. They can sit down and sing the songs. They can sit down and read the books. I remember this one Bible school had a competition where they said, all right, we're gonna have a Bible championships. Who can find books in the Bible the fastest? All right, on your mark, get set, Amos. And they would just turn the pages in the Bible. The girls would smoke the guys. The girls would just smoke them. So the question becomes, is that how men have traditionally worshiped God? And what I found, it wasn't the case. Most men traditionally do not worship God through passive activity or passive worship. They worship God through active worship. And what does active worship mean? Active worship is when a man is pursuing his purpose, because that is the worship to God. That is active worship. When a man is proactively pursuing his purpose with the most relentless persistency, that, my friends, is active worship. The doing, the getting up and doing. How did Noah worship God? He went and built.
I feel like this is the bastardizing of the Bible.
Absolutely not, Themis.
I don't think he said anything really about the Bible. I think what he's saying it somewhat makes sense, but it's one of those things where it can be used to do a lot of harm.
So women can praise God in silent subservience, but men have to be out in the field building. I'm not objecting to building and following your purpose, but I don't feel like that's worship.
I blame men for the reason why we are even on this panel having this discussion right now. Men are to be blamed.
No men here.
So when you said made no sense, we wasn't for like the majority of the world, women wasn't even allowed to read.
Yeah,
Bible.
and men were
What
called
are
to be
you talking
priests.
about?
Initially, it was men that were called to be priests and to like do all the various sacrificing in the Judeo context, anyways. And with the appointment of Aaron and his sons being priests. But I do want to say, though, that there is like a verse in the Bible, I can't remember where it says everything that we do as believers, both male and female, ought to be done in worship to the Lord. So you don't only have to read the Bible or sing a worship song in order to worship.
I think hopefully most people understand that, which would not be exclusively a male thing.
Yeah.
So this idea that the reason men can't sit and learn is because they're not designed to seemed very odd to me.
Yeah, no,
that is odd.
That argument is
very odd.
But I'd like to point out that he's saying, because again, this is an ad for his suits. So because you're man enough and you're a doer, sir, you buy this suit for how many other 99 so that you can be a man of God going to do. Like the
That's
level
right.
of
Period.
the level of like of disgusting that he's having an advocate. Somebody paid for this.
No. As a brand ambassador, we cannot use the word disgusting to drag.
And can we also talk about the fact that anybody who paid for this sermon is also being ripped off because he put it online for free after?
Whoa,
Just
you're
saying.
disrespectful. You cannot be holy without that suit.
Look, anywho, let's get into the actual mess of this video. We can watch more if we have time, but I do actually want to. Let me show you how black. I wanted to watch a TikTok video. Which one should I do? Let's do this one first. Should I remove people from the screen and then open the panel up again after I'm done?
Can you repeat that?
Repeat that?
Should I remove everyone and then go through this topic and then reopen the panel?
No.
It's
I mean, I gotta go soon anyways. Gotta go pick up my
show. It's your show.
it's
Yeah,
up
whatever
to
works.
you, Themis. Whatever you want, hon.
All right, everyone drop down and then we'll open it again.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. God bless, friends. Buy the suit. All right. So I'm going to play two clips from TikTok. I'm going to explain something about them, and then we're going to go into a discussion about the research that changed my life. So hopefully it will change everyone's life here. But here is TikTok.
Can we bring back the women that rub backs and pack lunches for hardworking men?
All right. So it is, can we bring back women who rub backs and pack lunches for hardworking men? Can we bring that back is the question. There's a lot of people dragging him online. I think this man is asking for a mother. I feel like we're missing something. I feel like we don't understand this new world of like 50-50 relationship and what that means. But I'm not about to get into this because, I mean, it's not like I'm rushing to end, but I feel like it's pointless. I think y'all already understand what I'm doing or whatever. This video caught my eye because someone sent it to me, and this lady named Steph, what's her name? I think it's Steph Co. I don't know. Steph. I watch a lot of her videos, so I don't know why her name is whatever. So she came out and she had things to say. If it would work. Should I refresh the page? Let's try.
I think that something people fail to realize is that when you are a conventionally attractive person, it doesn't make it easier to find someone you're compatible with. I would go a step further and say that it makes it a little harder, and here's why. Men will date you, and I think even go so far as to marry you because they find you attractive and they know a lot of other people find you attractive and they like to be seen with you. I truly believe that my ex-husband never liked me. I don't think he liked my personality. I don't think he liked my sense of humor. I don't think he liked being around me. I think that he liked the way that I looked when I was by his side and the way other people saw him when he was with me. Also, I think he wanted to have attractive children. And I come from a fertile family. That sounds weird, but like everyone in my family has a bunch of kids and he wanted a bunch of kids. So I genuinely think he married me because he liked the way I look and he wanted to use my uterus to house his children. And now that I've been dating for a while, I've had quite a few men tell me things like, oh, I didn't talk to you at first because I thought there was no way you were single. I thought there was no chance you didn't have a boyfriend or a husband. I've also been told things like, I love walking into a room with you and having people's heads turn to look at you. I love how when we go places, people notice you with me. And I'm not mad that they're saying these things. I know that they're trying to compliment me and tell me I'm beautiful, But what I hear is, I like being seen with you. And what it makes me wonder is, okay, but do you like me? Do you like being with me? Do you want to just sit around and do nothing with me? Like, is my personality attractive to you? Like, you don't know. Also, you will have a lot of men who show interest in you, who say they want to date you, and you're weeding through like a lot of options who are not good options for you, you're not a good option for them, but they get almost, I call it blinded by the booty. And it's not just about the booty, but it's just blinded by this physical thing that they want. Because, right, men are so visual. Because so many men date based on this like physical appearance that they want in their girlfriend, they end up compromising values they have, things that they want. And it makes it feel like, to me, it's all on me to decide if me and this guy are compatible, because he might be able to overlook all these reasons why we shouldn't be together, and I'm the only one trying to determine whether or not this relationship has what it takes to go the distance.
All right. If this was Themis in high school, I would have dismissed everything she just said. Being among the quote unquote popular kids in high school was really annoying because there is a self-aggrandizing way in which people complained, right? It's, oh my God, I'm just so beautiful. Oh my God. But the grown Themis won't do that. The grown Themis recognize that there is some truth to this. And Steph actually did a wonderful review. If you guys haven't seen that, you guys should. Some people reacted to it on TikTok. I watched some of them, and it boils down mostly to, oh, you're beautiful. Stop it. I would love to have that kind of problem, essentially. You just want to say you're beautiful. I don't think that's fair, right? Now, again, high school Themis would have just rolled my eyes because high school Themis had a ton of friends who did this. And they did not do it they did not do it to be meaningful in any way about anything, and it was not an indictment of the beauty hierarchy. No, they held firm to that beauty hierarchy. They held firm to that capital, and they will literally try to make themselves victim to gain more capital, because there's some capital in being a victim, not a lot, but they saw it. So they wanted the privilege of being beauty while also being seen as a victim for said beauty that they gained from. But grown Themis recognize that things aren't as simple. And I hate the fact that I'm talking about myself in third person. But anyway, here is why. It is true. Beyonce said pretty hurt, so it has to be true. It comes down to the fact, and it goes back to men, don't it? And she was talking about men. If we live in a world where the three S's are real, where you as a person, as a woman, should be submissive to a man, you shouldn't talk too much, you shouldn't talk over him, you should allow him to lead, you should essentially mute your personality. You should mute your personality. The only differentiating factor from you and other women is how beautiful you are. So beauty becomes a very, very powerful tool for women to gain access to men, but men do not have to care about your personality, your education, your job. They don't have to care about you, because the labor in a relationship to follow is on the woman and not the man. Right? So if we're looking at a paradigm where the manosphere reigns supreme, where we don't care, men don't, I don't know why I just said we. Men don't care about what you do, and they don't care about your education, and they don't care about anything because they're supposed to lead, then of course that's how you're going to feel as a beautiful person in a relationship. If you're in this is not true for every relationship. Obviously, there are great men of all kinds of races out there. This is not an indictment on men generally, but if we're taking the paradigm where women should be subservient, where women should actually be the one investing in a relationship in terms of submission, and the man is supposed to lead and you're supposed to follow, there's not much room to care about compatibility, because by virtue of you being woman and him being man, y'all are compatible. Just follow my lead. like literally, like if the paradigm is true, you're following his lead. Now there could be question about how well you can follow his instructions, but your negotiation begins and ends at you being able to follow what he says and your beauty. That's it. Like, so I if men believe that they're supposed to lead in that way, then they don't really care about your personality. Now they'll get in a relationship. They get in a relationship and realize that personality does matter, and this is going to become this hard for them long term. But in the beginning, like, no, if my idea of a woman is a mute, sort of submissive, subservient person, then all that person probably cares about is that the woman is going to be beautiful and presentable, and you're like a trophy. Yeah, like trophy wife. The idea of a trophy wife literally comes from this. You're a beautiful thing that they put up on a shelf and then take out when they want to show you off, and then put you back up on that shelf, because your personality, who you are, doesn't matter. And so it's interesting because the fact that I didn't hear that perspective on TikTok and Twitter was very strange to me. Themis, the folks don't understand logical extreme. Stop it. Oh, wait, Jonathan is here. Hey, Jonathan, how are you? I'm about to open the panel in a minute so you guys can come on. All right. So we're at this stage now where we get back to go to, we're talking about men and leadership and all of that. This is hard. This is hard. And the reason I put the thumbnail the way that I did is because I don't want I don't really want to talk about this with a lot of people. I just kind of want to get through it. And the reason I had the religious discussion first is hopefully it kicks off a ton of people from this part of the conversation. I also hope this is not clipped or whatever, but we're going to get into some mess. And not mess, but like really, really tough stuff. All right. I'm going to go through this quickly because I'm not going to read it verbatim. So this right here is a study out of Harvard. And I read it a while ago. It says race and economic opportunity in the United States and intergenerational perspective. Now, the National Bureau of Economic Research was obviously a part of this, and it came out of Harvard University. And it is, how many pages? I think it was 100 and something 109 pages. It is dense. It is annoyingly dense. I fell asleep last night. Two things happened. I fell asleep last night while I was taking notes on it, like around 5 o'clock. And then I woke up and I tried to hurriedly put all my notes together because I was taking notes, but I was also writing on my PDF. The PDF got corrupted. My PDF with all my highlights got corrupted. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to post the link to the study, and you guys can read it on your own time. But let me pull some stuff out of it that changed my approach to the conversations we're having, and I decided it is very important to overemphasize agency and the individual in the system as opposed to systems. All right. I took notes, and I usually take a lot of notes, but I don't I don't usually follow the notes, right? So the study. I know that if you pack his lunchbox daily, he will love you. I was trying to post the link. Did that link get posted? Please tell me that link got posted. I'm trying to post a link, but it's showing up as a problem. Let me know if you can see the link. All right, the link is there. All right. Thank you, guys. All right. This is tough. I'm going to try to be delicate with this. So we're talking about racial disparity, and I'm going to stick very closely to these notes because I don't want to say anything that is incorrect. So we're talking about a study in the US that spanned 20 million children and parents. And the purpose is to show how racial disparity exists across generations in the United States. Now, the conclusion, I'm going to jump to the conclusion. I'm going to explain one of the things we need to pull out because I think this needs to set the framework. The conclusion is that Black men have a lower chance of climbing the income ladder, while even if they have the same, even if they're on the same block as other groups of men, right? And the reason you cannot reduce it to racism is that Black women can compete and are above even white women. It's not Black women's success is not significantly above white women when they come from the same economic background. It's not significantly important to be statistically significant. But not only are they competing with white women, they are above them, right? And so we are going to go through some of the findings, and I need to keep that in mind. I also think that it's important that I note up front that this study, it's peer reviewed. I've gone through it so many times before last night to find the problem with it, and I couldn't find the issues. So if you guys read it and you find issues, like I'm actually looking for people to engage in a way that is trying to disprove different points in it, because that's how I want to engage, right? Now, the differences between racial groups. So the Black community, the conclusion is that the Black community, when it is in the same sort of economic state and background as other groups of people, fare worse. The likelihood of moving up, and I'll explain that in a minute, economically in terms of income is less than every other group of people, including Native American, right? And the driving factor for that is men. The driving factor for that is men, Black men. So the fact that Black people in the US, based on this study, are unlikely to move up in terms of income is entirely driven by differences in men's outcome. So the outcome for the community is predicated on the man's inability to move up, the Black man's inability to move up, not the women. Among those who grow up with comparable income, Black men grew up to earn substantially less than white men. And you contrast that with Black women who earn slightly more than white women who come from the same or similar economic background. There is little to no gap in terms of wage roles and hours between Black women and white women. The gap essentially that exists is completely because of the man's inability to earn more. And there's a 50% likelihood that the a black man in a good economic state is going to fall below that economic state. They're going to leave the top percentile and move down to the bottom percentile of earners. This gap, by the way, when it comes to black women and white women and black men and white men, shows up even in education and employment. So for high school completion, black women with the same sort of economic background as white women completed at essentially the same time, in the same rate, at the same level. Black men fall short in comparison to white men, right? So let's go through some. I mean, this is going to be tough, right? Like, because I think people don't understand why it is that I'm like, okay, we not only have to talk about this, we have to do something about this. Like, we have to engage in a way that's meaningful about how to move forward. And while I do think racism plays a huge role, and I won't deny this, and I don't think to ignore the system and slavery and all of Jim Crow, all of that, like literally not, I'm not putting that aside. But it does come to, it's confusing because when you think about it in this way, you have to then think about how black women were able to navigate and how black men weren't. And whether that means racism shows up differently for men than it does for women, which I agree, but does it mean that men have it in a way that prevents them from being upwardly mobile? All right, so the fact one. So when we think about Hispanic Americans based on this study, there's a breakdown somewhere. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to find the breakdown so we can read it together. Because I actually hate my own, I hate my own breakdown because I don't want it to sound like I am the one being biased, because it can easily start sounding like found it. All right, let's read this breakdown together. So the finding number one says, Hispanic Americans are moving up in the income distribution across generation, while Black Americans and American Indians are not. Now, again, the thing that you need to know about this is the community is not, but Black women are able to compete and are actually moving up in terms of income, where Black men aren't, are doing it at a rate that's less than other groups of men. And the driving, one of the findings in this will be, because that has to be a finding, will be that the driving force in the differentiation, that the differences rather that exist between Black men and, well, Black community and other community is driven by Black men. All right, so let's do this. We study 5 racial and ethnic groups: people of Hispanic ethnicity and non-Hispanic whites, Black, Asians, and American Indians. By analyzing rates of upwards and downwards mobility across generations for these groups, we quantify how their income change and predicts their future earnings, the trajectory of their future earnings. All right. And if you see the graph right here, we see that of the groups, white, Asian, Hispanic, and American Indian all are above Black, right? I don't know how much we want to extrapolate from that, but let's continue. Hispanic Americans have rates of upward income mobility across generation that are slightly below those of white. Hispanics are therefore on a path to moving up substantially in the income distribution across generation, potentially closing much of the present gap between their income and those of white Americans. Asian Americans, we already know the stats for Asian Americans, it's fine. But then in contrast, Black and American Indian children have substantially lower rates of upward upward mobility than the other racial groups. For example, Black children born to parents in the bottom household income quintile have a 2.5% chance of raising to the top quintile of household in comparison or compared with 10% for white. So when white kids are in the bottom quintile, right, the bottom group, right, to move to the top, they're 10% chance of rising, 10.6% chance of rising, whereas for the Black community, it is a 2.5% chance of rising. This is the lowest of any racial group for upward mobility. Now, this is what's important. Well, this is not just what is important. The belief that Black man is a leader, the Black woman not assume position that will elevate her above her Black men. Am I correlating correctly, Themis? I'm not gonna say. All right, I think this is super important. The Black-white income gap, right? So go back up. This gap between white and Black, that income gap that you see here, that income gap is driven, the Black-white income gap is entirely, they use the word entirely here, driven by differences in men's, not women's, outcomes. You see this? This right here is the realization I got from the study. The Black-white income gap is entirely driven by differences in men's, not women's, outcomes. I don't actually care if you believe men should be the leader in the community. What the conversation is going to be about ultimately is whether or not we're doing well. Are we helping or hurting the community? And so let's go back to this. Among those who grow up in families with comparable income, Black men grow up to earn substantially less than the white man. In contrast, Black women earn slightly more than white women, conditional on parent income. Moreover, there is little or no gap in wage rates or hours of work between Black and white women. Like, let's read this again. Among those who grow up in families with comparable income, Black men grew up to earn substantially less than the white men. In contrast, Black women earn slightly more than white women, conditional on parent income. Moreover, there is little or no gap in wage rates or hours of work between Black and white women. This is saying essentially that Black women are outcompeting rather, white women. Now, I shouldn't say they're outcompeting white women because the reality is it's not statistically significant. The difference is not, let's look at oh, I really love this breakdown actually. I like a breakdown that has, that like put it in graphs for you. So here we go. So these are men. This is so the Black men in comparison to the white man. This is the Black woman in comparison to the white woman. The Black woman steadily out-earns the white woman when they're from the same background. The issue is this out-earning is not significantly different to be statistically significant when you're comparing Black women to white women. But even to say that they're doing the same, you're on par. So the difference in the community, in saying that the community is doing poorly, would fall on the men not being able to perform at the level of other groups of men. Sometimes numbers lie, to be fair. Sometimes numbers lie. There is so much left. I'm going to post this breakdown because this breakdown is actually pretty straightforward. So you don't have to read the 100-page. You don't have to read the 100-page study. Let's look at this part. It says, in 99% of neighborhoods in the United States, Black boys earn less in adulthood than white boys who grow up in families with comparable income. So the families had the same education. It's going to explain this, the same education and income, and they're in the same neighborhood, on the same block. Black men are earning less in adulthood than their white counterparts who came from the not exact, but the same comparable background. Now, the answer to this was obviously racism, but then the question then becomes, how are Black women able to outperform rather, white women who come from comparable background? Would be interesting seeing these numbers prior to the Industrial Revolution, which essentially valued physical labor and created desk job. I think by large, Black men are geared towards physical labor rather than cubicle work. I don't disagree with this, by the way. I think this is a good observation, but that only highlights the lack of change or not lack of change, the unwillingness to sort of grow and change with the changing needs of a society. So if that which you are going to provide or have to provide is not in demand, then your work becomes less valuable in that society, right? And so this inability to adopt is going to cause a problem for you as an individual, obviously, but for the numbers, right? And this is why I always have this problem. Like, people are like, oh, you are not man enough. You don't speak deep enough. You're not physically aggressive. Like, you're not doing all these things. Protection in the modern world, I mean, obviously, if there's a fist fight, then yes. But it's very Neanderthal to have a fist fight. Like, the kind of groups you're in where people are just getting up and fighting physically, it seems odd, right? But to the extent that it happens, then yes, it makes sense that you would want to be physically stronger and all of that stuff. But I mean, the idea of manhood, and let's not say manhood, but for success and protection and provision, you're going to have to evolve from that sort of, someone called it a Neanderthal approach. I don't think that's it. I think that we overvalue these weird markers of masculinity. And I'm not saying don't. Like, if that's what you want, that's what you want. Go for it. It's yours. I am here for you. I support you in your I am man, hear me roar kind of thing. Like, I'm here for that. But also add the element of intellect and ability to navigate the world in which you live. And that means that you're going to have to make adjustment so that what you have to provide is something that is in demand if you're going to survive in a capitalistic society. And we're not talking about poor people who are sort of siloed in the quote unquote ghettos, right? We're talking about people who have well-to-do families who are doing well and are in the same sort of socioeconomic position as their white counterparts, consistently failing, right? And the image of manhood, I think, look, I'm not going to be sitting here pretending like I care about a manhood. Look, let me be honest, because the way I think people are talking about manhood and the way we're talking about being a protector and the way that you have to present and your sexuality and all of that, for me, that's meaningless, because you don't have you don't have the kind of capital in the society with all of that mess, right? Like you can't actually protect against someone suing you with your strength, right? You cannot use your strength to intimidate people when it's time to build a business, when it's time to woo a crowd, when it's time to get the votes, right? Like obviously there's an element of charm that's necessary now. There's an element of growth required. And I don't know if we recognize that society has moved past that which we think we have to offer. Black women should marry other Black women and not Black. Not y'all pushing the gay agenda over here. Can I tell you something? I don't know about you. There are some other findings. And I don't want to go through them, but you guys can obviously read this on your own. I can tell you that this actually kind of hurts. I'm going to explain why. And even last night when I fell asleep, it hurts because the truth is, this is an indictment in a way that for me means that we need to do things individually, right? There was part of the study that highlights that a father in the home is not as important as having a lot of fathers in the community. So even where Black boys did not have their own father in the home, but they lived in a community, white or Black, where it was the culture of that community to have fathers around that was more impactful as they could find role models. In fact, having a father in the home where there aren't fathers in the community does not actually do much to help the child. So it's not just a singular father that's important. It's the community of fathers and a community that props up and actually have fathers around and not fathers abandoning their children. And so it's reading this, I think it's like really, really interesting stuff. Now, I wouldn't say read the summary. I would say go to the actual study and go through it. I realized that it took me like 8 hours last night, and now I'm annoyed because it's not getting enough shine on the channel today. And the reason is, there's a couple of reasons. I don't want to I understand what it means. I've talked about on this channel the failures that I've seen, but I don't want people to think, and this, like, the channel isn't about hating Black men. So to the extent you think that you are wrong, but we have to hold each other accountable. Because the women don't believe, like, if women believe you're supposed to be the leader, they're not about to hold you accountable. And so this is my attempt. Like, I don't know how to put this, because actually this is really painful because I am a part of a group that is being projected to do poorly. I'm a part of a group that other people have criminalized, and we have engaged in behaviors that ultimately aren't the best. And so how do we, I don't care about changing the image necessarily, though I ultimately want that, but how do we actually say, okay, this is wrong. What we're doing, we need to stop the excuses and we need to figure it out. Because the study saying we're the problem. I don't know if you believe the study, but the study saying we are the problem. It's not saying Black women not being able to submit is the problem. It's not saying Black women who do their nails and their hair are the problem, that Black women's education is the problem. It's saying we are the problem. in the Black community. And I mean, I've been fighting myself because I honestly wanted to prove this wrong. I wanted it to prove it wrong because it feels like something Fox News would say. That it feels like something Fox News would say, and because of that, like I mean, we can go to post-traumatic slave syndrome, right? Like, I feel like we can go to post-traumatic slave syndrome. Point received. Though I think it's not fair to expect Black men to change who they naturally are, perhaps it's up to us to create an environment where our brothers can thrive. This system ain't for. Bigger picture, can you come up? This is only for bigger picture. I would like for you to explain your perspective because I actually want to, like any angle that you can use to dismantle this would be great. honestly, it would be great because does the study go into when women not smiling more? Perhaps this is the answer to why Black men are Betty, you're annoying. Wait. I'm laughing because I'm uncomfortable. Bigger picture. I'm waiting for you. Actually, not just bigger picture. Any man who is here who has an issue with the study, obviously, come on. Let me pin this. Bigger picture. I would really like for you to come up. While you come up, let me order Jamaican food because I'm definitely not about to go out tonight. What should I get tonight for food? I was thinking about oxtail or curried goat. So no one is coming up. Goddess, what say you? Hello? Goddess, you're muted.
Sorry. Yeah, I understand why it hurts and why it's sad because one, yeah, it does sound like something that Fox would say. And part of why it sounds like that is not just because of how blatant it is, but because the article blatantly says that we don't really have an explanation, basically. It's saying that all of the things that we see, single mothers striving to do when with our children, placing them in better neighborhoods and better schools, protecting them from violence, getting them in sports, especially if they're boys, in order to compensate for the lack of fatherhood in the home. That's not making a difference. So it hurts. I want men who are listening to know that this isn't just hurtful to Black men who care, like Themis, and Black men who may be triggered by this. Also hurts those of us Black women who are raising your children by ourselves, because it's like, well, there's nothing that we can do if we have a boy. Like it doesn't matter. And it's sad because I've seen my own mother go through this with myself and my teenage brother, who is now an adult. And it's one of those it's so weird. It's like, I don't know what's getting in his way. We're at a loss. We're 100% at a loss. And the only thing that we know to do is to say, well, hey, we're women. A man was supposed to raise you. Your father was supposed to raise you and didn't. But even going that far, we don't know if that's the bottom of, if that's what lies at the bottom of this. Maybe it's deeper because his dad had the same issues. So where does it end? Where does it begin?
Yeah. And that's kind of why I want I would like for some Black men to come up and explain, like, why, because my understanding is like we're to blame and there's nothing else. And so, like, if there are Black men here that has a different view, like, please come share it, because I don't want I mean, it's going to be what it is. But if this is the only thing that goes out tonight into the ether, it's not a good look. Annalicia?
So I think for me the better question, not the better question, this is it's all a good question. And I'm interested to hear what Black men have to say, though I suspect excuses will probably be, I'm going to just hear a lot of excuses. But I think a question that Black men need to ask is, what's the difference between Black men and Black women? It's psychologically speaking, because if Black women can acquire upward mobility, or if we work towards economic upward mobility, whatever it is, I'm trying to differentiate, like, what is the difference? Like, how did they respond to slavery psychologically, that for them? Because I know that they're gonna cite slavery as a cause, as an issue, which Black women experienced slavery as well. And women being women, right, you're at a double disadvantage, right? You are at the mercy of men. That's a reality, right? We had a biblical panel saying men are stronger. You need a man in the house to protect you. So we've established that. So if we've established that, what is the difference? Why are women able to transcend plight, diversity, turbulence, and Black men are slaves to it? I would like for Black men to come up here so that maybe they can explain it in a way that I can understand, because I'm tired of the excuses. It's a disgusting.
Yeah, I don't know what to do, but at this point, do we go to court and get the? I am saddened.
No, before we do that, we go to court and become a protected protected persons, or protected group of people, like Asian Americans did when that stuff was happening. That's what we do first if we're gonna go to court.
Yeah, Raquel.
Rochelle. Okay.
I messed it up again, Rochelle.
Right. But that graph you showed is so eye-opening, and I think it's just like why Black women and white women are so close. It's just because we live in a patriarchal society, and many women still go into fields predominantly for women, and fields for women are devalued and paid less as a result, which is a problem in itself. But the fact that we are able to be even surpass white women even a bit, shows that really there's a greater problem here when it comes to the men and not the women at all, because we're pretty neck and neck in terms of the women.
Yeah, it means you guys are pushing, y'all are fighting. Like, even if we have to accept racism exists, it would be affecting y'all, and y'all are still outdoing.
Yeah, we should be at the bottom with them, I guess. But the fact that we're so close to another group says that there's something like you've all said, something going on. And I think it just goes to maybe how Black men and Black women navigate the society we're living in differently, and maybe it's how we process and navigate the white supremacist patriarchal system differently. And maybe it's because men usually, for one, the representation of Black men is really bad. It's horrible, it's awful. And plus, many Black men only have very few options to look out to, because they usually don't aspire to more STEM fields or academic kind of fields, and mainly look at a rapper or athlete or entertainer, which are very, very hard fields to make it into. And I feel when that kind of option is off the table, whether it's because you're not physically fit enough to become an athlete, you're not entertaining or funny, or you can't cut it in Hollywood, or because being a rapper is actually extremely hard, maybe they just kind of crumble and don't really strive for another path, because those three paths were probably the only ones they thought they could do, or the only way out, or like what to strive for as like maybe a black man. So maybe when those options are off the table, they just can't deal, and they kind of fall by the wayside. Whereas like black women kind of don't really have those same like markers to look at, because I mean I don't think many black women are looking into becoming female rappers or like female entertainers or female athletes, because those fields are generally devalued anyway, by like, you know, financially. So many black women kind of look at those alternatives from the get-go, and I feel like maybe we're able to pivot more because those options weren't laid out for us. So
Let me
we don't.
say, wait. So it's interesting to me that the men all have all this problem and smoke for me, but today y'all talking about I'm here to listen. LOL. I got nothing for this topic. How do you not have something for the topic that?
That is just so. I mean, we can laugh at it all day, but honestly, that's not funny. It really isn't.
No.
It's really not, because this is why my channel goes the way that it goes, and I don't understand, how do you not have anything for this topic, but you have all this smoke every other time? Like, and it's interesting, I don't expect Obi to come up. I don't expect Prince Petty to come up. I don't expect Kenny to come up, because they've already, on some level, agreed with the where we are. Right? But I do expect, Stan, this is not, please, you're fine where you are. But I do expect Stan to come. Well, please don't. But I do expect other people who have been consistently disagreeing with me to come up, because I think this is an integral part of the discussion. Like, what say you? Because ultimately, peel this all to the side, peel this all back. My issue is that we're not performing well. Now, that can be a racial issue, it could be a structural issue, or it could be an individual issue. The study is suggesting an individual issue. It does not ignore racism. It factors for it, probably using black women being able to compete with white women. So is that something that's uncalled for? If it's uncalled for, why? So no, you don't get. I'm here to listen. Everyone is here to listen when the facts are out. But when we're talking about building and why women's career matter, everyone has a problem with that.
Now, it's interesting that he went out of his way to say that, but I wanted to respond to Annalisa's point or question about like if there's something psychologically different between us. And I think that touches a little bit on your point, Themis, about the importance of agency rather than on the systems, because there's another work that references our agency. It's from an essay, and that was in 1992 from Bell Hooks, called The Oppositional Gaze. And it's basically talking about Black people, and like specifically Black women as opposed to Black men, and how we rebel against these structures of racism and in the media and in our institutions. And we develop the agency to decide to challenge those things. It sounds really simple, but it goes really into depth. And I really just don't think that I don't think that Black men and Black women have the same level of awareness of agency.
I think sorry.
Oh, go ahead. There was I'm trying to find oppositional gaze, because I did Race and Representation was a book. I think it was in Bell Hooks in Black. It's somewhere on the internet. I'll find it before the stream is over. Whoever is going, go ahead. I forgot. I think that was Concern.
No, it wasn't me. There was somebody who was going to talk before me. I'd like to go after them.
All right.
Oh, it was me. Sorry. I just wanted to say that it's in real time we get to see the differences, like the contrast all night. Themis, since you started your show, it's been all women. Women want to come up here. Women, we will put our feet to the fire. Black women are going to step up. They're going to ask questions. They're going to answer questions. They want to know, right? And I think that is indicative of the differences. Not that I'm answering my own question, because I really need Black men to like Like, what's wrong with you? But I think that that's an indicator, or at least it's indicative of some of the differences, right? Black women don't have issues to the same degree and extent with respect to accountability, because we'll get on the panel. Even getting on the panel is a degree of accountability. And I see and Black men cower. They cower from responsibility, they cower from accountability, they cower from, sort of rising to the challenge, stepping up to the plate. And that's, parallel to their position in society, because in a not just a patriarchy, but in a, globalization and I mean, you might live, but in that kind of system, you're always at bat. You're always at bat. You always have to step up to the plate. You're constantly being tested. You're constantly being challenged. Life is a challenge. And unfortunately, that challenge it's either too difficult for Black men. I think they've resigned themselves to the challenge that we do call life and success and progress and evolution and accountability. That's possible too, right? Because it's like we can read all the studies, but we can also look at what's happening in real time, in the real world. And Black men are just not doing anything. They're just not doing anything. They're not coming on the panel, which further puts further emphasis on the fact that whether it's virtual on YouTube or in real life in the community, they're not doing anything. Like, it's a problem.
And they're here. They want to go out of their way to tell us that I'm here. I'm not going to say anything and I'm not going to do anything. How disrespectful.
It's cowardice. It's cowardice. And you can't have that degree of cowardice truly in your spirit, in your soul, and then be confused about or denied your position in society. To me, that's congruent. To me, this panel is congruent with these statistics and this study. And no Black man has come up here to prove otherwise. Not even they. No Black man is even coming up here. You don't have to prove anything, because statistics are what they are. Data is what it is. But come up here to have a position. If you're gonna push back, have a position. Like, it's sad.
I think it is sad. It's maybe I will give this. Maybe they're feeling the way that I felt when I first read it. In that I was like, oh yeah, this is bad. That's what I was feeling, because and when hearing Orange Bill say he doesn't have anything to say is odd, because every other night he does. And everything that I've ever talked about actually goes back to this study. So if you have issues with what I am saying, you should have issues with this study. There is no way that you think I am wrong in my assertion of women's education matters, in women's employment matters. There is no way that you're going to have opposition to me saying women should own homes, right? There's no way you are going to have that kind of opposition if you not what it's not him asking what is the study theme is. Wait, it's because Black women can analyze in the real world, but not in the Black community, where the Black women have to be honest and tell Black men they are the problem. I don't think Black women are generally willing to do that either. We literally just went through it. What do you mean? What is this?
Themis, I wanted to jump in here, because Orange Pill gonna twerk. So I think that
before you go, when I say Orange Pill, I'm talking about Orange Pill and his elk. Right? Like, I'm not just saying Orange Pill, but yes, him too. I'm talking about all the people with all the smoke, and I know they're here because I saw them commenting before. I see Orange Pill commenting now. I know my analytics. I know who is watching, and so it's very strange to me. But go ahead.
So what I wanted to posit is that I think that this is just a theory. I think it's toxic shame that keeps Black men out of doing anything about it, because Black women experience a ton of stuff, but I think because femininity is first of all, we were indoctrinated into Christianity that put femininity as secondary character. So much so that most of the Bible is not talking about even like people, they're talking about man, and we're just putting ourselves in the bucket. And so when I think about how much, men are propped up in our psyche and how obvious it is that the way that we were taught about masculinity puts Black men at the opposite end. There's just so much shame and resentment that comes up with that I think that Black women don't experience. Our femininity gets questioned, but masculinity seems to be aligned with humanity in a way that femininity is not. Like, to be masculine is to be human, but to be feminine is to be maybe a better woman, but a non-feminine woman is still a woman. To not be masculine, you're not a man, you're not a person. And I think that when we think about how these conversations usually go with people who don't want to receive this information, the first thing that they protect is their masculinity and their role and the importance of their role to partner with women, as opposed to even their humanity and their personhood. They don't even usually think about growth from a personal, like, self, actualization. It's just like, get money, like, follow some sort of script, like, I don't think they're doing a lot of the work that comes with identifying yourself as a person.
Wait. 1 second, I have to do this. Orange Pill now say it's not the quality of the man that matters, right? Just that you have one. And Orange Pill said, Themis, Prince Petty, Themis still ain't find that made up clip. Orange Pill, you have to now come up. I'm going to remove Goddess Forever. I'm in the back. Please don't come up. Anyone else? Orange Pill, please come up, because you need to tell me which clip this is. Because if it's the one where you said, if you're denying, first of all, I need you to come up here and deny that you said that. I need you, Themis, Orange Pill said you made up the story of him saying it's not the quality of the marriage that matters. Is that true? I need Orange Pill to come up here and tell me to my face, and I will. No, I'm not going to say this. But I will give you an entire stream, Orange Pill, where you literally take over and I shut up and you talk to the people. If you come up here and say this and it's true, if you can literally prove, if you come up here, right, and you say, I've never said, if you're telling me that you've never said it is the quality of the marriage, if you said it's not the quality, it's that you're married. If you're telling me that you're going to deny that you said that, please come up here and do it. And if I can prove that, if I can prove within the day, the rest of the night, if I need to stay up all night tonight, if I can prove it by the end of the night, then I will give you an entire stream to yourself on whatever you want to talk about. You have full range. If you did say it, however, you are now going to have to offer something up. Don't hide now. Please don't go hide now. Because one of the things that I don't like are people who lie. Like, drag me, curse me out. I don't care. I won't block you. It's fine. But what I don't like is a liar. Do not lie. So please come up here and tell the people that you did not say that it is not the quality of the marriage, it is that you're married. Come up and say that. Come up here and say that. Come up here and say that. I will even put money on the table. Like, if I can't find it by the end of the night, I will actually pay you, because I don't think it's fair for me to not be able to prove that. So please come up and tell me that tell me. I want to hear it out of your mouth. I don't want to just say it. I want you to come up and tell me that you never said that it's not the quality of the marriage, it is that you're married. All right, Orange Pill is here.
Can I finish my thought?
Yeah.
Because he's gonna make it go to hell. So I wanted to finish. The idea is that I think that women have, like, patriarchy sucks for men too, especially Black men. There are obviously things that are put in place to keep Black men where they are so that white men can look good. And so I think that when we think about it's a different type of struggle that Black women experience. But I think that a lot of the issues Black men have is wrestling with masculinity first, and having and not being able to get out of that mindset where you don't feel like you are a person without being able to play a white man's game. And I think that's why the Bible, or the way that Christianity was taught to Black people, because it's not that Christianity is or that Christ is wrong, it's that the way that we were taught is wrong. I think that it puts a different level of pressure and shame on Black men that Black women don't experience, and it puts a different level of I guess observation on Black men too that Black women don't experience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Before you go, they drag kings because they impersonate men. All right, Orange Pill.
Yep.
You said you said you never said it's not the quality. It's not the quality of the marriage. It's that you're married.
I did not say that.
So you didn't say it's not about being in a good marriage. It's about being married.
I did say something along those lines, but that wasn't just not that whole, because you've been saying multiple videos. I said it's not about the quality of the marriage.
When you say it's not about being in a good marriage, it's about being married. What does that mean?
Well, I remember that exact conversation we had. We were talking about where loyalty is in a marriage, and I was saying where loyalty is at the beginning of the marriage in regards to both people.
No. You said it's not. Prince Petty said you said it's not about being in a good marriage. It's about being married. Did you say that?
Yes.
So why are you?
But that's not what you said. You said something about the quality or something like that.
I said it is not that it's not the quality of the marriage that matters. It's that you're married.
I didn't, which is not what I said.
How is that different from what Petty said?
Well, first of all, like, I was responding to what you said in that same thing you're saying about the good marriage. I didn't just flat out say that. It was about, I was responding to what you just said. Well, not what you just said, but in that conversation we had. That's what I was just explaining. I didn't just say it's not about the good marriage. Like, you're not saying the whole conversation we had.
Oh, I'm gonna find it. Do you want me to find it?
I can go ahead and just tell you exactly what it was right now.
Oh,
because
tell me what it was.
So what happened was, we were talking about where loyalty is in the marriage, and
no. Sorry, I don't want you to tell me. I'm gonna pull it up.
Themis, there's no sound.
Is filing the paperwork. Actually, it's cheaper for women to file. That's part of the reason that women predominantly file.
Wait, I forgot Annalisa was on this panel.
Sorry. I want to know. I want him to sort of break that down for me before, because I don't want to. I'm not going to do the rah-rah. I just think it's intellectually dishonest to use that, or to try to extrapolate how much women, how much loyalty they have.
Now you want
pause. So I'm sorry. I know this is like you're saying a good marriage, right? Like marriage, like
it's not a good marriage. It's just what you come. It's not about being a good marriage. I'm just saying what my definition of loyalty is.
Wait.
Okay.
So,
world, right? So I don't want us to get caught up in this. Oh well, if you aren't this or that, you can't have the no, we can. We're adults. We're intellectuals. We can have the conversation. This is not about me. This is not about you. I want to focus on the talking points, and then and build a framework and move forward.
Okay. Well, okay. Well, I wasn't going to personally attack you, whether you say yes or no, but
no, I said personalized. I didn't say attack.
Okay, I know, but you started going about like there was going to be an attack. Well, because if I answer that,
that's not what I said. Oh my god.
Okay, we'll just move on. I answer your question. So, we have two different forms of what we think loyalty is. That's all it simply came down to. Because of my personal experience, I feel as though the biggest loyalty both Black men and Black women can have is being married to each other. That's all I was even saying. So, in me being married and sharing my space, my legal name, my finances, my home with another woman, not another woman, but with a woman, and growing with them, that's the biggest loyalty.
I need to understand something really quickly.
Okay.
Marriage in and of itself does not equal what, like you were saying, a good marriage, right? Like
it's not a good marriage. It's just what you come. It's not about being a good marriage. I'll just tell you what my definition of loyalty.
Wait.
Okay.
So you think I am loyal to someone if I marry them and like abuse them?
What? What are you talking about abuse for?
I literally just asked you what kind of marriage, and you said it doesn't matter if it's a bad marriage.
You're trying to defend. You were trying to say you said good marriage. Then I was like, I'm not talking about good marriage. Then you say, what? Were you talking about bad marriage or abuse? Like, no. What?
Wait,
you're trying to put some type of marriage. Why are you trying to define what the marriage is, though? Why are you trying to define?
But that
matters. I'm gonna have to stop.
Wait.
What's wrong with him?
Whoa. Silent Night. Maybe you are saying I am wrong. So maybe are you with Orange Pill on this? Do you understand the exchange that just happened?
You can repeat it.
All right. I'm confused. The biggest show of loyalty, biggest show of loyalty in your mind is marriage.
Mm-hmm.
Does the kind of marriage matters?
If you go further into marriage, but when you first get the marriage,
yes or no question. Like, does the kind
because you don't know what the kind of marriage is until you're in the marriage. You're talking about when you get married. You're trying to already say, well, if
the commitment is just at the marriage ceremony, like we sign the paper and I am so confused.
It's him. He did this. Oh, he did this.
I did what? What did I do?
Terrible. You're terrible for this. How
terrible.
can you? How is your argument predicated on being married for the sake of marriage, but you think that you can separate the quality of the marriage? You can't.
But how do you know what the quality of marriage is at the beginning of the marriage?
It doesn't matter what it is in the beginning.
What
yes, matters?
Wait.
Listen.
Okay.
Sir, listen. The point is that it matters. It matters. Quality always matters. You can't separate the quality of marriage and marriage.
Okay, so first,
what? Like, see, if this is your argument, then I understand why you feel like in your own mind there's validity. But I'm going to tell you what you're saying is entirely incongruous with successful marriage, because getting married for the sake of being married, statistically, and because this is the thing, these things are tracked. Unhappy marriages, i.e. the ones that don't work out, those are tracked. It's trackable data. And it's not a good, why did you do this? Just say yes. say quality matters and let's move on.
No, here's the thing that you're overlooking, in my opinion. When we had the discussion, when discussion you saw was that we were just establishing what loyalty is to women. I was saying that loyalty, the loyalty to Black men is through marriage. That's my definition. That's what definition of what can show the biggest loyalty to Black men. Now you want
pause. So I'm sorry. I know this is a you and Elisa conversation, but like I'm honestly just trying. Like I'm literally not even trying to do a gotcha. Like I'm really not. Like I'm so detached. Like you guys can go at it, but the biggest show of loyalty is marriage.
Yeah, that's through the act of marriage. Yes,
for a man.
All right. So if that is the biggest, is it like when you do the marriage, immediately when you do the marriage, or is it the marriage?
Well, I'm sorry. What was the last thing I hit?
Is it like the act of getting married? So the day you sign the paper, that is the biggest show of loyalty, or is it the commitment through the marriage?
It's just the act of getting married.
Girl, I'm done. We're done.
Why are you already?
You and Annalisa can have this conversation. I'm out of it. I disagree completely.
I'm trying. What
can I do? What can I do with him? I can't do anything with him.
I don't.
Okay.
Wait. Silent Night seems. I mean, we can continue. I mean, if you don't understand, we can still continue. It's quite entertaining from this perspective, watching it now. Watching it back is really entertaining.
No words, Orange Pill?
Hello, sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was on mute. I muted myself. So it's just watching how many times you kept throwing in, or you and Alicia kept throwing in stuff that wasn't even in my argument. We started talking about the quality of the marriage that didn't happen yet. The good, whether it's good marriage or bad marriage.
Play it again. You see what he's doing? Play it again. Play it again. I need you to put your listening ears on. Play it again.
No, not only
hey, Alicia,
I'm not only gonna play it again. I'm gonna continue playing it, because if you're not embarrassed, girl, period. Let's continue watching, because I'm embarrassed for you. Be agreeing with you, or
I
don't
didn't
know.
say I agreed. This is the issue that I have is like you guys just took his, even before he could even make his point, you took it and slandered him, and it's not really you, Themis. The panel does this a lot, and I'm over it. It's okay. I mean, like you come on, you step into the fire, you're gonna get burned, right? But I don't know what to do with him. I don't know what's wrong with him. Why did he do that?
I'm gonna make it better. I apologize. I overstepped my bounds. No. Orange Pill, I definitely ask you if it is the act of getting married, or if it is the marriage that shows loyalty. Which of those is it?
Just the act of getting married shows loyalty.
So I am loyal to you, not to you. If I decided to marry a woman today and cheat on her for the rest of her life and beat her, am I loyal to that woman?
No, you're not. Well, you're not. You're not.
So again, the question is it the act of getting married, or is it the marriage?
Is it the act of getting married or getting married? It's still the act of getting married.
Okay, so now, Silent Night, can I say I'm done?
I mean, can I get Todd? Can I get Todd? Can Todd talk? Because
hold on. I'm sorry. Okay, I want to respond. I'd like to respond to something, because it's interesting, because you're speaking from the perspective of Black men. You're saying that, Black men, we value loyalty and we view loyalty through the lens of marriage, right? That's the ultimate form of loyalty. The irony in this is that Black men are getting married at the lowest clip, right? Like, the irony is Black men are married at what, 23? Was it like 24%? What is it's the lowest rate. So is that has to be by your own admission, that has to be a complete or in
I like this comment. Not Team is trying to help him along and Orange Pill still lost. I think what happens is I don't think these men take me seriously when we're talking because I am actually being generous in these conversations. It's something I don't do if I'm straight up debating. We're going to just go at it and someone is going to get demolished. But when I'm talking to people and I feel like, okay, maybe this is going to just be too one-sided, I will actually try to help. But every single time, like at some point he should have said, well, Orange Pill, you're here. Go ahead.
Okay, so in that discussion, when we talked about loyalty, just to kind of break down what that beginning.
Let me ask the question directly. Do you stand behind what you said in that video?
I do. Well, there were some parts where like it got kind of confusing at the end. You kind of started talking about, is it the act or is it the marriage throughout or whatever? You kept adding more layers to the conversation where I was, to my point, when I was trying to make a point, you're like, well, is the marriage good or not? Is it going to be a good marriage? Is it going to be a bad marriage? This only happen a good marriage?
You said you didn't. Wait. You said you didn't. 1 second. Let's do this. Because I'm not about to.
Do you want me to talk or you just want to I'm trying to have a conversation with you. You're like, oh, wait, don't let me say this question.
All right, go ahead. What was the point you were trying to make about loyalty in marriage?
Okay, so when we first had the conversation, I was telling you that loyalty in the marriage starts at the beginning. I'm not saying it starts at the beginning. I didn't say it's not at that moment in time. It's just about what you both come in with, resources, everything, your time, your money, everything. So it's that's what I'm talking about as far as loyalty, committing to each other. And then you went on to talk about,
No, don't talk about what I want to talk about. Is that the case you wanted to make for what loyalty was?
Yes.
What is loyalty? Loyalty is what? Do it again. Sorry.
Loyalty is you in the marriage. Loyalty in the marriage is you both.
You can't do that. I'm stopping you because.
Why are you telling me I can't do it? Why are you telling me I can't do it? What do you want me to do? You want me to explain what?
Do not raise your voice at me. But when I say you can't do that, you cannot say loyalty in a marriage is when you said loyalty is getting married.
I said loyalty in a marriage. That's what we talked about in the video.
Nope, you did not. You must be.
What did I say?
Oh my God.
You must.
Wait, hold on. I talked about loyalty. I said loyalty in regards to black
loyalty. Black men show black women loyalty by getting married to them. That is what you said.
We made the distinction. We asked you more than once to make the distinction. Is it the quality of the marriage, i.e. the marriage? What happens in a marriage? It's quality. Or is it the act of getting, no, hold on. Is it the act of getting married? We made the distinction and you said it's the act of getting married. We just watched it.
Well, the problem was hold on, Annalisa. I'm trying to answer you. Now I'm getting yelled at. Okay. So my thing is that the conversation, I think what happened was it was understanding what I'm saying before you guys go on and talk about what you guys want to talk about as far as adding more layers to it. Well, is the marriage going to be good? Is about the quality or the initial marriage? It's like I'm talking about loyalty in regards to both black men and black women coming together initially as far as getting married, like coming together and deciding to get married and getting married, coming in, bringing everything that you have to the marriage is loyalty in that aspect. That's the simple point I was at. And then it got confusing. It was like, how do we know if it's going to be a good marriage? And how do we know if it's going to be a bad marriage? And isn't it about the quality of the marriage? It's like, that's not what I'm saying. I don't know. Like, you want to add stuff to the conversation? That's not the point I'm trying to make.
I ask you point blank, is it the act of getting married or the marriage itself? And you
And
said,
that, yeah.
I asked you this 3 times in the little clip that we just played. I asked you it
Yeah.
3 times to give you the opportunity to backtrack and say, actually, loyalty is about the way you operate in the marriage. Because I even pointed out that you could get married and go cheat. Is that loyalty? And so if you're sitting here saying, I stand behind what I said, that doesn't make sense. So if you are going to say, no, actually, I don't stand beside what I said, I was confused, I didn't fully understand what was happening. Now, what I'm trying to say here is this. You can do that. That has been all I've been trying to get you to do in that clip.
Well, first of all, you don't even know, you're not even in a marriage, first of all. And you're trying to tell me where loyalty is in a marriage, which makes no sense. Or where it could be. It's not.
Wait.
Because you do this way too much where you think.
Wait, no. Because you did this too. When you said majority is not part, you said you're not in a marriage, so how can you know majority is part? Definitions. Next.
Hold on. I was talking about I'll say in majority, I pay majority of bills. How can you tell me whether I pay part or majority? So that's what I said. So next to that, actually. So I wasn't just telling you about. I wasn't just telling you about.
Please don't raise your voice to over. I just wanted to ask a question.
Wait, no. It's fine. Don't wait. Let him talk first, and then because at this point, I think. I like this for a couple of reasons. I like it because it highlights some, I'm not going to say what it highlights fully on here because it's wrong, but the fact that he doesn't see the problem here is actually fascinating for me as a case study. So that I'm not in a marriage means I don't understand what loyalty means.
In a marriage, well, how do you know what loyalty is in a marriage?
I'm asking you. No, I'm asking you.
No, I'm answering your question. Like, yeah, you don't. And as far as a marriage, yes.
Wait, so just answer it. So I don't know what loyalty is in a marriage because I'm not in it.
Yeah.
Wait,
yeah.
You're fine. Yeah, I'll accept that. Is cheating on your spouse loyal? You're in a marriage. Can you tell me that?
No, it's not.
All right. So cheating on your spouse is not loyal. You just confirmed it, so I don't need to be in the marriage to know that, correct?
That's not the topic we're talking about. We're talking about where it is in the marriage.
You just
You're trying to say, well, I know that cheating is not.
So can I ask them?
Are you serious?
What's the distinction?
Wait, everyone just stop for a second. Because like I am this idiotic notion that you have to be in it to understand it. I need him to get over it. Well, I don't need him to get over it. I need the people to just like talk about it. I don't have to be in a marriage to know that you cheating is not loyal. You beating your wife is not loyal. I know what loyalty means. So you don't have to be in a marriage. The way you throw marriage in people's face is just to say you have it. And that's fine. I think it's a great thing. You can throw it in everyone's face that you want, but you don't use it to fight against words that can be objectively defined. You don't need a subjective understanding of reality and your reality specifically to understand what words mean. So I don't mind, like, I'm fine. I think you should be proud of your marriage and throw it in everyone's face if you want, but know when to do it. Loyalty and the definition of loyalty is not the time. It's not the time when you throw it in someone's face. Like, please throw it in my face. I'm here for you. I will applaud you for that which you have done. You're married. Hooray. Great. But I still know what loyalty means. And you saying the biggest way a man can show a woman that they're loyal is by marrying them is inaccurate, because men marry women all the time and end up cheating them, beating them, killing them. That, you would agree with me, is not loyalty, right?
Right.
Okay, so I don't need to be in a marriage. Don't bring that marriage thing up again. That doesn't make sense. But
actually, I will, but that's okay.
Yeah,
but it's not. Yeah, I'm not. My thing is this, Themis. I'm telling you in regards. We're talking about where loyalty is as far as a marriage, and you're trying to Like the conversation you're trying to have, you're trying to go past my point and add things to it. And I'm like, I want to stay on what I'm talking
No,
about.
your
Because
point is
why if you're having a
Because
conversation,
it adds
why
more
add
to
any depth to the
confusion.
conversation? Why?
Because
Right? Why layer the
well,
conversation? Why
I,
add nuance?
I'm
You're right.
saying understand. It's
We
not about
understand. This is
understand.
remedial.
And well, what I wanted to add is that I think it's interesting that you're thinking that we should have loyalty, the subject of loyalty, be simple when we're talking about something that is big. So to say Black men are loyal, because it's like saying, Themis, you had a example before of like a legal thing. So hopefully this jogs your memory. But if you rent an apartment and somebody provides you with a space, but the space is unlivable, it can be a de facto. What's the term? Like
there's an implied warranty of habitability.
Exactly, and you can kick somebody out by making it uninhabitable.
Yeah, it's constructive eviction. Yeah.
Exactly. And so when you're saying that Black women you're saying that that in this situation that Black men are loyal because they have married. A man is loyal because he has married. We're not even talking about the statistics on how often Black men get married. All right, fine. But like would you say that a house that has no lights, no water, they're not doing any of the maintenance, blah, blah, is still a reasonable lease to uphold your end of? Because, I mean, you do technically have an address. You know what I mean? You do technically have a place that you own the key to. I think that you're glossing over the depth because you don't want to go into the specifics because the specifics have expectations. And that's the part that I think that we should name, because it's not like loyalty is an agreement, and an agreement has tenants underneath the agreement, but you didn't want to go into that. Why? That's like a genuine, I don't know if I'm the only person who is coming up in the audio right now, but you responding to me, Themis. So I'm like, Orange Pill, this is an actual question. Like, should loyalty not have a description? Is it not something that there are going to be tenants to? There's going to be expectations? Because if in the same breath, I don't know. It's like,
I think this kind of ties into the discussion earlier. Maybe words just shouldn't have definitions. Maybe the definition should change, maybe based on the weather, based on how you feel, based on what you had for breakfast. Maybe the problem is the definitions to the objective definitions to words. Is that the problem, Orange Pill?
No, not at all. So when Concerned was talking about like the thing about my main point, like I said, the point I was making was what I said didn't mean loyalty was only at the beginning of the relationship when you first get together, which people were like, well, they get something can happen down the road and all this stuff. I get all that can happen. I'm not denying that something could happen on both sides where, somebody leaves, divorces, or somebody cheats on somebody and all that stuff. But I'm talking about just at the initial part. I'm not saying that it only happens at that part. Loyalty happens. I'm saying that's where it starts initially.
Right. So wait. Do you understand how that is not a show? Getting married to someone that you're abusing is not a show of loyalty.
But where did abuse come from? That's what I was asking you in the video. What you brought up abuse? You brought up whether the marriage is going to be good or not.
I don't
What's
think
talking about quality?
I honestly like I'm talking because like it's fascinating to me, but I actually don't think you have the range for this conversation or
But
any
but but
conversation we had.
but why did you bring up abuse? Where did abuse come from? You said why did you? Where did abuse come from? Where did I talk about abuse?
You
Why did
didn't
you
talk
bring
about
abuse up?
you didn't talk
So you
about
brought
abuse.
it.
I didn't. You didn't talk about abuse. I
Okay,
did. When
but
you
what?
say
But
when
okay.
you say marrying someone is the show of loyalty by itself, and I ask you if is it the marriage, like you getting married, that is the show of loyalty, or the actual marriage, the substance, like what actually happens in the marriage, is that the show of loyalty? And you say no, it's the getting married part. Then it introduces question like, but what if the man is abusive? Is he still loyal? And hopefully the answer to that is no. So that you get married to someone isn't a show of loyalty in and of itself, unless the marriage is good and productive. And we are using the word loyal to mean giving or showing firm and constant support or allegiance to a person. So I am very much confused.
But
I
could I
think what happened
hold
was
on, hold on,
okay.
Orange Pill. 1 second, Orange Pill.
Okay.
I also want, I just want to reiterate, because in case you didn't listen to what you said earlier, we also did make sure that you were able to differentiate between quantity and quality, right? Because
Yep.
you can get married, right? The act of getting married can happen many times in one's life, right? So we wanted to differentiate. Is it quantity or is it quality? And you said no. It's the act of getting married. Sorry, you said it more. You said it more than one time. This is how I remember, right? Because you were like on a loop. You kept saying the same things over and over and over. So with that in mind, then I want you to answer the question with that in mind.
Is it about the quantity or the quality of the marriage? Is that what you said? Huh?
I want to ask, how about
Wait,
this?
wait, no. Is it the qual? We've asked. I'm not defending him, but perhaps he's saying loyalty can be placed in different areas, regardless of what type. No, absolutely not. Even if he's saying that, he's wrong.
I
So
am
unless
saying that. So no. Actually, I am saying that because what happens was it got confusing, and this is my fault on this. Entertaining the questions where you guys were trying to figure out, I guess, ask me questions in, in a way that showed that loyalty was only in like one part of the marriage. Like, it's like it's generally throughout. It's not like in one spot. Like,
God
well,
has
it's like
said, hey, God has said
yeah.
no comprehension, hence the black-white wealth gap. Period.
There it is.
Look, y'all can. I hope. What is that noise in the background? I hope that y'all aren't stressed out over this, because I refuse. I
Same
refuse to
here.
be. I refuse to sit here and be stressed out. My lip gloss, my CarMax is on, and everything is great. And I'm waiting for my food, so I hope everyone is having a great night. As we do this discussion, because you're not going to sit here and pretend like you weren't asked multiple times, as Annalicia pointed out, that we ask you, is it the quality of the marriage, right? If how good the marriage is, or is it that you got married? What is the show of loyalty? There is no pushback. There's literally no pushback. You could literally say, yeah, it is the quality of the marriage. And then we're like, yeah, we agree. It is the quality. You better be doing well in the marriage for me to say you're loyal or showing loyalty. Very easy to me, but you decide to say no to that on 3 separate occasions and say that it is that you got married that is a show of loyalty. Do you understand how it is not a show of loyalty just that you got married, that the quality actually matters? That is all I need you to answer, and then explain.
Um, it's not as it's actually more about getting married because you don't know. I'll explain why.
Okay. So
I'll,
okay.
I- I'll explain why. How do you know, Themis? How do you know what kind of quality marriage you're going to have And how do you know it's going to be a good marriage? How do you know that at the beginning?
You don't. That's not the question.
Exactly. That's basically adds more to my point. You're talking about, well, we don't
That is
know.
not.
It's quality matters, but you don't know what the quality matters unless you commit and and
Yeah,
become loyal to the person.
yes. And that's
Right?
when you're in the marriage is when you know if it is a good marriage or not, if that person is loyal or not. In fact, actually, the person can be cheating on you, abusing you, and then try to drag you into a marriage. Yes. So that's not a show of marriage itself is not indicative of a show of loyalty, not based on these divorce stats and this black femicide rate. No, it's not. Do you understand that? And you just said it again, just FYI. Like for people in the chat pretending like they didn't hear you, you said it again that it is not the quality of the marriage, it is that you got married.
I also think it's interesting that it's the orange pills of the world that are facilitating the wage gap. You understand that, right? This is the physical and in embodiment of the impediment in terms of their ability to create upward mobility. This is it, everybody.
And I want to underscore, highlight, and bold that, because what we're talking about is effectively why Orange Pill wants to gloss over it is because he wants to get to the part where we start stating the expectations for men in a relationship, because he's already proven his loyalty. So you are expected to be fit, feminine, and submissive. And he doesn't want to talk about the expectations for men the expectations that women would be able to get in that relationship. Because we just need to assume good intent because we decided to get married. You need to start off on the right foot and take the lead woman in being his piece. And the other statistics prove that it is because of bad marriages that Black women get into when they are upwardly mobile, why they still net lower than their white counterparts. Because when wealthy Black women get married, they usually lose overall quality of life very differently than many other women. They lose quality of life and they lose overall net worth.
Yeah. Look, y'all can throw these marriages in people's face all you want, but you're not going to throw a marriage in someone's face where you are telling us that the quality is not important. I don't, girl, not you need to be in a marriage to know how to define loyalty. Girl, what? You tell me you pay majority of the bill. I tell you that's still a part of the bill. You said, okay, are you in the marriage? Why do I need to be in a marriage to know that majority is still a part? Why?
Let me tell you something. The last group of men that should be bragging about marriage is Black men. That is the last group.
To be fair, if we take his argument to the logical extreme, which we didn't get to do because I'm not about to do it, but if you say marriage, even if to accept that marriage alone shows loyalty, then Black men, we aren't, like, Black women aren't getting married to Black men. Like this is not a thing that is happening. So what does that say about the loyalty? Maybe the converse.
Right.
Maybe
I have a question, guys. Do you legitimately think is Orange Pill still here or is he gone? I don't see his icon.
He said he's getting in a car to work or something.
Oh, I'm sure he is. So I don't understand. Like, does he really not get it? Like, we literally just watched the clip together. Like, it's very much obvious. Like, what's not connecting?
I think he doesn't get it. I don't think he is just trolling. I think he does like attention, but I don't think he's just trolling. I actually don't think I think he's like, what am I saying that's wrong? Like, I actually believe that. I don't think people just go to embarrass themselves like this. I do think he actually thinks, why are y'all attacking me? I am right. How do you not see that I am right? I actually do believe he believed that.
Well, I'm just not understanding. So he's obviously been a part of the channel for a while, and it just doesn't seem like there's been any real progression because he has the same stances.
Labels
so, like,
if you don't understand that, then you have to you need to understand narcissism and the way that it works. That's what we need to understand, right? It's like and I don't mean who cares? It's Friday. I'm not trying to disrespect him or anything like that, but emotionally, not him specifically, but people who are very high in narcissism, they're like children. It is hard to understand. They externalize everything. Everything is someone else's fault. No, you said it. No, you confused me. No, you went too deep. No, you tried to add layers. So,
why are you bringing up abuse?
Right. So that's what we're dealing with. And once you understand that, maybe you can have empathy.
I do have empathy for him, because it seems like it's really like a space of just detachment. And it's like, I want to bridge the gap. Like, I want you to get it. It's so simple. It's right there. Reach for it. But I just don't think he has the ability to. And that's really unfortunate.
I want you to get it. It's something that I still have, but like it's not like in a meaningful way anymore for me. Like I do actually want you to get it, but I'm not emotionally invested in you getting it. Absolutely not. You're not going to waste my emotions that way.
Well, of course not. Are we moving forward though? Or
Can
are we
I say
talking
something,
about Orange
Seamus?
Pill?
Yeah, go ahead, Obi.
Hey, Seamus. Hey, everybody. I'm happy you're finally getting to the point where you're not emotionally attached to these things, because like I have similar conversations with a lot of different men every day, and you find that like defending the ego is more important than logic. It is not going to get anywhere no matter how you present it. And I was just going to say about this loyalty situation is like commitment and loyalty are two different things. Deciding to marry someone is commitment. Commitment is the beginning of loyalty. So if you pledge loyalty to someone, you're making a commitment. You're pledging loyalty. You're not actually loyal yet. So if you're saying that making a pledge of loyalty is greater than the actual display of loyalty during the marriage, it actually doesn't make any sense. But I still know then it's still not going to make any sense. So that is a challenge. And this also ties into like the difficulty the collective of Black men is having in upward mobility, because we are dead set on staying where we are, and everybody else is adapting to the economy, adapting to the changing society, and doing things differently to be able to move up. But we're insisting to stay where we are. We're going to be right, even if we're going to be dead right, and like be dead, just being right, whatever.
Yeah, I think that's probably one of the biggest problems. Like so there are people, I'm not going to say orange pill, but like orange pill, like obviously there's a comprehension lag, right? And so when you have that kind of lag mentally in terms of understanding what is happening, and you add to that being in front of a group of people, and then you add to that being emotional, I think it is a recipe for disaster, right? And so for me, the only reason I wanted him up, honestly, because I wanted him to address the study. But when you're in the chat calling me a liar, I'm going to have a problem with that. Like, I don't sit here and lie on people. Like, I'm not about to, that's not something that I do. Go find that anywhere else on YouTube. But I'm not going to, I don't lie about my own life. And I'm not about to sit here and lie about someone else. I'm not an orange pill. So you said it. I keep repeating it because you said it, and I find it fascinating that anyone would say something that idiotic. So I keep them. It is just as idiotic as saying I would never date a woman with a home. Now, I appreciate your forthrightness with that, but I'm not about to sit here and no. So that's why. By the way, Prince Petty, well, I don't know if you want to take credit for anything yet, so I'll let you go first.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for that clip. I put you out there.
Speaking of credit, I put something in the private chat. It was I was having difficulty kind of making sense of what Orange Pill was saying, and I'll drop it again real quick. So I made a helpful kind of diagram that maybe we could review together, where we could kind of.
I hate you for this, but yes. All right. Wait, not again, Petty. Why Petty strike again? Go ahead, explain this to us.
Once again, SpongeBob is a good means to explain anything in life, I find. On the right side, we have Patrick, and this represents Orange Pill. And on the left side, we have Man Ray, and this would represent you, Themis, as well as the panel. And so you're presenting this idea, and you say this is a marriage. And Orange Pill says, yeah, it's a marriage. So you say the quality of the marriage is bad. And you say, yeah. He says, yeah. So you say the marriage is bad. And he says, that makes sense to me. And so you ask him, so the quality of the marriage matters, right? And he says, no, I never said that. Now, even after making the meme, I was still confused because I feel like he did say that. I don't know. Maybe someone else can help me make sense of it.
No, I mean, he did say this, specifically this, but he also, today it was under the whole idea of loyalty too. So, well, you're dead wrong for this, and this is actually quite funny again, and the fact that Orange Pill can fall so neatly in these SpongeBob memes. Like, the fact that every conversation we have ends up with you creating this meme where he's literally just absolutely going bonkers. It makes sense to me, though, that he is also confused because he's not willing to admit that the quality, I don't know why. Like, why can't you admit that the quality of the marriage is what matters? Even if we're defining loyalty, that someone marry someone is not a show of loyalty. We can say that it's a contract, it shows that you're willing to do it, but it's not itself the show of loyalty. If I am trying to do something or inherit something from your family, and I just come to you and say, let's get married, and you and I get married because I want access to your wealth and resources, it is not itself a show of loyalty to you. You know what I mean? Like, and you don't have to try hard to come up with ideas where people would come together and get married that is not a show of loyalty. So it's weird to me that someone would say, oh my God, marriage is a show of loyalty. And I'm like, okay, yes, but the quality of the marriage is the show of loyalty. I feel like that should be an easy yes. I don't know why that's the problem.
Maybe it's, well, think about this study, right? Or the summarized version. Since you sent us 109 pages to read in the chat, I have no idea why you did that. But thank you for the summarized version. And in the summarized version, I think close to the bottom, to the conclusion, it says something like, some people think that this may be an indication that Black men are not doing well just due to themselves and not due to racial disparity or anything like that. But we find that to be controversial. But then they didn't provide any alternative to that.
Oh, so this is how you know that it was a progressive research, because it does not want to
They don't want to say it. Like, I'm reading it. I'm reading you say it without saying it, but you don't want to say it.
Yeah. I mean, that's why me saying it on here means that I'm going to get attacked for being anti-Black or anti. The research says it. The researchers just don't want to say it, but the research says it.
Yeah, I was looking in here very thoroughly, and there was just no angle for me to coddle Black men today. So I
think I
may have an angle though.
Wait, go ahead, Annalisa first.
No, because I think it's interesting, and I don't know whether or not this was intentional on your part, Themis. If it is, you're a genius. But if you had these, okay, let me just go. So what I think is interesting is, and Obi already said it, that Black men want to be right to their own detriment. And I mean, Orange Pill is no different, right? He's going to be right to his own detriment. People are dragging him in the chat. Like it doesn't matter how he thinks we perceive him. It only matters that he did say something or he didn't say something. And I think with Black men, it's more important to them that racism is so detrimental to them, and it's such an impediment in their lives,
that they just simply cannot transcend. That it doesn't matter what system they're in. It doesn't matter how much money they have. The white man is always going to keep them down, and they're always going to be in the position that they're in. I think being a victim is more important to Black men than being a victor. And I also think that Black men, I think maybe one of the differences between Black men and the way that Black men and Black women responded to slavery specifically, this is something that I was reading in psychology. It's a cultural narcissism. I think that might be like a psychological reflex to slavery for Black men. And that's just the externalization of everything. Whereas Black women and women, generally speaking, we do tend to internalize more. It's like, no, this is our fault. This is my fault. And men sort of externalize more. But Black men specifically.
Which is strange, because if that's the case, you would think the person who internalize and take ownership would be considered the leader, like the natural leader.
Right. But then, and that's what I'm saying. In the Black community, up is down, left is right, and Black, in the Black community, none of these things apply. That's why it's a joke when Black men come up here talking about submission, talking about marriage. That's an idiot thing. Look at the community. Look at the statistics. It's a joke. You're not in a position. You don't have the carte blanche. We're not in, Black men are in no position to read off statistics that they don't even understand how to interpret, and data that they don't even understand how to interpret. They're just not in a position. But I really do believe that on a large scale, narcissism is a psychological reflex to slavery for Black men, and that is why they're in the position that they're in. And I really truly do believe that.
Wait. So listen to this defense down below. It says, bigger picture. I don't know why you don't just come on. It says, analogy. Choosing to go to a Black-owned restaurant even though you don't know if you'll get good food shows loyalty to Black-owned businesses. That surface layer he is trying to convey. It is still inaccurate. Choosing to go rob a Black-owned restaurant. Choosing to go into a Black-owned restaurant and break the chair. Choosing to go there and be disruptive. It is not a show of loyalty unless you explain what you do there. If you're going there to go eat and you pay the money and you leave and you tip, then yes, you're showing loyalty to the Black-owned restaurant. It actually doesn't, because you could come up with a reason why you would go there, but choosing to go to a Black-owned restaurant to eat, pay your money, and leave and be a decent person while you're there would be a show of loyalty. Choosing to go there and be disruptive isn't. And that's what I'm saying. That I feel like it's an easy concept to understand, and I don't like this sort of analogy because it's like it's kind of missing the point. It's missing the point. And also, it's really annoying because no one should be saying, oh my God, it is just that I got married that shows that I'm loyal. No, I'm never going to accept that. No, you're going to have to prove that you're good in the marriage.
But Themis, I think that is the way that Black men tend to, and men really in general, but Black men specifically tend to look at marriage in general. It's the fact that I've given you this, I've legitimized you, I've given you the marriage, we've crossed the threshold, and to them that seems to mean something when they're missing the bigger picture that there's so many other things that causes a life and a marriage to be viable, and not just the fact that you crossed that threshold. But that's literally the way that men see marriage. That's why they move the goalposts and make it such that it's, something desirable or attainable or somehow validates you. Even in the way that, our glorious Beyonce, we know she, throws on the leotards and thrushes around and dances, but the same single performer, a Megan Thee Stallion, even though they have very different body types, men somehow see her more legitimate because she's spoken for. She's a married woman versus a single woman, kind of doing the same things. Oh, you're for the streets now,
Yeah.
Lori Harvey would be valuable if she stayed put and belonged to somebody. But because that's not, something that, she does, then now you're for the streets. Like, so they don't see it, it's not even about the quality of the relationship. They don't care that Future would have been a terrible partner for her, or even Michael B. Jordan may not have been what she needed. It's the point that you had the opportunity to be validated by us and you chose not to, and now you're for the streets.
Can you imagine someone telling you that they're loyal to you just because they did something one time? Can you imagine this? So Demon Santos,
Yes, I date men, and I can imagine that. That's literally how they are.
right? Demon Santos, loyalty is a process, not an event. Period. And I don't understand why people don't understand this. Like, you're not loyal because you did this one thing this one time. Like, no, that's not. It's a process. Like, to say that you're loyal to someone is a showing that is a showing of allegiance over and over again. And then you stop being loyal to them when you stop showing that allegiance.
Exactly.
Like,
simple concept.
You're faithful to a cause or ideal or institution or customer to someone. Faithful implies like at least repetitive interaction where you're doing something good for that person, or you're not actually doing harm to that person,
But
causing harm to
that's
that person.
that's not male logic. Even in the midst of being in a marriage, things slow down. You know, one of the advice that I get from like an older female friend of mine is that I'll choose a man that's great to you now, because once you're married, he'll just be good. If you get a man that's good, it just it falls below, because that's the threshold. We've accomplished this goal. Be satisfied.
I mean, I dare the Christian. He said he's married, so I dare the Christians to come up here and tell me that he's supposed to lead.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
No, I'm not. First of all, I'm glad that you had him up here, Themis, because he is, again, there's a reason that in the Black community the divorce rate is higher than the marriage rate. Like that there's and he's the reason. It's only if they don't have marriage, how are they going to exploit and oppress? What group can they exploit if they can't dangle the marriage carrot in front of your face? Where does their power lie in the Black community? But then there's a caveat, right? Because they'll marry you, but the quality of the marriage is shite. It's terrible. It's among the worst. So, I mean, thank you, Orange Pill, for coming up here and playing the ass. But at the same time, it's like he is what most Black men, I would say, majority of Black men, how they think and what they represent in the Black community and in a marriage. I'm not going to say all, because everyone's going to start crying, but I'm going to say majority of them. And the statistics support that. So
Yeah. If you haven't, everyone get 30 seconds. Leah, go ahead. Leah, you're muted.
Sorry, my hands are wet. I was doing dishes. Did you say me?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. I'm glad that the conversation circled back around to Black men not doing anything, and then going back into therapy and not therapy, into loyalty. So a good thing when it came to therapy, I actually had a conversation with my therapist about this. Family things, and it related to being loyal to family. And she said, well, if they're not doing good for you, why do you feel the need to continue being loyal to them? Why do you feel the need to reach out to them, to seek them? And it was, in my experience, it was just by virtue of them being my family. But you have to analyze those relationships and determine if they serve you or not. And if it's not serving you, especially in the event of the Black community, more often than not, it's harming you, especially Black women. It is harming you, taking you out every day, every day, you know? And as far as Black men not doing anything, I agree with Annalicia, except it's not that Black men aren't doing anything. They're actually doing even worse than nothing. They're doing negative. They are doing harm, actively crumbling the semblance of a community that Black women continually try to cultivate. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. And I completely agree with you. If I were Orange Pill, here's what I would do. I mean, I don't want to give people ideas. I would compile a bunch of clips where I made a fool of myself and just say I'm trolling and then disappear. That's what I would do because this don't make sense. I think when you step away from this, you should be able to look and see how kind of idiotic it is because you're too emotionally invested in your position. And because of that, I'm going to assume because of that and not narcissism, you can see the issue because I don't understand. Like, I feel like you read the definition of majority with part included in the definition, and you still were confused as to why majority is like you went under my video and you wrote that you tried to explain how majority is a part of the whole to your coworkers and they all laughed at you because they couldn't understand the logic. Like, I'm confused. So you really don't know? Like, anyway, SKFC.
Hey, what's up, guys? Like, so I'm not gonna lie, kind of joined this live around the loyalty part when you were talking to that guy. So I don't really know like the full context of like the whole marriage stuff outside of you guys are talking about quality of marriage. I was gonna ask actually, could you like share that study because I haven't like looked through it, so
I
I don't
did.
really
I
have like
posted
any.
it in the chat.
Hmm?
I posted it in the chat.
Oh, okay, like
Do
the
you need?
private chat.
Oh, I can post it in the private chat. Yeah, go ahead while I do that.
I mean, I'd say like until I have the study, I read the study. I don't really have much to like contribute at the moment, so I apologize for that.
Oh, do you? No, you're fine. Do you agree with Orange Pill that it is not the quality of the marriage, but it's that you got married?
I mean, I'd say no because the thing is that actions like speak louder than words. So it's kind of one of those things where you can like say one thing and then mean something else.
Yeah.
And like a marriage like is basically just what you say, but like in like what's I'm looking for right now? In like a so I don't know why I'm like kind of like lost for words at the moment. Well, basically it's like more of a sign, not a sign, but it's more of like a representation of what you're supposed to be doing. So like if you are actually doing the work, you know, you're actually being a good spouse and that, then yeah, you would say, yeah, you're having a good marriage. But if you're not, then it would be a bad marriage. But the actual fact that you got married isn't going to be an indication of either one. It's kind of like if I say that I'm going to study for a test, but then I don't actually study for the test, then I can't be like, oh, well, I studied for the test, so I therefore should do well on the test if I didn't actually put in the work to study for it.
Yeah, that's actually a great analogy. Wait, Orange Pill's wife, go ahead. Oh, I know you're trolling. My. You're trolling. The panel is closed, by the way, not Orange Pill wife. Labels in life, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm gonna make my points quick. I just have 2 points I wanted to address. The first one, I just wanted to backtrack when we were talking about the Bible and it being so sort of oppressive to women and submission and all of that under that umbrella. I want us to really analyze the time that the Bible was written in and the fact that it was written by entirely men. It's very much impossible, and I understand you. They say that they were used by God and these are words of God and blah 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 blah. But I mean, we see now with the preachers and the pastors and the stewards over the church, it's very much easy for your own personal opinions to creep in. And at that time, women had no voice. So to expect it to reflect anything other than that is, you know what I mean? It's a stretch. You know, I think we should really look at it with a little bit of fluidity and question, like, is this what God literally was saying? Or were you just a man living in this time period and you just kind of spilled a little bit of your own personal opinions as well as the culture into this book? And second point, Now that we know, I think that study that you found was profound, being that it's really relatively Black women and white women who come from similar socioeconomic backgrounds tend to succeed at the same level, or even Black women exceeding them, when that is not the case with Black men. So now that we've had our big aha moment of the internet, because I mean, like I said, numbers don't lie. It's very much evident where the, I don't want to say the problems lie, but the data is what it is. Now that we have our big aha moment, I would like us all to think, where do we move from here? So that's all I want to say.
No, thank you. I mean, that's what has been animating my actions. I don't know why I just rang that bell. Where do we go from here? And for me, I think we need to recognize the problem and say it. We need to do what the study did not want to do.
I
We need to
agree.
finish
And I
it.
think
Yeah.
it's time to just, let's pack up the suitcase. We did a good job. We tried. We see that orange peel. We see the evidence right there. He's not budging. Whether right, wrong, or not, he's gone down that hill. So I think for our own sanity with the entire collective, we've gotten our aha moment. The numbers are what they are. Let's pack up the suitcase and let's be nomads. Now where are we going? What are we doing? Where, what's next?
Yep.
And that's all I had to say.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Olivia.
Hi, Venus. Hi, everyone.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Doing well.
I think this just goes to show why we cannot believe in fairy tales, ladies. You actually had me revisiting like some of the fairy tales, and of course, I went back to the first Black princess, which is Princess Tiana, which was released in 2009, and even the white men then knew that y'all are not our knight in shining armor. Because Princess Tiana didn't even get married to a Black man, at least not an American Black man. It just like, I don't understand how he didn't have time to come up here and like give anything productive, any type of solutions to these problems. But he had time to come up here and defend himself and double, triple down on the things that he said. It made no sense. And this is a man who's a nurse in a hospital working on Black women, working on other Black people in the community. And this is supposed to be okay. I don't understand that. There is a certain point, and I agree with Alicia, where,
Go ahead.
sorry,
You can
real quick,
finish your statement.
where she was saying that we have all been affected by slavery. There's a certain point, or there's something like within us as Black women where we get this like fight or flight. There's something like instinctually where it's like, yo, this is not right, and we have to figure out how to fix this issue. And it seems like Black men are content with just being like within the issue. Like it's just like, oh well, that's what happened, so I'm gonna just lay here and take it.
Yo, the thing is, I don't know if a lot of people like Orange Pill don't know, because I actually believe he believes what he's saying. So, like, is the ignorance that high, or was he just being dismissive because he's emotional?
Yeah, I think it's really hard to just admit like, hey, I'm messing up. I messed up.
Yeah.
How do I fix this? But instead, there's so much pride and ego that it's a refusal to fix what the issue is. And Black women on our own, we cannot fix the Black community. You can see it with that graph. Yeah, we're competing with the white women.
But because of us, our numbers are not doing well. So
Exactly.
Yeah.
We're competing with the white women, and then instead of the Black men competing with the white men, they want to compete with us and be upset with us. Like, make it make sense. But that's all I had to say, Themis.
Thank you.
I appreciate
Got it. No, I appreciate you. Got it. Go ahead. Got it. You're muted.
Sorry, I didn't know I was muted. I just wanted to thank you for sharing this information with. I understand why you feel like it was kind of groundbreaking, revelating in a way. I do think it's still kind of sad. I will be so bold as to say that if you're a Black woman and you don't have kids, and you're not, you're not, that you've opened up your options, I wouldn't too much, worry about this information, because obviously we're doing what we're supposed to do. But those of us who have like children, and specifically like Black sons, this is going to be really confusing and really challenging. But I think what Annalisa mentioned about narcissism has a lot of veracity to it, because even in our parenting structures from both like men and women, like we see a lot of like borderline personality disorder coming out in how we raise our
But
children.
I have to do a blanket statement that I am not a psychologist and or therapist. I do read the DSM-5 and I actually really have been invested in it, but I don't agree with diagnosing generally. But go ahead. I just have to say that as a
Right,
clarifying
right.
point.
Yeah, no, thanks for making that disclaimer. But I think that at this point there's nothing that we can really do other than promote therapy to our like to each other and to our children if we have them. Again, like therapy is not something that you rely completely on. It's not supposed to last for years and years and years unless you have a serious problem. And it's supposed to be used in conjunction with other things as well. But it just doesn't seem like, from what I have seen in the stats that I've looked at, that's it seems like that's being completely overlooked when it comes to Black boys and black men. And also, if there is narcissism, that's just completely difficult, because therapy actually can make narcissism worse. So yeah, we're kind of in a rock and a hard place.
Well, I didn't know that. I need to go look into that. But there was one solution in the summary of the research, and the solution was that you can move to, if you can afford this, move to a neighborhood where there are fathers, and these fathers do not have to be Black. It didn't say that, but to the extent you can find communities where fathers are involved and around, that's usually good, even if your child doesn't themselves have their father with them. So that was the one solution that was given. So do with that what
Yeah,
you will. Thank you.
that makes sense.
Thank you, Olivia. Orange Pill's wife. I can't with y'all in these names. You're muted.
Hello, everyone on the panel. I came here to defend my man.
I'm not
Sorry,
playing you.
there was a
I'm
fly
gonna
in my throat. I'm sorry. It's very dusty in here.
I'm
I'm at
remove
work.
you. I'm not doing this with you tonight.
No, I have to defend.
Period.
It's so dusty in here, but I have to defend my man. And please let me speak, because you didn't allow my man to speak. And I just want to say that I agree wholeheartedly with everything that he said, because he's right. Like, everything he says is right. And, sometimes I get beside myself and I ask questions, and that's something a wife should never do once you marry.
I'm removing.
If you've never been married, you don't understand that you don't question your husband.
Period.
And this is the problem. Like, I had a friend, we have a couple friend, they're real people. They're actually married. And, she's my best friend. She's pregnant. And her husband came to her and told her that he cheated on her. And, she should just accept that. That's what my husband said. And my friend told me that now she wants an abortion because he cheated on her. And, he says that she shouldn't do that, and she shouldn't be allowed to do that, because blessed be the fruit.
Period.
Children are the future.
You are the
And it doesn't
rib.
matter. It doesn't matter that her husband cheated on her while she was pregnant. She's married.
I can't
And that's
stand
what
y'all.
matters.
Let me just say, all of y'all, Orange Rose wife, thank you. All of y'all are in timeout. Every single one of you on this channel is in timeout for that. Annalicia, thank you, by the way, for coming on. I honestly felt like I was gonna lose my mind in parts of this, so I do appreciate that. Um, this is hard. It's hard because like I wish I could make the people who are watching not emotionally invested in some of the conversation. But I do know that you guys are getting emotionally invested. So I'm gonna try to find funny videos and react to people and do more of that instead of the this kind of stuff because the conversations are really hard because these people, like a lot of the people who are trying to engage in the conversations, just don't have the range for it. Let's like I'm done sugarcoating that. The range is not there, and that's fine on one front, but I don't know how far or how much of these conversations I should have. I'm going to test it and see what happens. I'm going to send out the bat signal with a video title coming up next week and see what happens. But I do appreciate you coming up. I will attempt to stay away from religious conversation from now on. The reason is someone said retro themis. Yeah. The reason I'm going to stay away from the religious conversation is maybe it is not fair to do my own analysis and come to Jesus moment, right? With people online. I assume that people who are Christian would love to talk about God and they would go out and be disciples. And like I thought there was that need and push in Christianity, but maybe I am wrong and ain't nobody want to teach me online. So that's fine. I will do it in my personal life. I won't bring it up again on here. If I do, remind me that I said this and I will try to close it down. So that is it. You probably saved a viewer today. Oh, an attorney in the chat. I need out of my marriage. All right, so you guys get the final words as you're here. Let's go. Annalisa, you've been on and I don't want to like take up more of your time.
Themis, you can have all of my time.
Oh,
all of
that.
time. And anytime I see you really going through it, because you're so nice. I don't know how I know that you have the spirit, because I couldn't do it. I could not do it. You do have the, don't listen to them. You have the discernment, you have the spirit of Jesus and God in you. But I want to make a disclaimer because I feel bad. But when I'm talking about, or when I use like words like narcissism, or I'm using it sort of in the context of a person, like a construct, right? I'm not diagnosing anybody, and
Gotcha.
this is a disclaimer. I'm not diagnosing orange pill, although I mean, you don't have to be a clinician to know that someone is high or is highly narcissistic, and you can be highly narcissistic without having the personality disorder, right? Like it's a fine line of gradation, but there are distinctions to be made. When I'm talking about narcissism, generally in a general matter, I'm just speaking about it as a construct, what a personality construct. That's really it, and it sort of underpins one's behavior and ultimately their outcomes. That's really what I'm talking about. And if you look at Black men and their behavior and their outcomes, it really is congruent with many, even in the DSM-5. And I don't adhere to the DSM-5 as rigidly as a lot of people do, and I agree with you, Themis. But I mean, it's the proof is in the pudding. Like, it's all there. And I think that the study, I don't know, maybe depending on where everybody is in their journey and in their place of learning and evolving and understanding, it's not sad to me anymore. I think it's more difficult to figure out how Black women collectively need to pivot, right? Because this is a sick pivot that we need to that we're going to have to engage in order to move forward collectively and successfully. So I think the pivot is it's a little scary because there's a lot of unknown variables that we don't know anything about yet. But what we do know definitively and conclusively is what we've been doing with respect to our relationships with Black men, the dynamic in the Black community, specifically with Black men. It isn't working, and it hasn't ever worked. So I think that the pivot. Let's focus on the pivot. And while it may be soul crushing to some, it's an economic, it's a social and political and racial reality. And once we can come to a place of understanding that, we can be more strategic and pivot in the right direction. So I love you, Themis. I'll always jump on the panel, and you can have all of my time and another great discussion. I love you all.
Thank you, and definitely come back. Obi.
Hey, Themis. As a man that is invested deeply in the progress of people that look like me, especially in America, and a father of a Black boy, I've not been in this country too long. I've been here for 12 years, and I did not grow up here. So in my conversations with a lot of Black men, they remind me that I didn't grow up here, so I don't get the full context. So I've decided to fall back and listen more. And I had a long conversation with someone, an African-American man that grew up here, about these things. And he made some arguments, and I told him I wasn't going to argue. I was just going to listen, and I'm going to go think about it. And these are the things he said to me. The graph you showed, the study you showed is facts. The numbers are the numbers, so we can't run away from it. But he was telling me that this outcome is the design of white supremacy, and that Black women have it easier than Black men in America, that Black women are given a lot of things to be on top of Black men, because if the system is that way, then white men stay above Black men perpetually by putting Black women over Black men. This was his argument, and I decided not to push back. I'm listening. So that is what he has said. And that's the angle that I wanted to present, that Black women are not a threat to white men and white supremacy, but Black men are. So, and that is why white men have decided
Wait, pause.
to empower
Oh,
white. Yeah.
Prince Petty, are you African American?
Yes.
All right. Can you respond to Obi? Like, what's your opinion of what Obi says? I'm actually going to go off camera for 2 seconds, though. But can you respond to Obi?
Can you repeat the last part, Obi?
The last part was that the white supremacy has deliberately put empowered Black women over Black men, so that Black men can stay at the bottom perpetually and not be able to rebel and overcome white supremacy. And that is why it appears that Black women seem to be doing better, because they have more support. They're given easy. He even has said that Black women are given easy access to school and easy loans, and they're given jobs over Black men because they don't want Black men empowered to be strong enough to be leaders and to challenge white supremacy. That's the argument that I got last night.
I think that's not specific necessarily to Black people. That's true about every marginalized group versus a group that's less marginalized. So women period, get more programs for going to college, more what is it called, affirmative action or something like that, where just like how Black people get aid for being Black specifically, because that's something that disadvantages you. So I've referred to this in the past as something like Black people getting reparation and then white people complaining that white people don't also get reparation. Sure, reparation is well, we didn't even get it, first of all, but sure, it's an advantage that only Black people get to benefit from, but also you don't have the same disadvantages that Black people have. And in the same way, Black men do have struggles, absolutely, but they do not have the struggle of being a woman. So those programs should not be necessary for you to succeed, since you don't have that struggle in the first place. I also think it has something to do with them valuing Black women more because of Black women ability to move up socially.
Yeah, I'm not saying I believe it. I absolutely do not. I'm just listening because I want to have a conversation. I want us to get to the point where we can actually move forward and make progress as a community and as Black men to take our rightful position in the world and, be make progress. I live here. I have a son here, so I would love us to see people that look like me make progress. But I'm deciding to listen and not just shut people down. And this is the thing that I heard.
But is it? Do you think it's valid?
I'm considering it. I'm not saying that I don't think it's valid. But he was, like I said, I decided I was just gonna be, I was gonna listen and consider it and maybe do a little more research because he was making a passionate argument. I decided I'm gonna just sit down and listen.
No, but so I have heard it. Even someone came on this panel and said something similar, where they're saying the white structure pushes the Black women into school, but prevents the Black men from going to school. But I've seen, and it's interesting because I don't think I've ever seen any sort of write up on this outside of Dr. Umar talk. Well, I've not seen any credible sources that would indicate, and I'm talking about Black sources specifically, that would indicate that Black men are being prevented from access to higher education outside of over diagnosing for ADD, over diagnosing young boys for ADD with ADD.
There's a bunch of stuff that I don't know about, about the school system. My son just started kindergarten on Monday, so I don't know deeply about And he also mentioned that a lot of Black boys once they display a certain disposition, they're just put in special ed immediately without
Yeah, that's what I
giving them a
mean.
chance.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yes. So I don't really know about that. I believe we can take responsibility for ourselves and do better. That's absolutely what I believe. I believe I came to this country. I've gotten a bunch of certifications. Went to school. I got a student loan like everybody else, and I'm not sure how anybody's preventing anyone else from just walking into a school, talking to a counselor, and just going through the motions and getting your education and getting a job and things like that. So I'm just saying this is the
Yeah, that's
angle
what
that
I'm
I've been
saying. I
presented.
want to, in terms of grown people not being able to go to university and things like that, I don't see how it is preventing men. One, I don't see how the system is causing you to have a bunch of children as a man. I don't see how the system, and maybe it is. I'm saying you have the opportunity to show it to me. I don't see how it's preventing you from going to school. I don't see how it is causing you to engage in the kind of things I think right-wing media would talk about Black men engaging in. I don't see how that. I don't see how the system is making you do that.
I agree with you, and I made that point.
No,
I
I'm not
said,
arguing with you, by the way. I'm
yeah.
just saying generally, I am willing and open to that conversation
Yeah,
with
I agree with you because
someone
I
who believes
mentioned
it.
the fact that who's making anyone have multiple children with multiple women that you're not ready and prepared to take care of. You can't nobody makes anyone do that. And I see a lot of people. There's a lot. I see a lot of. I don't know the percentage of people, but there's a lot of people engaging in that. And not just committing to taking care of their children, even if the relationship doesn't work out. So that is I just at some point I just said, you know what, I'm just gonna sit down and listen to you, and I'm gonna go home and consider what you said, and I'm gonna have a conversation with him about this next
No,
week.
but that's the thing. No, see, this is what I don't like. Because you
Uh-huh.
can say all you want that you have to be in the marriage to know the difference between majority and part. You can say that all you want, but you would be wrong. So if you are saying as an immigrant, you don't know this, then great. You are not an immigrant. Let me know. So my question to that person would be to explain to me how the system and why he believes the system is promoting women going to school and preventing men from going to school. You're going to have to tell me that. And if you don't want to do it and you're like, oh, you're an immigrant, you can't understand, then I'm going to say, okay, no. But if you can explain it, I am all ears. Not you, Obi. But to the extent that there anyone here that like, my food just came. I ordered festival, and they definitely didn't bring any festival for in it. So I'm very annoyed about that. But if there is a man here that an African American man here that is like, look, you're an immigrant, you don't understand. I mean, I've been here for forever, but I'm still an immigrant. So I'm an immigrant, you don't understand it. Let me explain to you how this is happening. Please come forward. Go ahead, Obi.
Yeah, what I noticed is the concept, like the I was like, so where do you take accountability in all these things? Where do we as people say, you know what? If patriarchy is a war between two male groups, at what point do we say, you know what, like we are going to come together and devise a means to actually move ourselves upwards and take responsibility and change the narrative and change our outcomes? At what point do we do that? Are we saying that we cannot do that? And he reminded me again that Black men are only 6% of the population, so we're too small to defeat white supremacy. So at the point where I ended the conversation was like, it sounds to me like you've already made up your mind that there is no progress and nothing is going to happen. That
Wait,
is what it sounds to me like.
one second. It's more complicated than that. Sports actuary, please come up. This the link is only for sports. I act like I want you to explain it to me, because what you can't just say, oh, I know it's happening, but then also like I don't know how or why, but I do. And to be fair, you can look at the sort of disparate outcomes and try to extrapolate backwards from that. Sure, but I hope that you can explain some of it, because it's not an Amer. If you think, wait, let me be clear. If you think I'm only approaching this from an American lens, you would be wrong. I am not here saying African Americans in the way that like only go to Jamaica. Go to Jamaica if you want to see mess. Like actually go to Jamaica. If you want to talk about abuse and that kind of stuff, go to Jamaica. Go to the UK. There was a research coming out of the UK the other day, and I should have brought this up too, which talks about how women are happier when they're alone because men aren't equipped. Essentially, what the therapist was saying about men in America is the exact same thing happening in the UK. Colorism. Say, look, I'm not even going to touch colorism when it comes to Jamaica. I'm not even going to touch colorism and bleaching when it comes to Jamaica. So this idea that, oh, Americans are so bad. No, the black economy is one of the biggest economy in the world if we should take black people as a country. So that it is not just the lack of resources, how we're using resources. I promise you that my critique does not stop in America. It does not. It does not. It would be, look, I would be wrong. I would be the worst kind of wrong and hypocrite if I only focused on African American coming from Jamaica. Absolutely not. No. No, I've seen women and men fighting and men beating women in Jamaica, and people had to step in and break them apart. And that is known throughout the island. The poverty level in the island, that is known. Like I'm not. This is not just like, oh, the immigrant is taking shots at America. No, it's taking shots at all of us. So, but if there's something specifically unique about Americans and Black American men and the system, trying to hold them down. And we knew this happened during civil rights. There are the reports on what the FBI has done. If you can say that is happening now, if you're saying there are barriers to entry in school for Black men that doesn't exist for Black women, I am here for that discussion.
Yeah, my only point is, at what point do we decide to take our destiny into our own hands and change the collective narrative, and not even the narrative, because the narrative is a narrative. If our actions and our outcomes contradict the narrative, then the narrative will disappear. So I just believe we can change the outcomes, and a lot of people have done that. So we can, a lot of other people can learn how to do that from the people that have done that.
The barrier is a film. All right. Kevin, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm not really here to completely defend everything going on, but I'm going to explain the nuances behind it, because there is an argument behind it. Things like the welfare aspect of where families had to be displaced because the government assigned Black women to not have a man in the house for them to receive government aid.
Wait, no.
So
Wait, no. The
let me
man.
just.
Wait, I'm sorry. All right, I'm gonna let
So
you speak.
it's
And
a
the
lot of
reason
half truths that have developed these narratives that have created these pressures, and that's where this story comes from. So I'm not saying that, and that's the issue. I'm not trying to defend Black men. I'm not giving them any excuses. I'm trying to get the nuances of where these came from, and that's why they have these stereotypes.
Wait. No, sorry. I'm not attacking you, by the way.
No
I'm
problem.
just trying to understand. The man out of the house rule was like 4 years. And so if you're saying these ideas are predicated on essentially a lie, is it true then?
So I'm not saying they're not. They started from truth. And like every truth, once it gets passed around, and unfortunately due to our lack of education, these things linger and become rumors. And you take things like us getting vaccinations, or particularly Black men getting vaccinations. You have a half truth come around, and then it lingers around where now they believe that the lie is the truth.
Are you African American?
Yes.
Oh, all right, good.
That's the main reason I was coming on, from that experience. And
wait, I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
Do you think there is a system in place that pushes Black women to be successful and be educated and prevents Black men from doing the same?
Yes and no. So I'm not saying it's inherently there. There's not any like machine pushing that. There is a society, and I think it's not necessarily Black men in general that were the culprit of it, but we're the first to have the biggest side effects of it. There is a loneliness that men in society, in modern society, have.
Wait. Before we get to the loneliness, because hopefully the loneliness is not that which is causing people to not succeed.
There's an aspect with that, and that I think that has to do with that.
No. I'm trying to figure out. So the yes part of the question, the yes part of the answer, that there is a system in place that promotes Black success, Black women's success,
right,
and prevents Black men from succeeding. Can you explain that? The yes.
So I would say there are more incentives that are provided in terms of grants and programs that create more opportunities for Black women to succeed. You can see this on the lower levels currently with like things like Black Girls Code. That's now been pushed, and there's no equivalent for Black men.
There is an equivalent though. There is an equivalent. There are several
not the same scale. And that's
are you saying that
whose fault is that though?
Wait, I'm not saying. And that's the thing. I'm not trying to do this. I'm not trying to do that part aspect. I'm just trying to give the examples of how it's perceived.
But are you saying throughout the civil rights movement all the way up until the early 2000s, it wasn't a push for Black men specifically to go to school? and job training and trade training, all of
So,
that came into the Black community
and
from my
you're correct.
research.
And
Wait,
being a child of those who have received those benefits, I was around that, so I understand that that is not a reality.
all
But
right,
I'm
so wait,
also
wait, no,
around.
no, no. Oh, but when
So
you, it feels like you're doing two things, right?
I'm
I'm
trying to
trying to
explain the nuance between it
wait, you're
because
interrupting me. That's what you're doing now,
okay,
actually.
okay, I apologize.
You are saying yes, and I want you to stick to the
Okay.
yes part where we are. Please be in the chat if you can. Don't be disrespectful, because I do actually want to understand this. So, to the yes part, what you're saying is yes, there is a system in place. I mean, you did say yes and no, but there is a system in place and things in place that are pushing Black women to be successful and preventing Black men from being successful.
I didn't know. I want to clarify that. So it is not in. It is not a one or the other. There is. I'm trying to say this carefully, so that it's not misconstrued or misunderstood. Uh, Unfortunately, marginalized communities, we only get one side promoted. So uh, they have more recently started to choose Black women. This is nothing wrong with it. Unfortunately, capitalism works in a
Who is
society.
choosing Black women? I don't understand what you
The
mean by this.
market. So I am talking about the economic factors. Black women are now
Wait,
one of
no,
the
you
most
can't,
successful.
because
Okay.
you can't say that, because I am going to need to see Black men performing at the level Black women are performing, and then the
And
market
see, and that's
selecting.
where I agree with you. I'm like, Black women are outperforming Black men.
But so it's not that the market is selecting Black women; it's that Black women are competing in the market and doing well, whereas we aren't.
Fair. And so I'm not trying, and I think that's where my stance isn't coming from a competition between Black men and Black women. Mine's is trying to explain the nuances in how Black men feel that they're perceived that they're being left behind. Now,
Fine. So are you saying the perception is not real?
correct, and that's
Oh,
where that's my argument.
all right, so Black men feel like they're being from an African American standpoint. You're saying, from your standpoint, then I'm not going to make you speak for everyone.
Right.
What you think African Americans are thinking is that Black women are getting promoted and chosen by the economy, and those in power, and Black men are intentionally being left out.
Yes, that's the perception.
All right.
Now, the bigger issue I think that's also happening is that's due, and this is where I was trying to go with the loneliness aspect, is that Black women have better social structures than Black men in terms of actually
I mean,
promoting their
I feel like,
actual progress.
are you saying this definitively, or are you saying this is their perception too?
I can say that probably as both.
All right. I will agree with you that Black women, in terms of their family, have better social structures. That is, a better family. If you believe that a man is needed to raise a child, a Black boy,
Right.
but that seems like the fault of the father not
Oh
being
yes,
there.
I completely agree with that, and that's the issue. I'm not here to give us an escape or anything. I'm just here to
But
add
no, so
context.
no. But we as a group would be the one messing up our advantage by
Exactly.
not being there.
Exactly. And I think that's the double consciousness, or I don't even want to say double consciousness in that sense. It's the stupor that we've been in since the 70s, Black men in particularly, where that one is actually a little bit more from the government's handling of breaking down both the jobs in terms of trade jobs being pretty much evaporated for most industrial cities, as well as the hypergentrification that most Black communities face. So leaving Black women to have the opportunities more than Black men. And unfortunately, we've kind of been stuck in that position
All
since
right.
then.
So, all right, this argument I actually agree with. I think that there is a political change that is, there is also an economic change, and Black men have not adopted well to it, where Black women have.
And I think, well, at the end of the day, I would argue, unfortunately, I can't remember what the other caller called it, but the generational narcissism, I believe. But our egos get in our way, so we don't ask for handouts or help, or we haven't developed the resiliency to continue to push or find another way to move forward. And
I mean,
unfortunately, a lot
do
of
you
us,
think there is an unwillingness to accept the system and work in the system, but also an unwillingness to attempt to overthrow it? So you're just kind of like,
I think that's the duality that they're trying to fit in. And if you haven't, I don't want to say been conditioned, but you haven't been trained to understand how to live in that space or walk that tightrope, it makes it a much more challenging space the further you go up. And that's, I think, another aspect of our communities where it's not them preventing it, but it keeps creating a condition of a perpetual state of I live in a place that does not want me to succeed. So why should I? So it's a defeatism mindset that develops over time.
Let me show you how Black.
So I actually, when we think about when we think about the way that
There's a reason why, if you're familiar with Indian people, Patels, that name rings a bell.
Oh, I was like, who's that talking? When you think about how the people who do research talk about it and are afraid to talk about agency, and it's very easy to say racism and blame the system.
Right.
And I think a large part of that is true. But a lot of what you are talking about now seems like individual responsibility and unwillingness to go forward. But wait, I feel like you didn't defend African Americans, though. I feel like you just kind of like, I feel like you just kind of agreed that they are not, we're not doing it.
So, and that's where I didn't come to defend, and I think in the hard line. So I'm not going to give a hard defense that no, this is something that we're doing. I'm just trying to add the nuance where it's not necessarily that black and white, and I think that's sometimes gets lost in these conversations. Is that
no? Well, I feel like we very easily came out on one side as opposed to the other. So like I agree that they are nuanced, but it wasn't fully articulated here. Like for me, after this, I'm like, all right, then maybe you just agree with me and we need to find someone who disagrees with me regarding.
And that might be it. Because yeah, I was like, I just wanted to add the nuance and have the, I guess, the primary perspective of being a African American, fourth generation here.
Do you think though, like as you speak and as we engage, do you have this underlying feeling, but you don't quite know how to explain it, that there is something else too?
So that's just black maybe, and that's a condition that America has built into the black man's psyche, is that you'll never feel that you're there. And some,
but not only that, but like that the feeling that it's obviously not me, it's something else, or not.
So, and that's where that leans to, is if you have not developed those skills if you have not developed by self skills to actually continue to move past that and not let that define you, and or have the social network to help build you up for that, if you're lacking that skill, or to keep strengthening that skill, you keep leaving, you keep getting stuck. And that's the issue, is that lot of the, especially, go ahead.
Push it a little further. Do you understand black men are responsible for their own professional social structure? If you don't see it, go create it. What do you think black women did? We didn't blame anyone. We went and created what we needed and worked and toiled and like
100% agree.
But I appreciate this, but do you understand why it is that saying that the society and white supremacy pushes black women but prevents black men is demeaning to the actual work that black women engage in?
100%.
No, it's not a men's only panel. It's not a man's only panel.
Yeah, 100%. I agree. I think the other issue is that when you start going back into our history, is that we come from matriarchal societies. So I think there's a lot of complications in a lot of marginalized communities because we don't come from a patriarchal or even a Judeo-Christian society in a lot of cases. So you have a lot of these conflicts that have been brought onto us where we're in a conflict of something doesn't fit. And if you haven't been given the tools to help discover that or unpack that, you get overwhelmed and stuck and you lean onto vices and things that you're comfortable with or things that your friends are comfortable with. So that's where a lot of this keeps coming down to, is that unfortunately Black men can't save themselves. And that's where we're getting to a point where it's becoming a sad state of just diminishing returns.
So, what is your opinion on what we're doing as Black men? Do you would agree that we are not doing enough?
I think we're not doing enough. I have a bigger issue with us trying to retain this system that was never designed for us to begin with, and that's a whole different conversation. But I think that's the issue, is that we are trying to work in a system that was from the beginning.
That's only for Annalisa.
That has not designed that was not designed for us to exist as a full human. So it's learning how to move within that space and create those systems without it. Create those systems to protect our communities without it.
All right, we're in a system that's not designed for us. Whose fault is that?
Centuries ago from transatlantic slavery.
No, I'm asking you, if you were to put the blame on someone, whose fault would that be?
So I would blame it on neo-colonialism.
Would you blame the victor in a war for winning the war?
Can you repeat that statement again?
Would you blame the victor in a war for winning the war?
Well, whose perspective are you asking?
Any perspective, take one.
Because I was like, because you can also ask the indigenous tribes. Yes, white people took over this country for manifest destiny, but how?
No, I'm asking a straight up question because you can extrapolate and then distinguish what a war is versus not a war.
Yeah, but I also am trying to see what your setup is for this, because
don't try to see the setup. Just answer the question.
You're right. I'm like, yes, that's a straightforward answer.
You wait. What? How do you? What do you mean? Yes.
Can you blame the victim Can you blame the victor for a war?
For winning a war.
Yes.
So, if there is a war, what should people who engage in the war do?
Fight.
And so you should win the war, right? Like you would want to.
Right.
Would you say the way in which black people were captured essentially and sailed off into slavery, do you think that was a war?
No.
What was it? That's what I was going to.
So that was a misconstrue, and that's where I was like, it was a misconstruing.
It's not a war. I don't think.
I was like, it's not a war. It's a misconstruing. It was an understanding of trade originally that, unfortunately, through technological advancements, was abused and became chattel slavery.
But no, so there is a bunch of people to be blamed, and I do actually agree with in terms of colonialism. My issue is we ultimately were enslaved, and we are now here. Whose responsibility, if the system is not made for us, what should we do?
Fight to fix the system, and we can spend another hour on this. So I will say that we have failed on that, both on telling the history of Black women's impact on the civil rights history, because I think people like Martin Luther King and Malcolm X might get a little too much credit for a lot of the Black women that supported them and pushed them to become the faces. But that's neither here nor there. But then you have the other side of the government starting to kill those leaders. So now you've created this fear
No,
where
I'm trying to understand though. If you are saying that that the system we're in is not created for us, then what should we do? And you're saying fix it. But if it's not created for us, it doesn't seem broken. If it's created for another group and it's working well for that
right,
group, what should we do?
fix it. And that's so
It's not broken though. If it wasn't designed for us and we're at a disadvantage in it, it seems like it's working. So I don't like the word fix it. Are you saying we should change the system to make it work for us? Should
yes,
we leave
if
it?
I could finish what I'm saying, I keep having a pregnant pause, so I apologize that that's not being communicated. Fix it in the sense that if we believe in these ideals that this place that hasn't captured us, hold them accountable. We still also have to remember that the first patriot of this country was a Black man, Crispus Attucks. So we have every right to be here as they do.
Wait, no.
So go ahead.
I'm confused about fixing the system. If these people you all have took us from our land,
Yes.
took us here, and they created the system for themselves with us working and toiling the earth to build up their system, and then we're in a system that's not for us. I am confused as to how we can quote unquote fix it.
Right, it's not broken, is what he's saying.
Yeah, and so I get what he's saying, but I also understand how our legislature works. We the people have the decision to make those changes. So if we actually work the
What
system,
are we saying? We the Black people have it because we're 14% of the population.
I mean, we the people, as in American people. So this is
Also, the
Black.
people who are benefiting from the system should help us change the system to make it beneficial.
I mean, yes, we live in a globalized society. So regardless if we want to work with them or not, we have no choice at this point because our whole infrastructure is now based on every country being a part of our system for it to work. That's why it's currently in a mess.
Right, but hold on,
Go ahead.
slow down. You understand what capitalism is predicated on, right?
Right.
Right, an underclass,
Right.
Right. So why would the purveyors or the people who are benefiting from the system and the way that it's designed and the way that it's set up, why would they help you? Why would they help the underclass become the middle class or the upper class? Like, you understand, it's counterintuitive. They wouldn't do
Yes
it.
and no, because the actual underclass actually needs a large middle class for this to actually be functioning. That's why it's slowly faltering apart, is because now it's teetered where there's now too much of an underclass and there's no middle class to actually create the
Right, but
consumerism for this to perpetuate.
who is it teetering for though?
You're right.
Who is it a problem for?
You're right. And a few select Blacks that have now convinced the rest of the Blacks to believe in this Black capitalism.
Right. No. Hold on. Just answer the question. You're a chronic filibuster.
I'm not a chronic filibuster. I said yes, the whites.
Right. Okay. So then it's counterintuitive. It's exactly what Themis was saying with respect to the Victor argument. They did what they were supposed to do, and you're gonna blame them because they did what they were supposed to do. Like, that's like saying you're upset with a bird for flying, you're upset with a fish for swimming. And moreover,
Right.
Hold on,
Go ahead.
I also want to put this out there because people kind of forget about history. I guess if you want, I'm not going to play semantics with you, but yeah, enslaved. I think it's more historically accurate to use the word sold, right? Because slavery,
Okay.
it's business. It was flesh was a trade. It was a transaction, and they were sold by Black people, by Black men. So I don't know why you're talking about a matriarchal society. It was men, Black men.
That was I'm talking about before that.
Right,
so.
right. But see, I can go back and
Right.
forward.
I know you're right.
I can talk and chew gum at the same time. So hold on.
Go ahead.
So I don't understand why you would say it's matriarchal. We can talk about that later. But again, Black people were sold into slavery by Black men, right? White people that had no way of getting to the continent if not for Black men and making that deal. It's just a lack of foresight. Just right. That's how that worked. But again, if we know this, what, like, I fail to understand your victim argument, because even in that, even looking at it in that, through that lens, really you don't have a leg to stand on. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah, and so I'm probably the wrong person to be defending this because I don't believe in this stance. So that's probably why I'm failing at trying to make this argument, is that I'm trying to give a perspective that I don't agree with necessarily. I'm just trying to give it from secondhand experience of seeing friends who have this mindset.
Okay. So I have a question for you, because it seems like
Go
you're
ahead.
the only one who's attempting to answer the questions that we've been asking all night. But you're saying that the system isn't designed for Black men, right?
Correct.
So is it designed for Black women?
No. So
Why have we been able to transcend the same plight that Black men have experienced historically? Why have Black women been able to, like, how and why? Do you is this a conspiracy, do you think?
I don't want to say it's conspiracy. You Black women have been able to work the system, I think, due to the nature of them being women.
Whoa. You're gonna have to break it down. You gotta break that down.
Okay, I will.
Wait, before you do, is that your belief?
Yes, this part is my belief.
Right,
so this has to do with them being women, and then understanding the plight of Black men and learning.
No, sir. What is it about women that give them a higher propensity to work a system that's not made or built for them? You're skipping ahead. You need to
I was trying to finish my statement before I went into the detail.
You're finishing it. You're finishing it preemptively. I'm like, 1 + 1 = 2. Like, let's go down the list. What is it about Black women specifically, that enable them to take advantage of a system that was not made for them?
So it has been due to, again, some of the changes in economic factors. Since we have transitioned from more of, or I'll rephrase this, we're going to keep this in the American context, since we have moved from a trade-based economy to more of a knowledge and information-based economy, a lot of those skills where Black men were using their hands or using trade skills have not been translated.
I'm sorry, how is this specifically women? Like, I don't like, because we no longer use...
Okay. So that goes into a lot of the Black women originally were in house positions where they were being nannies, they were being babysitters, they were being housekeepers. That now translates to opportunities also being given to them with things of reception through affirmative action.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Is your position that affirmative action is relegated to the female, like Black women? Is that what you're telling me?
No, this isn't just Black women, but
No.
I'm going on this.
Affirmative action is relegated to women?
No.
Okay, then let's put that to then it's moot.
I'm trying to.
Don't die on that hill. That argument's over.
I'm not trying to die on that hill. I'm trying
to.
But
then your point is null and void. You understand? If it's not relegated and exclusive to women, if it's open for men and women, you don't have an argument right there. So just move on.
It was a connecting dot to my next path.
No, you didn't connect the dot. I asked you a question. You answered it.
Yeah, you can't. I'm actually with Annalisa.
That's fair. That's fair. So if that's not my route, then that was my backdoor, was that it was through the connections that they have made and the social networking that they were given.
Sorry,
I'm trying to explain this as best as possible.
No. I'm sorry. Actually,
you're fine.
I have to apologize to you. I shouldn't have interrupted that. Go ahead.
You're fine. There was a social exchange where I don't want the perception of Black women, and this is now going into more perception issue, because I don't have facts on me right now. the perception of Black women were given more opportunities than Black men because.
No, nope, absolutely not. I'm
Okay,
stopping you because you
go
don't
ahead.
get to go back to perception when I ask you before you continue if this was your belief.
I'm not going in. This is still my belief, but I'm
All
not,
right,
and
go
I'm
ahead.
not switching into perception. I'm going into the perception of white people now finding, now I don't want to say shrinking, or shrinking their perceptions of Black women, being more accustomed to them being in their house
Wait,
until
pause.
they're
Let
not.
me bigger picture. The system benefits women in general because it no longer is run by physical labor. You can say that all you want, but the only community where the woman is on par to out earning the man is in the Black community. So you can say this all you want, but the reality is it's only in the Black community where the Black woman is on par to out earning the Black man and
Yeah,
outperforming the Black
and
man.
that's now the canary in the gold mine for the rest of the world or the rest of the states.
What?
So a lot of the factors that have been happening in Black culture in general are indicating factors, and that's probably why all of this stuff is becoming a big issue for the general public.
No, this conversation has been happening since.
Yeah, I was like, it's been happening forever, but I think it's becoming more concerning because, well, population control and the government needs people for the GDP. But again, that's another conversation.
Okay, no more conspiracies. Hold on, sir.
Whoa, that's not a conspiracy. That's just economics in general.
Okay, I'm sure it is. I just need to understand. So, what is stopping men,
Go ahead.
Black men? What's stopping Black men from competing in globalization like every other group of men? Because it seems to me like this is an
Themselves.
evolve and adapt. This is an evolve and adapt.
Themselves. I
Right.
have.
So then, if we know that it's Black men who are
Mhm.
in the way of Black men, why are you dragging Black women into it in any capacity? Why in any
My intention was never
whatsoever?
to drag Black women into this in
No,
any
okay, so
capacity.
maybe drag is the wrong word, but why are you talking about, well, Black women are able to do this and that's why they're ahead? That has nothing to do with what Black men are not able to do.
Yeah, I agree with that. And so yeah, I put myself in this position, so I'm not getting upset or frustrated about it, but I'm trying to go into this space of understanding where they're coming from, and that, and again, it has to do with the perception. Is that
Wait, I don't like this.
I
'Cause
know.
you said I ask you not understanding where they're coming from. When you started, you said women by virtue of being women essentially have a leg up. And before you continued, I was like, okay, is this your position as an individual? And it feels like every time you're explaining a position,
Okay, so I'll go into my position. My position is women only have a leg up due to just they have built the emotional standards and social community that's needed to move into this world. Men have not, and that's that.
wait. Women have a leg up because they've built something, and men don't because they haven't built it. I don't think you
They
understand what a
haven't
leg up
built.
means.
They haven't
I
built
don't think
the.
you understand what a leg up means. If
So
I
they.
earn this based on my hard work, that's not a leg up.
Okay.
Like if I go to school, get a degree, I have a degree and I get a job, I don't have a leg up because I have a
So then that's probably poor phrasing of me. I wouldn't say it's a leg up. I would say that's their advantage, or that's how they've created what's perceived as the leg up. I wouldn't say it's a leg up. I would just say they're doing what Black men are supposed to be doing.
Okay, so if okay, right. You keep on using the word perception. At what point can we start using the word choice? It
Okay.
sounds like getting an education is making a choice. Adapting and evolving. Adapting is certainly making, that's a choice that one
Yeah.
has to make, right? If you want to maneuver in a world that you feel isn't designed for you, socially or politically, that you have to make a choice, right? You either adapt and evolve or you die. That's the way that the world works. So like, you understand, like where
Oh,
do
I
Black men
completely understand.
fall? Where do Black men fall in the adapt or die theory?
Uh, I think they hit the wall. And I think that
That hit the wall.
well, so the other factor is when you take into excuse me, when you take into the socioeconomic factors of trying to survive just life. I think a lot of them hit the wall earlier than that they need to, and due to again like the lack of having emotional development, a lack of having a strong social environment to deal with the stressors of trying to survive and just being a Black man.
It sounds like you're describing. It sounds like you're describing fatherless boys. That's what it sounds like to me. Not
I don't even
having.
want to say fatherless boys
Well, no,
because
no. Well, you're like, tell me you're talking about children without fathers without telling me you're talking about children without
oh no,
fathers. Is that
this
one
is
of
my
those?
own life because I grew up with a negligent father in my household, so this has nothing to do with fatherless. This just
Right.
has
Well,
to do with the.
I'm not talking about you at all. But I'm
Oh
saying
yeah,
what
I'm just letting you
describing.
know.
Right. No, that's
Yeah,
fine. But what you're describing, someone without structure, someone without stability, a child without that social safety network, and statistics bear this out, where it's all of these things are predicated on the father being there. Economic stability, emotional stability, academic attainment, juvenile delinquency, all of these things are correlated with a father being in the home. So, again, whose problem, whose fault, who's the
oh yeah.
catalyst, where to, like, this is not the
So
chicken or the
and
egg.
that's where I think this is going to keep falling apart is because we're in agreement on this. So I keep trying to find where am I really defending it? I'm like,
We're defending at the point where if you seem to think Black women have a leg up by virtue
yeah.
of being
And so
women.
once you define what the leg up was, that was a misunderstanding. No, Black women don't have a leg up over Black men.
Are you just
So
saying that
Kevin,
to say? Wait, are you just saying that to say it? Or because are you? Do you actually believe that now?
No, so now that now that you gave the example, no.
All right.
I don't know about that, because when he said it vehemently, and he said, you know, women, because women are women. I mean, and I asked you to sort of, lean in and kind
Hmm.
of help me understand what you meant by that, and you couldn't really. You
Yeah, and
couldn't.
that wasn't a sound argument. So that was the reason why that failed. So you got me there.
Right, but it's still, regardless, it still sounds like you feel that the differences between Black men and Black women, like there's a fundamental difference where
Oh no.
Black women are at like some sort of biological advantage or some fundamental advantage
Oh,
by virtue of
so
being women.
the only advantage is you guys adapted. That's pretty much the advantage. That's the leg up is that you recognize the circumstances that you're under and you make the advancements needed.
So Black women are stronger and smarter.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't
Well,
I don't
that's
I don't
interesting.
that was the defense from the African American perspective.
That's
Petty,
really
what say you?
I'm confused. I was trying to see where the argument was. I did not see one.
Yeah, that fell apart.
I had an
Did it
argument.
fall apart or did Annalisa rip it apart?
Both.
Well, I think we misunderstood the argument he was making as his own, and he made the distinction there that he's trying to come up with some reasoning that just kind of falls apart once
you start tearing it or going through
Scrutinize
with a
it or
fine
under
tooth comb.
scrutiny.
Well, it's just analytical thinking, right? It's critical thinking. It's
Yeah.
not tearing anything apart. It's just like dive in a little bit deeper, like scratch beneath the surface, and then really you have no argument,
I
really.
mean,
And
you're
and I
pretty
and I understand that you did say, oh, this is not how I feel. This is not, I'm just trying to. You're trying to add some texture to the conversation. That's
right.
cool. We acknowledge that, but we're responding to what we're presented with, right? So whether
Right.
it's your feeling or not your feeling, if you're going to say something, we're going to respond. So
Yeah,
I'm
and
saying
you
that
had every right. And I was like, yeah, there was nothing that was out of line or anything out of pocket. It was just I had to be on my toes, and since it's not my perspective, it makes it a little bit more challenging trying to keep myself in that position when I have the same position that you all share.
Yeah. All right. Well, I feel like that was it. I am open to speak to, I mean, if you care, if you're an African American, not tonight, and you do want to speak to me to help me understand from your perspective and how I am wrong, I'm open to that. I like being corrected. Unlike some people, Orange Bill. I do like being corrected, and it doesn't matter if I'm in front of 10 people or 700. So please feel free to come correct me and explain things that I might be missing. Um, yeah, I mean, that's it. I thank you again, everyone. And Alicia, thank you. I really did appreciate you coming back on and engaging with Kevin. I think that was very well done.
Definitely.
Anytime. Good chat.
Yeah.
Great chat.
Thank you, Kevin.
No problem.
Obi, does anyone have any last words before we go? Sorry. If you have a last words, we can. We'll end it now.
I feel like you can
Petty,
go
go
ahead,
ahead.
Obi. I'll go
All right,
after.
Obi, go ahead.
Themis, thank you for having this conversation. I would love to explore this conversation a little more because the argument I keep getting from a lot of men is that women have an advantage, and I don't get it. I don't see why we can't decide to take student loans and get a good education that can allow us pay back the student loans and be better. I don't see how we are being stopped from getting jobs or creating businesses that can hire other Black men to work and be able to provide for a community. I don't see what's preventing us from buying homes in group and living together and creating a community that is thriving. I don't see that, but I would love for somebody else to tell me.
Okay,
I've been
so
told that it's impossible. So I want somebody to tell me how it is that we are not able to do that in a country where you have agency and you can actually go out and do something for yourself.
now
Thank
that's where I
you.
can fight. That's the stuff I wanted to fight about. Was that
Wait,
unfortunately?
do
But
sports
we have a
TV
different time.
memory. Wait, what?
That was the stuff I wanted to talk about in the argument, but that's in a different time. I'll let you wrap up.
All right. I mean, you can quickly say it now because you do have like 30 seconds. Thank you,
Sure.
Obi.
And I'll just be brief. I think that's the areas that we still have to be a little bit more. I'm trying to figure out the right word. Participatory or fighting for is to reduce those barriers of entry, because we did try to do that in the
Wait, what barriers
2008
of entry?
of being able to have our own housing, to be able
Wait,
to
what?
develop our own communities, to be able to get those loans. We still don't have that level of access, and when we do, a lot of the banks usually
When you say
deprioritize that.
we,
So that
when
I
you,
will probably speak for Black men in this case.
so wait, so would you exclude? Do Black women not have the barrier in entry?
I wouldn't say Black
Barrier of
women have
entry.
the same barrier, but there are now incentives because of the efforts that Black women have done.
For home ownership, you think that the
No,
government?
so now for not home ownership, this is now
You
in terms
literally
of
just said home ownership. So for what?
so home ownership. That's where it's still even. I will talk about Black businesses where you now have banks now giving out specific loans for Black women.
Okay, those are capital investment.
Yeah,
That,
and
wait, no. That is predicated on what?
yeah,
Black women's
on
already creating.
on their performance already. And
Yeah.
that's the issue. I was like, and that's the thing. I was like, it's not really an advantage. They've done the work, so it's deserved. But to say that we can just do this, and I think that's the harder part. It oversimplifies a lot of the hurdles that we have to go through, just as Black people, for capital.
Wait, pause. The fact that you think the Black woman's sexuality is what's giving them an advantage, I'm gonna need you and I to have a conversation because that's not okay. Go
That's
ahead.
unequivocally false. But that I think that's the issue, is that we still have things like redlining preventing us from being able to own property in certain locations.
You keep going back to owning property, and I'm trying to figure out if there's a barrier.
No, there's no difference between Black men and Black women in that aspect.
Okay, so that doesn't count.
So I'm not trying. So yeah, go ahead. Let's wrap this up.
Like
because I'm not. my issues aren't necessarily towards Black women versus Black men. This is just Black people in general. We still have a struggle in accessing wealth in terms of capital.
It's hard to debate with you or like go back and forth because it feels like you're not standing firm in anything, and it's like really.
So I am standing firm, but not on these arguments, because mine's is in the perspective of just Black people, not in the perspective of Black men. And I think that's where it keeps falling apart. So once we start separating it to Black men or Black women, there's not much difference. There's nuances here and there, but there's nothing.
I have a question. Did
Shoot.
you see this?
Mm-hmm.
You saw this when I did it, right?
Right.
It is not good faith to speak about how Black women are performing compared to white women and how Black men are performing compared to white men,
Right.
and not separate them. Like, I get the community perspective, but when you say the Black-white income gap is entirely driven by differences in men's, not women's outcomes, you have to separate. Like, you have to.
Okay.
If we're talking about improving the community, which I do believe, if you say that you want that, I believe you. So if you're saying that, you have to look at where the problem is, and that requires a separation.
So you're right about that. I think I'm looking at it from a different point of view. And that's where he is. When he was talking about creating the equity in our communities and building businesses and home ownership, mine was looking at the systems that are in place that are preventing us from being able to have that access. And that's not necessarily, necessarily inherent to Black men or Black women. That's an equal opportunity issue.
All right. Go ahead, Prince Petty. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
I'm still confused.
You and me both.
I'm gonna just drop my questions. I feel like the way Kevin talks is how Orange Pill feels like he talks when he's up here.
That's a good one.
Because there were times when I felt Kevin, but there is never a time when I feel Orange Pill. And at the very least, Kevin was willing to say, "This what I'm talking about is dumb." To summarize, but I'm trying to have the conversation. But
wait, could it be classroom is not conducive for Black men? For example, I was a smart child, but since I was active, they tried to diagnose me with ADHD. I mean, I think if you actually want to engage in this discourse, there is some truth to the fact that, and I don't think it's Black boys generally, it's just Black kids, but Black boys overwhelmingly get diagnosed with ADHD. I do think there is some truth to this. I don't know how.
Oh, sorry, I have to disagree. Sorry.
Really?
No, but I boys in general, of all races, and socioeconomic backgrounds are overrepresented with respect to being diagnosed with ADHD.
Oh yeah, no. Well, I would say they're hyperactive, but diagnosing, I think, happens. Statistically, I'm like 98% sure more for Black boys than any other group.
I think if we're focused, if we're looking at the wage gap between Black men and white men, the differences would be negligible. Because he's saying if it's not conducive for Black men.
Oh no! Wait, no. The first part of this, the first question is not it for me. Like, no, I disagree with the. Could it be classroom and not conducive for Black men? I don't know. I'm not about to do that. No, you should be able to sit in room. I would say men generally. So if other men can do it, Black men can do it. I'm not about to change that. But I do think Black boys are overdiagnosed with ADHD.
Well,
I agree, but I think boys, I think that gender specifically is diagnosed with ADHD at higher rates.
Yeah,
But if it
yeah.
was but if that was what he's suggesting, maybe the catalyst in Black men's academic attainment or their capacity to succeed and achieve, then you'd have to apply that to white men as well. And then
Yeah, no, I would never extrapolate from this to mean, and I think you're right in that. I think that's what he is maybe attempting to do here. But no, yeah, that doesn't go far enough to explain the disparity. Absolutely not. You would have to explain it for every other race of man too. I agree with you on that. No.
I just think he just come up like bigger
Yeah, I've been calling him up all night. All night I've been calling him up. Because if maybe we need more clarity.
Yeah, like it's it's like you have the range to have the conversation, and all night his super chats have been, could it be maybe what he's trying to say? Maybe you could look at it like, well, but what do you think? What's your opinion? Like,
Yeah.
stand for something or fall for nothing. Like, say what you mean and mean what you say.
Orange Pill say he has ADHD, and I'm not surprised. I don't think that was a misdiagnosis. Okay. All right, Prince Freddie, go ahead. Before you continue, I would like for you to repeat your first point.
I think the way Kevin presents up here is the way Orange Pill feels like he presents up here.
Why are you like this?
Sometimes I feel like he thinks he's doing something. At times, I felt like Kevin did something. Maybe not much, but sometimes I felt like he did something. Orange Pill, I've never felt him. I felt Malik more.
You feel me?
So I wanted to also point out, well, before I even make my point, I think diagnosing men generally with ADHD more than women is faulty, because like we learned earlier in this live stream, from a biblical perspective, men are not designed to sit down. We need to replace their desk with treadmills, maybe. And that's all I'll say on that.
Period.
But I wanted to point out that I feel like Orange Pill today confirmed something that I've been suspecting for a while. And that is that he does not come up during constructive discussion. I've been going back and watching lately some of the live streams, and I noticed that he's not there for the live stream where you invite men to come up for good faith conversation about ideas and solutions to the community issues. He didn't come up on the live stream where you invited men to share their stories about success. He didn't even come up today to discuss the study. He said he had nothing to add to that conversation and no time to entertain it. But he did have time to come up and argue that he didn't say what he said just because he said it, and we have proof that he said it doesn't mean he said it because he said something. I don't know what his argument was. But and this goes back for like months and months and months, where he conveniently misses out on the constructive discussion, but he comes up to argue that a house is masculine or something else weird. I don't know what that argument was. So I don't know. That was interesting to discover lately. Other than that, I couldn't find any defense in the study. It does say maybe we can move to communities with fathers. That would suggest that, I guess, the mindset of the community makes an impact, which would mean Black culture does have a large impact on whether or not boys will grow up to be good or bad. And it also said that it had no impact on women, which maybe would be an argument that no, it wouldn't. Yeah, like I can't think of any defense for the men at all. Can't. Like I'm trying my best to. Really am.
Yeah, I mean, I know you've been going back through it because you're the ones who pull the receipt on Orange Pill. People probably think it's me, but you're the one who sent it to me.
Oh yeah, keeping receipts, making sure people remember what they say.
I don't pay Petty no mind. You do, because you've been twerking ever since he started talking. Literally, right up before you said, I don't pay Petty no mind, you said that you were in front of the computer screen listening to Petty as he talk about you. You literally just said that in the comments.
He does pay me mine, because if we go to the live stream.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Literally, there it is. I'm just chilling in front of the computer listening to Petty. So you.
I also want to point out on your live stream on the 23rd of August, Orange Pill admitted to us that he bastardizes the conversations he have here and tell a different story to his coworkers and wife. Since they don't watch your channel, they just, the stories that he tell them apparently is that he coming over here and owning everybody on the panel, and we don't know what we talking about. But he doesn't actually send them the videos to watch. He just tells them about it. So that was interesting. And I also wondered maybe what his wife thought process is when she hears him yelling at the computer in the other room, like, or just talking extremely loud. But as someone pointed out to me, she's probably at work when he does this.
You know she has to work overnight. She has to support that family. Pay the minority of the bill, the minority portion of the bill.
It's two options. She's at the house and sees this, or she's not. Either one makes me sad.
Period. Orange Bill, your wife is welcome. I know she's mad at me for asking if she was homeless when you guys met, but I feel like she just didn't understand the context. And I feel like if you were willing to speak to her about what you told us on here, then she would have understood why I was asking her about her experiencing homelessness when you met. Because I feel like that's uncalled for her to just show up on the platform without you briefing her. So I'm going to blame you for that. I'm going to blame you completely for that. All right. Petty, thank you. I'm two men with no wife inside laughing their butt off on here about my period.
Well, I don't have a wife because the quality of a marriage matters to me. So I can't just marry someone who would be okay with me yelling at the lap. Like, this is what the reason I say it's only two options, she's here and can see what he's doing, is because either she agrees with him that the quality of the marriage don't matter and it's just that they're married, or she's not here to see what's going on. And both of those make me sad.
What is he mean by this? Like, what does this mean? So now black men invalidate other black men about marriage too? All that?
Period. The thing is, I would love for this trend to continue. I would love this to continue. We should shame each other to get married. That's what we should do. But the quality, as Prince Petty just highlighted, should matter. Like, you shouldn't just be getting married just to get married. Like, this man will, if you don't know how to define it, if he doesn't know how to define a word, he will revert to the fact that he's married as a defense to why he is right.
And I think that people who really lean into the fact that they're married versus the fact that they're married to someone that they love and it's a good relationship, it's a good marriage. Don't tell on yourself. Don't rat yourself out. I mean, like, tell me. I mean, you know what? Let me not. But I did. This is new for me. This is a new, like, a schism. I didn't know that black men are really, like, out here invalidating other black men because they're not married. Like, for me, black men see marriage as, you know, a ball and chain. I didn't even know that this was a thing. So it's good, but also, like, tell me the quality of your marriage doesn't matter without telling me the quality of your marriage doesn't matter.
Period. I just love the fact that in the same chat box as you guys saw me put up on here, he's saying he's not listening to Prince Petty, while very obviously saying he's listening to Prince Petty. Please don't waste your time on Orange Pill. Orange Pill don't even know where Orange Pill is most of the time. Orange Pill don't even know what's happening most of the time. I'm pretty sure Orange Pill is asleep in bed right now while his wife... Orange Pill is not in front of no computer going to work. When the conversation got too hot, Orange Bill dropped off and said he was going to work. Orange Bill is at home right now doing absolutely nothing. I promise you, you were Orangeville don't work on Tuesdays. Tuesdays are the nights his wife is overnight. We know this because Tuesday was the last stream I had. So, period. Orangeville, you go do you. Let your submissive provider provide. In any case, I'm going to stop because I don't have a wife. And I don't think it's fair for men without wives to speak about men with wives. And you deserve all that you get, Orange Pill, because you have a wife, period. Anywho, thank you both. I don't think, Annalisa, you didn't have your last words.
Good night.
If he
Good night.
doesn't think men without wives shouldn't speak, then I don't think anybody without critical thinking, with any short circuiting, he shouldn't talk either about anything ever. So I mean, I agree. I guess I agree with him, and I never thought I would, but I mean, like it's ridiculous with this guy.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. I love the fact that Petty said Orange Pill. Kevin is what Orange Pill wants to sound like, and it's funny because I think I understand. I think I understand. I think I get it. And Petty is dead wrong for that. He is absolutely dead wrong for that because I see it. I see it. Crown Prince Petty, yeah. Anywho, thank you. I would actually like to have a live stream where you and I have a discussion. I will message you on Instagram about a potential discussion that I was thinking about us having about something, and I'll let you know probably tomorrow, though.
Gosh, I'm so excited and nervous. Okay.
No. It's gonna be good. It's not a debate. It's just I want your opinion on something. So, yeah.
Always.
All right. Have a good night. Bye, everyone.
Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Oh, let me play this song. Let's play this song.
Stories, those things my mother said. She told me fairy tales before I went to bed. She spoke of happy endings, then tucked me in real tight. She turned my nightlight on and then kissed my face goodnight. My mind was filled with visions of perfect paradise. She told me everything. She said he'd be so nice. He'd ride up on his own stand, taking me away one night. I'd be so happy with him. He'd ride me out of sight. She never said that we would cuss, cry, and scream and lie. She never said that maybe one day he'd say goodbye. My story ends, and stories too. Reality steps into view. No longer living life in paradise. No fairy tales. She spoke about happy endings of stories not like this. She said he'd slay all dragons, defeat the evil prince. She said he'd come to save me, swim through the stormy seas. I'd understand the story, it would be good for me. You never came to save me, you let me stand alone, out in the wilderness, alone in the cold. My story ends, and stories too. Reality steps into view. No longer living Don't feel the need to be patronized. Don't you try it. Know you lied. You never came to save me. You let me stand alone out in the wilderness, alone in the cold. No magic words can save me. No rose with the wings to fly. My fantasy is over. My destiny to die. Fairy tales. Hey, hey, hey.
Period. I'm going to be using that as an outro all the time until until they tell me to not. Have a wonderful night, guys. Thank you guys so much. This has been my favorite song. I wish I could play the actual version, but copyright and all. And if the stream live, theme has made it, period. Body, yaddy, 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 yaddy. This was fun live. Good to see Annalisa back to argue immediately. Appreciate the time, Themis. I'll get my ranking up. Girl, you and this ranking will not be. Look, y'all, how much months? You have 2 more months. All the men's wasted this month, and now y'all have 2 more months to move up. So I think the ranking actually hurt Stan feeling. Stan and Malik were hurt by y'all's ranking, and so they've disappeared. They've disappeared. I'm pretty sure one of them were the one who sent me, with their real name though, sent me a message explaining how disappointed they were with the chat and their ranking, but they didn't tell me what their YouTube name was. So I'm assuming it's Stan. I feel like it's a Stan move, but I don't know. So the fact that Stan and Malik are upset about their ranking, I don't know what that means. Should we be ranking people? I don't know. We're not ranking them based on look. We're ranking them based on behavior. So I come from Jamaica, where every child gets ranked in class. You get graded, and you get your raw score, and they compare your score to everyone else in the class. And this is actually really bad. I feel terrible for those people because there's 48 people in a class, right? Not really, but let's say there's 48 people. When you get to 47, like 45 to 47, when your rank is 45 to 47, and your parents have to come to the school to collect this ranking at the end of the year. I am up here being mad if I'm ranked number 2, right? There's this lady, right? Her and I used to rank 1 and 2. Like it would be her or myself. And it would be annoying because the teachers who like her would just give her a higher grade than me. That's what I'm going with. And we would go back and forth. She was Black and Asian. It was a Black and Asian lady in my class, and it was always her and I going first and second, first and second, first and second. One time she dropped to third. And I was always worried about my little first or second ranking in class. But now that I think about it, there were people ranking 46, 47. There were people ranking like 45, 46, and 47. I wonder if those were the people who were getting beat up by their parents at school. Yeah, Jamaica was brutal. All right, let me give you the story. Please leave. Don't feel like you have to stay for me. Please don't do that. All right. So 7th grade, 8th grade, 9th grade, 10th grade, 11th grade, and sometime there's 6th form, 12th grade, right? In Jamaica. So if you're in 7th grade, right, there are 7-1, 7-2, 7-3, 7-4, 7-5, 7-6, 7-8, to 710 maybe, right? And what happens is if you're in 7-1, you're the smartest group of kids. And there's no hiding it. If you're in 7-6, most of the people who are in 7-6 do not even show up to school. Literally, everyone is saying you're literally going to fail, and no one is investing in you, and they don't care. So if you're in 7-1, everyone is invested in you. You are considered the smartest, right? This is so bad, and I can't even. The Jamaican school system is so terrible. Anywho, so I was in 7-1. I don't remember if it's 7th or 8th grade that I was in Jamaica, but whichever one it was, I was in the first, right? So 7-1, and there was a bunch of people, and so we are supposed to be the smartest group. We come to school. Most of us are prefects. We have our prefect ties, and we think we run the school or whatever, right? So I realize now, looking back, that everything after 7-3 are people that we disregarded, not myself, but the school. Literally, the message being told by the school because of how you tested is that we don't care about you. Like 7-4, 7-5, 7-6, they don't care about you. And we know that based on how the kids behave. Now, in 7-1, 7-2, and 7-3, 7-1 people don't affiliate with 7-2 because they think they're dumb. 7-2 people try to affiliate with 7-1 people, but they don't care. And then 7-2 don't affiliate with 7-3, and 7-3 don't affiliate with, well, try to affiliate with 7-2. All right. But even within these class, we are ranked, right? So there's a huge competition because everyone is going to be ranked first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, whatever, right? All the way down to 47 if there's 47 people in the class. It's not usually that big. And we get tested, we go to different classes, all of that. And at the end of the year, our report cards are in an envelope where our parents have to come to the school. Our parents had to come to the school to collect it. And I would see parents beating, like literally beating their children. And I promise you, it took me a very later in life to realize, that the reason they were getting beaten is because they were ranked so low, right? And if you rank low, you can get kicked out of 7-1, and someone from 7-2 could take your spot, right? So it was a whole, it was a whole game happening to make people feel worthless, essentially. But the entire time, I didn't even notice that, like, obviously I know there was a ranking, but all I cared about was being number one. And like I literally didn't think about the fact that there were people getting beaten because they dropped out of the top 10 or the top 20 or top 30, and their parents were like beating them. In fact, in the 6th grade, when we took the GSAT, I think it's called, I don't remember the exam, but when you're in 6th grade, you have to take an exam. I'm pretty sure it's called GSAT. And when you take the GSAT, this determines if you go to like one of the good high schools. I had Cornwall College. I did take GSAT, by the way. I did well. Or you go to a good high school. Cornwall College and Monroe College were all high schools, right? But then there is a separate group of school. They're called all ages, and it means that you have failed the GSAT and you can't go to high school. It means you can't go to high school, right? So they put you into this place called all age, and then you work up to the 9th grade, and in the 9th grade you have to retake an exam. I used to tutor people who were in all age, it's called all age schools. So it's not high school, it's all age. So you go there until ninth grade and then you retest. If you fail again and you don't get to go to high school, you're out of luck. You're, you're out of luck. You're just girl. I think someone needs to do an analysis. I'm not gonna do it of like the school system in Jamaica, because what I wanted to do was go to Oxford, right? When I was in Jamaica, my dream was to go to Oxford after I took my A levels. I would go to Oxford, and all my teachers, this is also bad. The teachers will sponsor a student, and the student is what they consider to be the smartest person in the class, right? And all the teacher would put all their energy after school, in the morning, during lunch, into preparing that one student to do well on their A level. Forget them other kids. Forget them other kids. There will be maybe sometimes two and maybe up to three, but only one person generally is going to get. And so the teachers would remind you, they're like, so you're not doing your work. Remember that we get to choose who we want to help. And we have these books that will tell you what the questions are going to be for the A levels and O levels or whatever. Remember that we have your power over you or whatever, right? I didn't care because I just knew I was going to go to Oxford. Then I came to America and I was like, okay, no, I'm not going to the UK. I want to stay in the US. But it is competitive. Why did I bring this up? I don't know whose comment brought this up, but no, when I came to America and they gave us a syllabus, the first time I saw a syllabus, I was confused because I was like, wait, so they tell us what we're going to be studying before we study it? Not even a syllabus. Let's go. When I saw a quote unquote pre-test, I was confused. Yeah, I had it messed up. The game was over. You have a pre-test, and you are going to get the same test at the end of the year to see how well you did from the first day of class to the last day of class, but only the last day of class is going to be it's going to be counted. Girl, I said, when my teacher gave me a study guide, and said nothing that is not on the study guide will be on the test. The only thing that will be on the test is on the study guide. I was like, wait, so you're giving me what I need to know for the exam. Like, I have the list of topics that's going to be on the exam, and you are not going to add anything else. The way I was making all kind of hundreds. Even in the AP classes. All kind of hundreds. I felt bad for the people in my AP courses because I had everything and time. I was like, wait, so I can take the syllabus, I can go home over the weekend, and I can read every single thing that we will ever do this semester in a weekend. I can do that. I can take notes, and I can come to class every single day prepared because I've already read everything. Like, I know before, like months in advance, what we're going to learn. Look, girl, I felt like I hit goal. I was like, all right, I'm going to get a scholarship to school. I am going to be the valedictorian. I didn't even know what a valedictorian was until I came here, but all of it, I was like, yep, I want all of it. I want all of it. I just can't. Anywho, I will say that the American system is very different than the Jamaican system. And I do think it's probably because America has a lot more resources, obviously. So I think that's what animated it, but it felt so easy. But to be fair, it would feel easy to someone who spent a lot and having to sort of like you show up. You know how you have pop quizzes in America? You know how you have pop quizzes? Those are exams. In Jamaica, those are exams. You show up to school and they're like, yep, we have an exam. Oh, we have a spelling. We're doing a spelling test today. Up, we're doing it. Like we just show up and there's like things happening and that you're going to be graded on. And that's going to determine your entire grade for a semester. Just show up. I remember in Jamaica, I almost walked out of an accounting class. I showed up and they gave me a balance sheet to I was like sick. I was sick to my stomach because all I was studying was geography. And because I knew there was going to be an exam. I studied my teacher and I knew there was going to be an exam. I show up to my accounting class and there's like a test. Like, I'm not about to do this. I'm not about to do this. I graduated high school with like 78 credits because of all the credits that came from Jamaica. And it's the highest amount of credit that anyone has ever graduated with from my high school. And the reason is like people in the US, you're taking 3 classes, like or 3 or 4 classes per semester. In Jamaica, you were taking 10. Like you're taking 10 Girl, I'm done. We're gonna do a story time. We're gonna do a story time because I felt like I was coasting. When I promise you, when I came to America, I felt like I was just coasting. And don't let me get an A minus. There was no A minus allowed for me because like the only way I could challenge myself is to make sure that I had all A's or A plus when they handed out A plus. If I got an A minus, then in my mind I failed. Look, I'm done. Let's done. I think we're good here. That's beautiful, though. No, I mean, it's beautiful because I think what happened in Jamaica was I was getting tough because we didn't have resources. So I was tough. So when I came to the US where there was resources and there was help and there was different kinds of access, it felt easier. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying it's easier to do it in the US, but because of how hard it was in Jamaica, well, yeah, I'm saying it is easier. Like, yeah. Because of how hard it was in Jamaica, like you build up there and then you come here and you're like, oh, okay, I can do this. But yeah. Whew. I'm gonna end it. Have a wonderful night, guys. Bye.